Helen stared at her husband's mistress. She snapped angrily. "Are you here to tell me the truth? That the child you are carrying does not belong to Thomas?" Instantly, Cecilia's expression drastically changed, but she still denied it. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Helen observed. "In the early stages of pregnancy, women don't normally show. That doesn't happen until they are at least 3 months pregnant. You'd definitely be showing after 4. Helen paused and looked down at the woman's slender physique with an obvious baby bump. As Cecilia instinctually covered her stomach with her hands. "You are showing, which means you're likely 3-4 months pregnant." Helen smirked. "There is just one problem. Thomas was not in the country 3 to 4 months ago, and I don't think he took you abroad with him, did he?" Cecilia clenched her fists and narrowed her eyes. "You have no idea what you're talking about. I am a month, maybe a month and a half pregnant. If I am showing, it is only because I have been eating too much recently. You know, cravings." "Oh, that's right. You don't know because you've never gotten pregnant. Never experienced morning sickness and cravings. Isn't that why you're putting all your anger on me? I can sympathize with that, Helen, but you don't seriously think that you can slander me without consequences." Helen retorted, "Then I guess we'll just wait to do the DNA test when you're 4 months pregnant. That's just 3 short months away." She smirked at her and began to step away. Just as she was about to leave, Cecilia grabbed her arm, holding on tight so Helen couldn't move. She hissed, "This is all because you are jealous of me. I can tell. That's the only reason you're saying these things to me. Like waiting until I am 4 months pregnant to do what? A DNA test? I will simply remind you that I have to give you permission to run such a test. And I don't think that will be happening anytime soon." After speaking, Cecilia slightly shoved Helen as she let go of her arm, causing Cecilia to lose her balance. Downstairs, no one could see what was happening with the 2 women on the landing upstairs. Thomas had stopped Nora, who yawned as she turned back to him. "You need something, Thomas?" He smiled. "You sure are determined, Miss Smith. Given how things are, you still told Mrs. Hunt that I am not well? Why would you do that?" "Because you really are sick." "You're the one that's sick and twisted." Thomas leaned into her. "Nora, you have some nerve. You're not even married to Justin yet, but you're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. And don't think that you will ever be my sister-in-law just because they say so. You'd better keep this in mind. If you do actually have the great fortune to marry Justin, I'm telling you right now that I am not to be trifled with. Also, I'd advise you to show my grandaunt respect. If you don't, you can't blame me if I don't hold back. I have 100 ways to make your life a living hell." With utmost seriousness, Nora asked, "Which 100 ways are those?" Right now, she only had the same few methods she used over and over again for interrogation, so she was rather curious. Maybe Thomas had some more effective ones. If they proved useful, she could tell Morris about them for use within the special department. Thomas ignored her arrogant question. "Didn't you just experience the suffering that public opinion can bring? Everyone now knows that your alternative medicine skills are below standard. Any power and authority that you may have established in the field of medicine has been cut in half, at the very least, by me." Nora thought for a moment. She wanted to tell him that it didn't affect her in the least, and that she didn't feel anything at all. But before she could speak, a scream rang out from the higher up the stairs. Together with the scream, a series of thuds and bangs were heard throughout the house, as someone rolled down the stairs and hit the bottom floor heavily. Nora turned and ran toward the staircase along with the other partygoers. Thomas cried out, "That sounded so much like Cecilia. Where is she?" He recalled that she had left with Helen just now, His sense of protection was heightened because Cecilia was currently pregnant with his child. He raced over to the area where he saw a group of people surrounding someone at the bottom of the stairs. He tried to push his way forward, breaking into a furious rant without thinking. "Helen, what did you do to Cecilia, you jealous, vicious woman?" But when he was finally able to see the person lying on the ground, he was shocked. Only an instant before, on the upper landing, Cecilia had apparently grabbed Helen's arm. With a mocking smile, she spit out, "I will never give you the opportunity to run a DNA test." Cecilia knew that truth and understood that she mustn't keep the child. If she did, it would just be evidence of her cheating. However, she mustn't let the baby just disappear either. If she had a miscarriage right after she was asked to do a DNA test, it would arouse too much suspicion. So, in her sick, ambitious mind, if she lost the baby now, Thomas would be even more likely to marry her, even if it was only out of sympathy and pity. She understood that this was the only solution she had. If she lost the baby because Helen had pushed her down the stairs, it was the perfect way to get what she wanted. Helen would be ostracized. Plus, it would give the Livingstons an excuse to sue the Stewart family for damages. Of course, since Cecilia would be the victim, the Livingstons would feel obligated to take responsibility for her, even if it was simply for the sake of saving face and improving public opinion. Plus, in order to not bring shame to the family, they would let her marry into the family for the same reason. The corners of her lips curled up into a smile as she cooked up this beautiful daydream. In fact, she was already imagining the day when she would become Mrs. Thomas Livingston. Therefore, Cecilia tried to push off of Helen and let herself fall down the stairs. But in that instant, Helen grabbed her arm tightly. She was able to latch onto her so forcefully that she pulled Cecilia further up onto the landing. In their struggle, the two women twisted and turned, moving Helen closer to the edge. Her foot slipped down and off the top step as Cecilia let go. She watched Helen as she fell down the stairs, while Cecilia remained on the landing. Gazing down on her, Cecilia saw the look in the eyes of Helen, her nemesis, as she fell down the stairs. When she had landed at the bottom, she was actually smiling as she looked back up at Cecilia and mouthed the letters DNA. Cecilia was so shocked that she froze at the top of the stairs. It was only when the others rushed over that she finally came back to her senses. She knew that her plan for a miscarriage had backfired. It would be too obvious if she were to fall now, and there was no way she could make it appear as if Helen had been the one who pushed her down the stairs. Cecilia was in a quandary as to what to do next, so she remained where she was. Nora rushed over to Helen to give her first aid because she had slowly started to bleed after she fell down the stairs. She was extremely weak at the moment. Nora gave her a checkup and found that she had suffered bone fractures and a slight concussion, but was not in danger of dying. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She stood up to speak when Jessica rushed over. "Helen, what happened?" In pain, since both her arms and her legs had fractures, Helen stared directly at Cecilia and wheezed out, "Cecilia was planning to falsely accuse me of pushing her down the stairs. I accidentally fell, trying to prevent her from falling." Since everyone there for the birthday party was a member of the rich and powerful, they were all too familiar with little tricks like the one Cecilia had attempted. Jessica understood everything from what her sister had said. She leaned down to Helen and spoke in a low tone. "How could you be so kind? Even if Cecilia had succeeded in slandering you, we have evidence against her. There was no need to save her." She winked at Helen in an attempt to make her smile through her pain. It was true that Jessica had received information regarding Cecilia's adulterous lover, who was most likely the father of the baby. She was planning on handing that bit of information over to Thomas, together with the evidence, today as a little birthday present to her little sister. Helen smiled wryly. "Jessica, you know what the Livingstones are like. Without that baby, there wouldn't be any direct evidence. For the sake of not shaming themselves, the Livingstones would rather deny the truth or believe that the evidence was not true. Only a DNA test would work." Jessica nodded in agreement. What Helen was saying was true. If the child was gone, Cecilia and her lover would be able to insist that nothing had happened. After all, even if Cecilia did have sexual relations with her lover 4 or 5 months ago, her private life had always been promiscuous. The Livingstones would never believe a word of what Jessica and Helen said regarding the patronage. Helen had realized before Jessica that nothing must happen to the child, as the DNA would become the most crucial evidence against Thomas and Cecilia. Pale as a sheet, Helen was in a tremendous amount of pain. Waiting for the ambulance to arrive, she reached out and Jessica held her hand. She whispered in Jessica's ear, "I've thought it through just now. You've always told me, women have to stand up for themselves, otherwise they will forever be looked down upon." She had a faint smile on her face. She admitted, "Jessica, I have become strong." Her body throbbing, she shifted slightly. "See? I'm actually in so much pain right now, but I haven't cried." Seeing her younger sister like that angered Jessica even more. "Let's get you to the hospital first. I'll stay here and handle the rest." Helen shook her head. "No, I'm not going, Jessica. I want to stay here and watch them make fools of themselves. You owe me that." Jessica indicated to Nora to come closer. When she did, Helen grabbed Nora's hand, refusing to let go, because she feared that if she did, the ambulance would take her away. Jessica stared at Nora, who stated, "She's fine for the time being." Only then did Jessica agree to let Helen stay. All of the party attendees around them had overheard their conversation. Thomas took a step away from them and suspiciously stared up at Cecilia, who was still standing upstairs on the landing. When their eyes met, the woman finally regained her senses. She hurriedly came down and cried out, "Helen, I know you loathe and hate me. I have been apologizing to you this entire time. I told you, even if I were to become Mrs. Livingstone, you would still have a place in Thomas's heart. The separation is not your fault. You should be pitied, not despised, for the fact that you can't have children. But I can't believe you would stoop so low as to jump down the stairs yourself and falsely accuse me like that. I even heard you say I would never have the chance to become Mrs. Livingstone if you fell down. Oh, Helen." Her voice broke off with a sob. With pleading eyes, she glanced up at Thomas. Seeing that he was falling for it, she continued with a quivering voice, "And it's fine if you don't want me to become Mrs. Livingstone. But how could you use such desperate method to make such false accusations toward me?" For effect, Cecilia stroked her baby bump with one hand and held her other hand out toward Thomas as she whispered, "Thomas, will you please protect me and your baby?" The question was a direct hit to his ego and desire to protect his darling Cecilia. Thomas immediately turned and glared furiously at Helen. "Why are you resorting to such tricks, like crying and threatening suicide? You're making a scene. If you are trying to save our marriage with this behavior, I'm telling you this is not the way to do it." Upon seeing how Thomas had chosen to believe Cecilia without any hesitation, Helen shut her eyes. She couldn't take any more of his disrespect. But she also, at once, knew that she had done the right thing just now. If the child was gone, Thomas would definitely refuse to believe the truth. She clenched her fists, bolstered her courage, and opened her eyes. She seethed at Cecilia and challenged her. If that is the case, then would you dare to go to the hospital for a test? Innocently, Cecilia nodded and smiled so sweetly. Of course, Helen, why wouldn't I? But for the baby, I want to wait until it is at least another 3 months before I do. Since I am barely 6 weeks right now, there is no way to do the test. It's not safe for the baby. Therefore, we have to wait. Thomas and I have already talked about it. Don't misunderstand me. I have a clear conscience and I'm not afraid of any test. But I hope that we can all agree that protecting this child right now is the most important thing. It's not the right time yet. We need to wait for at least 8 weeks, maybe 10, before any tests can be run safely. I'm sure that we can all agree that we don't want to hurt the baby. Nora, Jessica, and Helen all knew that she was simply stalling for time. A lot of things could happen in 2.5 months. At the worst, Cecilia would just find an opportunity to have a miscarriage. Whatever she had in mind, they knew that she would do everything she could to avoid the DNA test at this moment. Cecilia stood there with her chin out in triumph, and Nora moved away impatiently. Nora gave a wave, upon which the 2 bodyguards that Justin had given her rushed over to her. She pointed to Cecilia and ordered, "Take her to the hospital for the test." When they hesitated, she added, "I will take responsibility for any and all the consequences. Take her." After her last command, the 2 bodyguards walked up to Cecilia obediently. Terrified, Cecilia cried out and grabbed Thomas's hand. "Thomas, the baby is still too young. It will die if a test is done on it. I've already asked about it. It can only be done when the fetus is 4 months old." Thomas was outraged and glared at Nora. "What are you doing? Do you have no regard for human life whatsoever?" Nora looked at him with steady eyes. 4 months old? By my estimate, the pregnancy is already there anyway. When Cecilia told Thomas about her pregnancy, she had already been more than 3.5 months pregnant. Now that a few more days had gone by, the time was almost right. Besides, she would be asking Lily to do the amniocentesis test, in addition to the DNA test. She had a good technique, so it would not harm the baby. Although the child was not Thomas's, when it came to it, Nora never wanted to hurt children. Not even if the child's own mother, Cecilia, didn't want the baby anymore. Cecilia turned her head away for a moment to gather her thoughts. When she looked back, she firmly refused to admit the truth. Sticking her chin up, she challenged Nora. 4 months old? What do you mean by that? Helen's your friend, right? Is that why you'd say something so ridiculous? For Helen, of all people. Do you have any idea who the Livingstones are? You must know that they have very close ties with the Hunts. As soon as she said that, Thomas rolled her eyes and told her, "This is Nora, Nora Smith." Cecilia's eyes flickered a couple of times. She understood immediately, and her realization could be seen by everyone as her facial expression drastically changed. Fear ran across her face. She knew that if she left with these guards, everything would be over. Therefore, despite freezing for a moment, Cecilia quickly calmed herself down and continued her performance. "Oh, I get it now, Nora. Because you misdiagnosed Thomas, you want to put your anger on me right now, isn't that right? So, I have to ask, Thomas, do you really want the baby? And don't forget, the doctor has already told us that it's certain that our baby is a boy." Cecilia knew that there were many ways of determining whether a child was male or female, even if they were only 6 weeks old. One possibility was to look at the ultrasound scan when the baby was 6 weeks old. If the fetus was rectangular, it was a boy. If it was more like a square, then it was going to be a girl. There was also numerical data to support the theory that determined the sex of the fetus. Cecilia knew with certainty that the baby she was carrying was a boy. Her proclamation made Thomas even more anxious. When he was 20 years old, he had accidentally impregnated his college girlfriend, but because the girl's social status was too low, Mrs. Livingston had forced her to have an abortion. After that, for some reason, even though Thomas had fooled around with many women, he had never been able to get anyone pregnant ever again. At first, he'd thought that it was because he was lucky and had done a good job at taking preventative measures. But after marrying Helen and actually trying, he still didn't have any children. They had tried many different methods over the past 3 years to make it happen, but the more time that passed, the more anxious he became about it. So when Cecilia became pregnant after all the difficulty with Helen, he was thrilled. And now, after she reminded him that it was a boy, Thomas was going to do everything he possibly could to protect the mother of his child. Thomas charged up to the 2 bodyguards and got physical. Waving his hands in the air, he demanded, "Don't touch her. I'm telling you, don't touch her. I will fight whoever touches my baby." The 2 bodyguards had their instructions and knew who was signing their paychecks. They refused to listen to him at all. Instead, the taller one grabbed Thomas and held him, while the stocky guard grabbed Cecilia's arm, restraining her. Both men demonstrated great skill in manhandling their subjects, thanks to the training Justin insisted on for his staff. There was no need for Nora to take any action at all. They were able to subdue Cecilia straight away and led her rather forcibly out the door. Choosing not to follow them, Nora got the paramedics to take Helen with them straight away. Everyone went en masse out of the house and straight to the hospital. Behind them, Thomas shouted, "Nora Smith, Helen Stewart, this is no different than kidnapping. I will never let you people get away with this. I'll have Mother call her lawyers straight away." He struggled to break free of the bodyguard's hold, but it was of no use. He simply couldn't break free no matter what he did. Attempting a new tactic, he turned to face the bodyguard and yelled furiously, "Justin Hunt is my cousin. You've got a lot of nerve to have the audacity to do this to me. He won't be happy with your reckless behavior." Stoic, the bodyguard looked straight ahead and said nothing. Once Nora and the others got into their cars to follow the ambulance and headed toward the hospital, the tall, burly guard finally let go of his subject. After Thomas regained his freedom, he took out his cell phone to call his mother. He rushed out of the house and over to his car. When his mother answered the call, he demanded, "Meet me at the hospital. Nora has taken Cecilia there for a dangerous DNA test." He disconnected and raced down the road as fast as he could. By the time he drove over to the hospital, Mrs. Livingston had also arrived. The 2 of them hurried upstairs together, searching for the lab where Cecilia had forcibly been taken. They discovered that Cecilia had already been pushed into the operating room for an amniocentesis test. As for Nora, she had dressed Helen's fracture and was wheeling her to the VIP ward when Thomas saw them in the wide corridor. Livid, he rushed up to them and shouted, "Helen, that's enough. You're so bitter you couldn't give me any children. But do you really want to kill off my family line? If anything happens to my son, I will kill you." Helen was as calm as still waters by now. All her sadness from the divorce had simply disappeared. Perhaps it was because Thomas cheated on her, or perhaps it was because she had finally acknowledged to herself the reality of Thomas's true nature. Whatever the reason, she accepted the fact that she no longer had any feelings for her ex-husband. They had simply disappeared. In this new state, Helen easily kept her gaze lowered and her mouth closed. She felt at peace. But this was not the case with Jessica. She announced, "It doesn't take long for amniocentesis test results to be out. The same goes for DNA tests. We'll all have the results very soon, thanks to Nora." Thomas sneered. "You people were the ones who took Cecilia. Who can be sure whose DNA sample it is?" "If you have any doubts about it," Jessica offered, "go right on ahead. You can take Cecilia's DNA sample and do the test yourself." When he hesitated, she added, "Unless, of course, you're afraid of the results." Thomas frowned deeply and growled, "Jessica Stewart and Nora Smith, do either of you have any idea what you are doing? Just who is it that gave you the gall to do that to Cecilia?" Almost as soon as he had asked that question, a deep voice came from the door behind him. "Me." Thomas froze as he recognized the voice. When he slowly turned around to look behind him, he saw the looming, immovable Justin Hunt standing in the doorway. Thomas quickly changed his demeanor. The flames of his fury were extinguished at once, now that he was in the presence of his ominous cousin. Curious, Nora raised her eyebrows slightly as she walked over to him. "Why are you here?" Justin slowly broke his gaze from Thomas and looked down at Nora, which caused his voice to gradually warm up as he replied, "Being a prominent benefactor of this facility, I do have a right to be here. But, if you must know the details, I've come to inspect the hospital as a dutiful board member, and also to visit with Quentin along the way. When I heard you were also here, I came over to find out what you are up to." Quentin was Nora's cousin, so of course Justin would want to take good care of him. Nora softened in her reply. "Of course, Justin. I'm glad you're here." Seeing that his mood had lightened, Thomas took the opportunity to rush over. Justin, you have to help me. Nora is taking advantage of her position here. I'm not sure why she has decided to side with Helen over Cecilia, but that's her prerogative as a woman. If I'd known of her bias, perhaps I wouldn't have divorced Helen so quickly, but she's doing everything she can to get rid of my baby. Justin, I just can't have that. I'm sure you, as a man, can understand that." Rushing past him, Justin laughed as he walked further into the room. "Your baby? What's the proof it is yours? My understanding from Nora is that you lack motility. Apparently it comes from too much activity. Talk about irony." Thomas choked. Then he insisted stubbornly and said, "It's not true. Why wouldn't I be able to have children, Justin? My mistress is pregnant with my sperm. Everyone knows it." Justin grinned and replied coolly, "If you're so confident, then why not just wait for a couple of hours and find out for sure?" Since Justin had asked him to wait, there was now nothing Thomas could do. There was no way he would dare to go against his powerful cousin. But that wasn't about to stop his mother. Mrs. Livingston, who was standing next to Thomas, barked, "Justin, since you're standing up for them, then I can take a step back with regard to Miss Smith and her awful friend Helen. The Stewarts insist on bullying the Livingstones. We will not pursue the matter of them doing an amniocentesis test against our wishes. But if Cecilia's baby is indeed Thomas's, or if the amniocentesis test leads to a miscarriage or other consequences, then we must be compensated for the damages. I have already informed our attorneys." She hissed out the last S, just to make sure he knew they were willing to go all the way with the case, if necessary. Justin was amused when Jessica piped up, "What kind of compensation do the Livingstones think they are entitled to?" Mrs. Livingston's demeanor changed. The anger was gone and replaced with confidence. She leered, "I heard a long time ago that your family has a secret technique for having triplets, right? If the child is Cecilia's, then you must give us the medicine for having triplets for free, as compensation. It only seems fair." The hairs on the back of Nora stood on end. Medicine for bearing triplets. Both she and Justin glanced at Jessica. For some reason, Nora both had a strange feeling in her gut that there was a connection. But before she could find out more, Lily walked out of the operating room with news regarding the DNA test. When Lily came out of surgery, everyone turned to look at her. Mrs. Livingston broke the silence by asking, "Is the child okay?" And even though Thomas stared daggers at her, Lily ignored both of them, walking straight up to Nora. It bothered her that even though she was considered a famous surgeon in the outside world, here she was spoken to like a servant by those two people. For instance, at that moment, Lily stood right in front of Nora, who still hadn't said a word to her. She waited for a brief moment and then spoke. "Boss, I've successfully taken the DNA sample. The patient's child is fine." Nora shrugged her shoulders as if she knew that would be the answer and suppressed a yawn. She had been up far too long. "Okay," was all she could muster because she was so tired. Thomas, who had followed her over, glared at Lily. "You said that there's no problem, but how do I know that is true? Do you think I can trust you? I understand the procedure for an amniotic fluid puncture. I have asked other doctors. Forget about 1 month, even at 4 months, the probability of a miscarriage is very high." Nora calmly stated, "It's highly unlikely that anything would go wrong when Lily is the one performing such a procedure." Lily blushed at this inexplicable praise and raised her chin in excitement. Her proud expression was very obvious. She tried to hide her smile as she handed the DNA sample to Thomas. "This is DNA from the fetus. You can find another testing facility if you wish. Since you suspect I tampered with the sample, you are free to go to Cecilia's side now and take your own sample of the fetus's DNA. But, just so you know, my results will be available in 2 hours." The DNA testing lab would normally have taken at least 3 hours to provide results. How was it possibly that Lily would only need 2 hours? It was possible because she knew what needed to be done. She'd been through this process enough times with Nora. Lily took her DNA sample and went straight to the monitoring room in the hospital. As she walked down through the door, she thought to herself, "When did I become a DNA specialist instead of a surgeon?" Once Lily left, there was silence in the waiting area. Thomas stared at Nora, longing to say something. But since Justin was present, he refrained from saying anything at all and remained silent. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally saw Cecilia being pushed out into the ward. Thomas strode across the room toward her. Holding his arm out in a loving gesture, Thomas actually plucked out a few strands of her hair by the roots. Checking that the root bulbs were intact, he raced out of the room. Cecilia gave a cry of pain and surprise. After all, she had just had her hair pulled out. She whimpered, but she could not say a word at this moment because she knew her entire future was about to crumble. Mrs. Livingston rushed up to Cecilia. The older woman held her hand and frantically asked, "Cecilia, how are you now? Where's the child? Is the child still around? Did she damage the fetus?" Her deepest fear was that the baby would not make it. The first 6 weeks of pregnancy were always so delicate. This would be a vulnerable time to have a miscarriage. If the amniotic fluid was punctured, the child would definitely be gone. Unexpectedly, when Mrs. Livingston asked this, Cecilia revealed a hesitant expression. She wasn't sure if Mrs. Livingston would understand the implication if she replied in the positive. Upon seeing the older woman's desperate face, she answered quietly, It's still here?" Mrs. Livingston was thrilled, but then she considered, But anything is possible. Some people don't have a miscarriage immediately. We have to be careful. In Mrs. Livingston's opinion, the fetus Cecilia was carrying belonged to Thomas. But if she actually lost the child, it wouldn't matter, because, at the very least, the Livingstons would be getting the secret to having triplets. And they would pass that secret along to the next woman Thomas was interested in, so their family would be able to have triplets as well. Whether that woman was Cecilia or not, Mrs. Livingston didn't really care. What she cared about the most now was getting the DNA results. Once she got that inevitable confirmation, then she would figuratively slap the faces of the Stewarts and Nora, though she would love to be able to slap them literally as well. Nora, urgently needing sleep, did not have the time nor energy to stay in the hospital and wait for the results. Justin was also a busy person. Since he had to manage such a big conglomerate, he also did not have time to waste. But when he saw Nora standing there, he thought he would take advantage of the situation. He leaned over to her and whispered, "Wait for the results?" Nora glanced up at him and decided that spending time with him, without anyone else around, would never be a waste of time. She felt a new surge of energy. She nodded, and the two of them slipped out of the reception area. They found a bench outside where, in the midst of all the comings and goings at the hospital, they could have some privacy. Nora, missing her daughter, asked, "What was Cherry doing when you went out?" "Not to worry, Nora. I didn't let her play games." If his eyebrows didn't twitch when he was joking, then it might have been more believable. Nora chided him. "Her eyes are still developing. If she stares at her phone all the time, she's going to become short-sighted, and we don't want that." "It's okay, she's a girl. If she wants to play, she can play for a while. Besides, we're not short-sighted, so it's not genetic. I'll help her do eye exercises every day and give her fish liver oil." She grimaced. "Good luck with that." She thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you think you're spoiling her too much?" "No, it's not possible," Justin joked, and then considered her question more seriously. "It's okay. Cherry isn't arrogant or willful. She has a sweet disposition, and I find her especially obedient." Nora laughed. "Cherry, obedient? Oh, you have spoiled her." Justin shook his head with a grin on his handsome face. "I didn't spoil her much. Our child is very sensible." Nora could see that there was simply no point to argue with Justin where Cherry was concerned. She sighed quietly. At that moment, Lily came out to the bench. "There you are. I've been looking all over for you. The DNA test results are in." Lily yawned as she handed the results to Nora. Putting the back of her hand up to her open mouth, she excused herself. "Sorry about that. It's been a long day." Nora took the note and read the results. She turned to Justin and said, "Let's go in." As they entered through the sliding double doors of the main entrance, they found Lawrence standing in the lobby. He looked as if he had been waiting there for hours, even though it had probably only been a few minutes. "Justin, where have you been? I've been searching for you all over this building." He saw Lily standing behind Nora, yawning again. He teased, "Lily, you've been working with Miss Smith for so long now, you're beginning to pick up her bad habits. Are you that sleepy? This is the second time you've yawned in the last 5 minutes." Lily brushed him off unhappily. "Boss yawns because of sleepiness. I yawn because I'm exhausted. I haven't slept for 24 hours. Lawrence shrugged his shoulders. "Sorry, I didn't know." Mrs. Livingston, who was heading to the vending machine for something to eat, saw the 4 people in the lobby. Spying Lily among them, she waltzed over, stood like a champion, and confidently asked, "So what's the outcome? I'm sure I already know. The child must belong to Thomas, right?" Nora, having glanced at the report already, couldn't be bothered with this irritating woman. She tossed the folder with the report in it over to her. Mrs. Livingston fumbled with the folder until she finally caught it upright and opened it up. After reading the results, she looked stunned and frowned slightly. Jessica wheeled the recovered Helen to the front door. The sisters joined everyone at just the right time. When she saw Mrs. Livingston's disbelieving expression, she announced, "So, now you know the truth. This child is at least 4 months to 4.5 months old. You've seen the results, Mrs. Livingston. Do you believe us now?" Hearing her words, Mrs. Livingston shut the folder containing the report. She wasn't about to believe what was inside. She claimed, "It's impossible. After I found out that Cecilia was pregnant, I personally took her to the hospital for another checkup. She told me it had been 4 weeks." She had no idea how long Cecilia had been pregnant for, but she had her suspicions. That was why she had taken Cecilia to the hospital herself just yesterday, right before Thomas went to the courthouse to get his divorce. She wanted to be certain that her son was the father of the child, so she had Cecilia do a fresh checkup. But, of course, she hadn't actually been in the examination room with her. Who knows what that woman could have done to convince the doctor to say what needed to be said, to convince the Livingstons that the child was to be their heir. Jessica inquired, "And which hospital did you go to?" Mrs. Livingston said, "New York Women and Children's Hospital." "Perhaps you didn't realize this, but the director of that hospital is Cecilia's cousin. That might make her a bit biased, don't you think?" "Oh, how could that be? Doctors have taken oaths." Mrs. Livingston brushed it off, hoping to disguise her concern. Why would she bother to find out who the director of New York Women's and Children's Hospital was? It never seemed like it would matter. She had never thought of even asking the question. And when Cecilia had come out of the examination room in the hospital, the doctor had joked, "Eat less. Those who don't know might think that you are further along than you are. Plus, excess fat can lead to premature labor." That comment had reassured Mrs. Livingston that the child Cecilia was carrying belonged to Thomas. But with this news about the director at the hospital and the DNA report, Mrs. Livingston was concerned that perhaps this was all planned by Cecilia months ago. As she thought about it, Mrs. Livingston's face changed from white to purple, and then the blood drained from her face again. The fear turned her as pale as paper. Nora stood next to her. Hearing this news, she clicked her tongue. But Mrs. Livingston absolutely refused to admit the truth. She claimed, "This DNA report is a fake. I think you have forged the entire thing. You absolutely must be lying to me. I don't know how you did it, but I will sue you for falsifying documents." She pointed at Jessica and Nora. "The two of you must have worked together. That's it. Are you still going to say that there's nothing wrong with Nora's medical skills? Are you going to add cheating and lying on top of her incompetence? I don't believe it's possible that my son has weak semen." Nora knew that if the child was not Thomas's, it would prove her theory about his infertility. But Mrs. Livingston refused to believe it. It couldn't be possible. Her son was perfect. Therefore, this report was definitely fake. Jessica glanced over at Nora, who nodded back at her. Jessica forged on. "Miss Smith had already guessed that you might not believe the report, so she convinced your son to find another lab of his choosing outside of this hospital's lab to run his own test. Shall we wait here for your son's results?" Nora shook her head. Her tiredness was kicking in. She didn't want to have to wait for the second test, but knew that she probably must. She found a bench nearby and sat down. Then she proceeded to explain to the stubborn woman. "Mrs. Livingston, asthenospermia can be treated without any invasive procedures. It's not like there is a death in the family. After his treatment, Your son will be able to father children. I can almost guarantee it. Do you not feel that your family was deceived by Cecilia?" Mrs. Livingston sneered. "There is no need for you to talk anymore because I don't believe a thing that you say now. I'll wait for my son to come back." "All right then." Nora laid back on the bench and put her feet up to rest while Justin sat nearby. Helen and Jessica sat in the waiting room as Mrs. Livingston sat in the empty closed cafe. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Thomas finally returned. The moment he appeared in the corridor, Mrs. Livingston stood up and hurried over. "Son, did you get the results? What is it? The child is yours, right? Tell me these people are lying to me. I know they must have brought me a fake DNA report." Thomas's expression was dark, and he looked very angry. He did not speak for a moment. Then he pushed Mrs. Livingston out of the way and hurried back to Cecilia's ward. When Mrs. Livingston saw this scene, she was overjoyed. A relaxed expression finally appeared on her face as she glared at Jessica. "Did you see that? My son went to see Cecilia after returning with his test. I know exactly what that must mean. That Cecilia's child is definitely his. Otherwise, why would he care so much about her?" As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Thomas's angry roar coming from behind the closed door of the ward. "Tell me, who is the father of this bastard child?" After the angry outburst from Thomas, Cecilia chose her words carefully. "This child is yours. What nonsense are you talking about?" He shook the side of her bed furiously. "This child isn't mine. The evidence is conclusive, but you're still lying to me? I want the truth. Whose child is it?" "I've told you before, it's yours." Cecilia refused to say anything else. He kicked the side of her bed. "If you don't tell me the truth." Thomas refrained from saying anything else. He clenched his fists in anger because he was afraid that he would strangle her if she didn't answer his question. With the commotion Thomas raised, the ward was instantly thrown into chaos. The medical staff rushed in to protect Cecilia, who was pregnant, and urged Thomas not to do anything to hurt her. In the hallway outside the ward, Mrs. Livingston froze in confusion. What did Thomas say in the ward? That Cecilia's child was someone else's. That the child was not his. So Jessica and Nora had been right. Mrs. Livingston turned to look at Nora and Jessica. Apparently her son actually had asthenospermia. Did that mean he might not ever have a child of his own? Mrs. Livingston stood frozen in shock. The determination she had demonstrated in front of them earlier now turned into helplessness and shame. She felt quite embarrassed, especially since this was the VIP ward. The people in the VIP ward at this private hospital were all from wealthy families. Word would get out. She knew that since Justin was present, everyone was paying attention to what was happening in the ward. What was she going to do? Only yesterday, Thomas and Helen had gone down to the courthouse to get their divorce decree finalized. In an attempt to prevent her family from being criticized, Mrs. Livingston had begun to spread rumors. She had alluded to the fact that not only could Helen not have a child, she had teamed up with Nora. Mrs. Livingston had insisted to everyone that together, Nora and Helen had planned to turn the tables on Mrs. Livingston and her son. Now she heard one of the nurses gossiping with a well-to-do patient. Obviously, this whole business was never Helen's fault. The one who can't have a child is Thomas. Upon seeing Justin, another patient, in an attempt to suck up to him, claimed, "Miss Smith's alternative medicine skills are really awesome. I heard that she could tell that Thomas had weak semen just by taking his pulse." The head nurse replied, "Well, what else would you expect of Dr. Zabe's disciple?" Mrs. Livingston, you were still talking nonsense just now. You tried to make us believe that Miss Smith's medical skills weren't any good and that she's too young to grasp the essence of alternative medicine. You're the one speaking nonsense. I hope you realize that you've wronged her. Mrs. Livingston bit her lip in anger. Her family had always had a good reputation in these circles, but she could feel it slipping away. Firstly, Mrs. Hunt knew how to conduct herself and had always taught them not to do embarrassing things. This was the main reason why the Livingstons developed the habit of hiding their most shameful secrets. They didn't want anything unseemly getting back to their powerful relative. Secondly, Mrs. Livingston was a schemer. When she heard these words, her cheeks instantly flushed red. In an attempt to recover some of her damaged reputation, she reached out and grabbed Nora's hand. Miss Smith, you're really a wonderful doctor. I apologize for the fact that we misjudged your skills. I'll admit that it is all my fault. Will you please help Thomas treat his illness? Nora raised her eyebrows and smiled. Oh, Mrs. Livingston, I'm very sorry. I've decided to take your advice. Once I am married, I'll be staying at home to help educate my children and take care of my husband, as you had so kindly suggested. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself by working outside the home. Mrs. Livingston was stunned for a moment, knowing that these were the words she had used herself in a moment of anger back at the Hunts' villa. Now the cheeky woman was throwing them back in her face in an effort to shut her up. But Mrs. Livingston wasn't about to back down. She continued to apologize loudly so everyone would hear. Miss Smith, I know that you must be so angry, but for the sake of Mrs. Hunt, don't fuss about me. You must know that as an elder, I'm a little biased about the way I think things should be done. Please forgive an old, foolish woman. I apologize to you. She bowed her head for dramatic effect, so she wouldn't see Nora roll her eyes. Nora wasn't about to let it go. Does this mean that now, since you need me, you've changed your mind? I thought, according to what you said only 2 days ago, I should concentrate on recuperating from now on. I recall you saying that I really shouldn't show my face outside anymore, and that someone needs to stay home to raise my children. Did I hear you incorrectly? The staff and patients surrounding the two women were speechless. How could this woman say those things to such a wonderful doctor? Everyone gets sick from time to time, and no one could guarantee that they would not have to ask Nora for assistance in the future. Therefore, everyone criticized Mrs. Livingston. The head nurse put her hands on her hips and gruffly commented, Mrs. Livingston, you are too much. This is the 21st century now. Women can have a career outside the home, or haven't you heard? A technician called out, Do you think we're living in ancient times? You think that a woman should just stay at home and raise her children? She has no right to work outside the home. The woman in the third bed commented, Mrs. Livingston, you're really old and out of touch. What young person these days isn't busy with a career? If Miss Smith didn't use her medical skills, she would be wasting her talent. Mrs. Livingston had always been someone who claimed the highest position in any public space. She would never have expected this crowd of ordinary people to turn on her. Just 2 comments from Nora caused the people to scold Mrs. Livingston publicly. She was furious. Hearing the words around her, she lowered her voice and whispered in a voice only Nora could hear, Nora, stop this. Don't be shameless. So what if your medical skills are exceptional? I can always find someone else to treat my son's ailment. He will father his own child sooner or later, but what about you? You are not married yet, and you still have to deal with Justin's illegitimate son, who could be the heir to the Hunt fortune, cutting you and your little brats out altogether. Not wanting Mrs. Livingston to see her vulnerability, Nora took a step back and turned away. Noticing this, Mrs. Livingston pressed her further into a corner and continued relentlessly. I've heard a rumor that the boy has a very strange temper. He's almost a little demon king. Someone said he grew up outside, has no manners, and a wild personality. Almost as if he was raised by wolves. Imagine that. It's been said that he stirred up trouble at the Hunt Villa and wouldn't let anyone have a moment of peace. It's probably a good idea for you to put your career on hold and stay at home. Perhaps you could teach the little bastard some manners. Won't that be fun? He was wild, rude, and ill-tempered. A little demon. These words entered Nora's ears, making her feel very defensive. She did not understand why, but when she heard others say that about Xander, she felt a surge of protectiveness. Even though the rumors were true, those harsh words were too much to put onto a child. Nora's eyes turned cold as she slowly turned to face Mrs. Livingston. What makes you think that it will be so easy to treat your son's weak semen? Mrs. Livingston was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Nora had already turned away again, not wanting to speak anymore. She knew that Thomas had been overly indulgent and had a serious kidney deficiency. His weak semen was close to reaching the level of sterilization. He was at the point where his illness would be quite difficult to treat. However, if he really wanted a child, she had an alternative medication to treat his ailment. Originally, she planned on sharing this information, but after Mrs. Livingston attacked Xander and her parenting skills, she decided not to mention it. Nora couldn't be bothered with this silly woman and her indulgent, entitled son. She simply stood and smiled at the older woman. Mrs. Livingston opened her mouth to ask for more details when Jessica walked forward and interrupted her. "Mrs. Livingston, I thought you might like to know that I have clues about the adulterer, and I am willing to provide them to you." Looking at her warily, Mrs. Livingston narrowed her eyes. "I don't believe you are that kind." "Ah, Mrs. Livingstone, you know me so well. I'm willing to share what I know about the adulterer, for a fee. All I want is for you to take back what you said about my sister and her inability to have children. If your lie gets out, my sister's future will become very difficult, you understand." When Mrs. Livingston heard her request, she instantly thought of something. She quickly grabbed Jessica's hand and squeezed it. "Jessica, look. This has all been a misunderstanding. They can't get a divorce. Thomas is just a child. He realizes his mistake this time and understands what he did. The two of them were so silly. Why did they get divorced so hastily? What do you say? Let's have the two of them remarry tomorrow." Jessica laughed. "You can't be serious, Mrs. Livingston. They're already divorced. And besides, I don't believe that my sister would possibly want to live with your son again." Mrs. Livingston waved her hand. "And why not? They're husband and wife. A day as husband and wife means 100 days of grace. When they got a divorce, it was clear to me that Helen was very sad. Now that I know that this is all a misunderstanding, I think we should let them get back together. Don't worry, I'll look after Thomas in the future. I won't let him make the same mistakes again." Nora, who overheard the conversation, quipped, "That's because he doesn't have the ability to make mistakes anymore." "What do you mean by that?" Mrs. Livingston huffed. This was the last straw. Nora retaliated. "Do you really want to know, Mrs. Livingston? All right, I'll tell you. Your son has been indulging himself too much. He probably can't even achieve a morning erection anymore. And you think that he can still make a mistake? I very seriously doubt that." When Mrs. Livingston heard this, she blushed. Jessica was more determined than ever to save her sister from this awful woman. She lowered her voice and said, "Mrs. Livingston, I've asked you to tell the truth about my sister because our family doesn't want to fall out with you. I don't think that you should go overboard. You don't want to piss off Nora, especially since she is the future Mrs. Hunt. The sole reason that the Livingstons were respected in New York was because of their association with Mrs. Hunt. Mrs. Livingston had relied on this connection all of these years. But Justin was the head of the Hunt family, and Nora was to be his wife. When Mrs. Livingston remembered this, she knew that the matter should not be blown out of proportion. And she also knew that she had a bargaining chip once again. She lowered her voice and said to Jessica, "All right, in that case, let's make a deal. I'll help Helen clarify that it's not her fault, that this was all a misunderstanding, if you will tell me the way to have triplets." After all, triplets were really enviable for a wealthy family to have. Twins were much more common nowadays, but triplets were still rare. Jessica frowned. "I don't know what you're talking about." Mrs. Livingston knew she had caught Jessica in a lie. She pressed, "Stop pretending. I've already done my research. In the past 5 years, there have been several sets of triplets in New York, and all of these families are related to yours in one way or the other. Coincidence? I don't think so." When Jessica heard Mrs. Livingston's request regarding triplets, her expression instantly changed. She suppressed her laughter and regained her calmness in an instant. "Mrs. Livingston, your words are ridiculous. Before us, other families have had quadruplets, quintuplets, and sextuplets. They have all been in the news. Why are you only focusing on our triplets?" When she said this, her voice was very low because she clearly did not want this discussion to be made public. Mrs. Livingston began to count. "There are not many twins in wealthy families, let alone triplets. But in the past few years, there have been a total of 7 pairs of triplets in wealthy families. The first is yours, the next is your sister's, and then lo and behold, yours again. Your sister even gave birth to quadruplets after that. Your family has a lot of children. You and your second sister are also twins. It is very clear to anyone looking. We have no doubts in our minds. There is something incredible about your family's reproductive genes. And please don't forget that the Lloyds also gave birth to twins. Yet the strange thing is that neither their father nor their mother had any multiple births in their family history. And when I did some checking, I asked around and found out that the mother of the girl from the Lloyds just so happened to be your mother's half-sister. You see, your mother and this woman did not grow up together, therefore the outside world did not know about their blood connection." Mrs. Livingston could feel that she was making headway with Jessica, so she continued to explain in detail about the 7 sets of triplets born to the wealthy society of New York. She concluded, "Anyone in their right mind can see that your family must have a way to fertilize triplets. All you have to do is tell me how you do it, and I will retract my accusation about Helen and never slander her again. And as an added bonus, I will also share a portion of the money that she and Thomas had shared together." In the divorce proceedings, Helen recovered the original amount of her own dowry and nothing else. However, this dowry, combined with the Livingstons' assets, had earned a substantial amount of money over the years. Financially speaking, Helen should have received a portion of these earnings, but the Livingstons didn't see fit to give it to her. And since Helen was anxious to get a divorce, she wanted to get the divorce process over with so she could start her new life. She chose not to fight over the money and proceed with the unfair divorce agreement. Hearing Mrs. Livingston's words, Jessica thought for a moment and then replied, "Mrs. Livingston, you don't know what you're talking about. Triplets and twins are the same. It depends on genes. It also depends on fate." Jessica knew that this wasn't the truth, but it was impossible for her to reveal the secret to having triplets. She knew what a blessing it was to have triplets, and she wanted her younger sister, Helen, if she wanted it, to know what that miraculous experience was like. She wasn't about to share the secret with this overbearing woman. Seeing that Jessica refused to share the secret, Mrs. Livingston stomped her foot in anger. She knew that what she had was merely conjecture and that she had no proof. And the tactic of bribery had failed. Jessica clearly had turned her down. So Mrs. Livingston now resorted to her old ways. She threatened. "Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for what might happen." With that, she left without explaining herself further to Helen, ignoring the scrutiny of the crowd. Jessica watched her leave and let out a sigh of relief. She had taken extra care when it came to dealing with the Livingstons, and no matter what she did, she found that dealing with Mrs. Livingston always led to disappointment. As she reflected on the tense conversation, she overheard Nora say, "There's nothing wrong with Helen's injuries, it's just a normal fracture. She'll be fine after resting for a while. I have some special ointment here that can heal her wounds faster. And don't worry, this injury will not affect her future life." And though Nora's words were somewhat general, it was clear to everyone that Helen was fine and should be able to conceive. Everyone would understand that the infertility issue between the couple was not Helen's fault. The issue fell to Thomas's philandering lifestyle and his refusal to get help. Once Nora had made the issue clear, she confirmed that Helen did not have a problem with fertility. Who knows? Maybe she will be able to have children in the not-so-distant future. Maybe even triplets. Jessica's heart warmed up. She rushed to Nora's side and gave her a hug. She whispered in her ear, "Miss Smith, if you are interested in having triplets with Mr. Hunt in the future, I do have a way to make that happen." When Jessica broke their embrace, she could see that Nora was lost in thought. Nora had already given birth to a pair of twins, and Xander was most likely her child. What else could she want? 3 were enough. However, she wanted answers, so she quietly asked, "And what exactly is this method?" Jessica spoke softly. "I have a certain medicine. I'll make it available to you if you want. All you have to do is ask." Medicine? Nora's heart skipped a beat. Nora was stunned. Could she have given birth to triplets back then because of this medicine? She grabbed Jessica's shoulders and looked straight into her eyes. "Where did you get this medicine?" Hearing the urgency of Nora's question, Jessica was stunned and did not answer for a moment. Then she replied, "Well, it happened 6 years ago. I saved some lunatic's life. He was wearing ragged clothes and fainted from hunger on the side of the road. I gave him some food and some money. In order to repay me, the man gave me a formula." Jessica shrugged her shoulders. "At first, I did not believe in the formula. I brought it home to my mother, who understood a little bit about alternative medicine. After taking a look, she said that it was a divine medicine. So she instructed me to use the formula and create a few pills. After I got married, my husband and I both wanted children right away, so I consumed 1 pill. Amazingly, I gave birth to triplets." Seeing the expression of disbelief on Nora's face, Jessica decided to continue. "Later on, I gave it to my twin sister. She also gave birth to triplets. And with her second pregnancy, I discovered that she had taken 2 of the pills, resulting in quadruplets." Nora thought for a moment and then asked, "What did this lunatic look like?" At the mention of the strange man, Nora's mind was racing. Perhaps the lunatic was old Maddie, who was still in the hospital being taken care of by Lily. Ever since old Maddie's food poisoning incident, he had been in the hospital. Later on, Nora taught Lily the method of acupuncture and asked her to continue treating the elderly man. Not only did Lily have to perform acupuncture on old Maddie regularly, but she also had to tend to Quentin on a regular basis. Plus, Nora was constantly giving her projects such as DNA tests and restoring DNA sequencing to its original state when using it to compare samples. Nora had certainly given her a lot of things to do, which kept Lily quite busy. Nora made a mental note to give that woman a raise. While Nora was thinking about this, Jessica said, "Well, he looked quite dirty, but other than that, he looked like a normal person. I don't have a photo of him or anything." Nora took out her phone and found old Maddie's photo to show her. "Is this the person?" Jessica looked at the disfigured person and immediately shook her head. "No, the man I helped spoke incoherently, but he wasn't disfigured. I still remember that there was a huge mole on his left cheek, and there was a strand of hair on the mole." Old Maddie had been disfigured more than 20 years ago. However, Jessica had saved the person 6 years ago. 6 years ago was also around the time when Nora was about to get pregnant. Nora suddenly asked, "Where were you when you rescued him?" Jessica said, "I was traveling in the country. It was in a small town, but as for the exact location, I'll have to think about it." She reflected briefly and then blurted out, "It seemed to be a small town near Northern California." "California?" Nora pressed her for more information. "What about the time? Do you remember the exact month 6 years ago?" Jessica tried to recall. "Let me see, 6 years ago. It was in the wintertime, I remember that much, because the poor man's hair was frozen. The clothes he wore were so tattered that I gave him my husband's down jacket. That's right, it was winter, I remember now. My husband and I had gone out there for our honeymoon." Nora felt her heart skip a beat. Winter. When Nora got pregnant, it was in the winter 6 years ago. This news made her even more curious about what might have happened. Jessica saw that she was asking so many questions and thought of how Nora had been raised in California. 6 years ago, when she was helping the man recover, Jessica recalled him telling her that he had something important to do in California. At the time, she thought the comment was just one of his ravings, but now, she wondered, "Is this related to you, Miss Smith?" Nora slowly shook her head. "If I'm right, then this most certainly is related to me." Having overheard their conversation, Justin couldn't hold himself back any longer. Excitedly, he asked, "Jessica, do you still have anything left of him?" Jessica was so surprised that he had spoken to her. As the head of the Hunts, the Stewarts were rarely allowed to speak with Justin directly. The only person in her family of relatively equal status would be her father-in-law. It would have been acceptable for him to sit and talk with Justin. So when he spoke directly to her, she knew that something important was afoot. Jessica instantly revealed the truth. She thought about it carefully and claimed, "Oh, the formula that person gave me back then is still here. The notes were all written out by hand." Nora and Justin looked at each other and said in unison, "Can we take a look?" "Of course you can," Jessica agreed. But then she added, "I don't have it here, it's back at my mother's house. Should I go back and get it?" "No, it's fine." Nora was not about to let this woman out of her sight. "I'll come with you." Jessica nodded without hesitation. "Great, let's go." She trusted that Nora would have no reason to steal the formula for the triplets, because she was Dr. Zabe's disciple. Jessica trusted both her surgical and alternative medicine skills without question. Nora checked in on Helen and made sure that she was settled into her hospital room. Justin was kind enough to let her stay in the VIP ward. He even posted one of his guards at her door to protect Helen and prevent Thomas and Cecilia from harassing her any further. After confirming that Helen was comfortable, the trio set off on their mission. Jessica drove in front and Justin, along with Nora, followed behind in his Bentley. The two cars left the hospital and made a beeline straight to the Stewart home. On the way, while Justin drove, Nora stared ahead and finally asked, "How are Cherry and Xander getting along?" Justin smiled at Nora's question. He replied, "They haven't met yet." Nora turned her head hesitantly as Justin explained, "Ever since Cherry came back, Xander has been hiding upstairs. He's got the butler delivering his meals to him in his room. He has been acting strangely every day, and I am not really sure why, but I don't want to bother him too much. I know how difficult this must be for him." And it was difficult for Justin as well. He sensed that, even before he had confirmed Xander's identity, his feelings for the child were quite complicated. On the one hand, he was disgusted by the abrupt appearance of a child that he hadn't known even existed. But, on the other hand, this child might actually be his and Nora's. And even if the boy was not Nora's, it most likely would be his. Therefore, it was not in him to hate this child. There were even times when he looked into the boy's pure eyes and hoped that Xander could still be saved. Perhaps this child was not as bad as Truman and could be rescued. After all, he was only 5 years old. In such a complicated situation, it was obvious that Xander did not want to interact with Cherry, and Justin was not about to force him. Nora was silent for a moment. "Are you sure they haven't met yet?" Justin was about to answer yes, but he paused to reflect. "At least they hadn't met before I left the house." Nora rubbed her forehead. She knew Cherry too well. She mused, "Well, if I were to hazard a guess, I would say that they have probably met by now." Despite what Justin might think, Cherry was definitely not the obedient type. She would definitely be quite curious to meet the mysterious child if he was living upstairs. Justin immediately became nervous. "That child, Xander, has a bad temper and a foul mouth. Do you think he might try and bully Cherry? I'm going to call and get the butler to take a look." Before he could dial the number, Nora stopped his hand and smiled. "Forget it, Justin. I wouldn't be too sure about who would bully whom." She winked at him, but he shook his head in disbelief. His daughter was too soft and obedient. How could she bully others? It would be impossible. Nora knew exactly what he was thinking and rolled her eyes. It seemed like Justin still did not see the mischievous nature in his little princess. If she were that obedient, why would Nora have Mrs. Lewis keep such a close watch on her? She humored herself with the thought of Cherry matching up with Xander and wondered who would be the stronger. But Justin wouldn't listen. He pushed the call button on his console. "No, I still have to make the call. Cherry is a girl. She must be protected." Originally, it was not certain who would win between Cherry and Xander, but if there was a father to pull the strings, then Cherry would definitely have the upper hand with Xander. Justin pulled into the drive and made the phone call, while Nora got out of the car to meet with the Stewarts. But when the family members saw the Bentley pull into their circular driveway, everyone in the household became nervous. They wanted to be sure to make a good impression. Jessica took Nora by her hand and led her up the steps. Mrs. Stewart greeted them, then looked beyond to watch the man in his ultra-expensive car chatting on his phone. Mrs. Stewart was very nervous when she saw him. The soft-hearted woman studied Jessica's face and asked carefully, "Why is Mr. Hunt here?" Jessica squeezed Nora's hand for reassurance and then led her mother back inside. "Mom, they just have something that they want to discuss. Do you know where that formula prescription pad is?" Mrs. Stewart nodded. Jessica clapped her hands. "Great. Let's take it out and let Miss Smith and Mr. Hunt have a look at it." Mrs. Stewart hurried up the stairs as Justin came into the front hallway. He inquired, "Everything all right?" Nora nodded. "She's just gone off to get the material." Jessica led the three of them into the parlor to wait. Mrs. Stewart came rushing back in with a prescription pad in her hand. Upon seeing Justin, her hands began trembling again. As she handed the formula to Nora respectfully, Nora clasped her hands, trying to steady the older woman. This gave the kind-hearted lady the courage to speak. "Miss Smith, Thank you so much for helping Helen. Without your help, Helen definitely wouldn't have been able to get out of that awful marriage. If you want this formula, then please take it. It is the least that we can do. However, you shouldn't take too much of this medicine. Oh my, just look at me. Mrs. Stewart blushed. You're an alternative medicine doctor yourself, and I'm explaining to you what's the matter with me. I'm sure that after you look at the prescription yourself, you'll completely understand. However, I will tell you from experience that it is best if you only take one pill each time. Obviously, your family has the twin gene. One pill from this formula can help you give birth to triplets. Please don't take too many. Having too many children can be very difficult for the mother. Nora accepted the formula from the generous lady. After opening the tattered, heavily creased paper and seeing the handwritten words on the page, she knew instantly. It was her. The note was obviously written a long time ago. The edges of the paper had been worn down to the point of being frayed, but it had been protected very well by the Stewarts. The piece of paper was extremely old, slightly yellowish, and would most likely rip in half if pulled open too quickly. Nora stared at the fragile relic for a moment before asking, "May I actually have this piece of paper?" Jessica sensed from Nora's expression that this request was quite serious. She nodded. "Sure, I think that would be all right, as we've already copied the formula. We only kept this piece of paper out of respect. I guess you could say to commemorate it." It was apparent that the worn piece of paper had little significance to the Stewart family. Nora nodded. "Thank you. Do you have a folder I can put it in?" As she carefully folded the piece of paper following the creases, Jessica walked over to the desk to grab a manila folder. She handed it to Nora, who thanked her again. Jessica replied, "I should be the one thanking you, but I must ask you not to share the information on that paper. Please keep this secret between us." Nora understood, so she nodded. If everyone came looking for this secret medicine, it would only mean trouble for all parties concerned. She headed toward the door, indicating to Justin that she was ready to leave. Justin started to go, but then turned back to speak with Jessica. He stuck out his hand and said, "If there's anything you need in the future, you can come directly to me." They shook hands on this promise. After all, although Nora had helped the Stewarts, it was obviously difficult for Jessica to share the formula to repay her. Since Jessica was being so cooperative, the Hunts would not forget it. Furthermore, since it was clear that Jessica would never give the formula to Mrs. Livingston, the Stewarts would now become the Livingstons' enemies. Justin's words were also a promise that he would protect the Stewarts against this powerful family. There would be difficulties with his grandmother, but Justin was making it clear that the Hunts would not stand on the Livingston side. Hearing this, Jessica heaved a sigh of relief. She chose to cooperate with Nora and Justin in the hopes that the Hunts and Smiths would decide to stand by her own family. The Stewarts and her husband's family, the Scotts, were not afraid of the Livingstons. No. The clan that they had always been afraid of, that everyone was afraid of, was the Hunts. As they climbed into the Bentley, Justin could tell that Nora was deep in thought, but he refrained from asking her what she was thinking about. Instead, he merely inquired, "Where are we going?" Nora was silent for a moment before answering, "The Andersons." Justin nodded his head in agreement, put the car into drive, and headed straight to the Andersons. When they arrived at the Andersons' home, Melissa was a little surprised when she saw them standing on the doorstep. "Nora? Come in, come in. Why are you back so soon? Did something happen?" It was difficult to tell what Nora was thinking as her expression was blank. She quietly said, "I came to see Grandmother." Although Mrs. Anderson's eyes had recovered, she was still quite old. All kinds of things had happened to her body, and it seemed to get worse every year. Therefore, visits to the matriarch of the Andersons were limited. It had been a while since Nora had seen her. Melissa, who was still trying to understand what was happening, glanced at Justin, but his expression didn't reveal anything either. She simply gestured to the stairs and said, "Now's a good time. Go right on up." Nora turned and headed upstairs, while Justin sat on the sofa in the front room downstairs. This was the Andersons' house, after all. He would not go upstairs at will. There were many women at the Andersons, and he wanted to respect their privacy. This household was not like the Smiths, where he had his own room and could come and go as he pleased. As he settled on the sofa, Melissa sat opposite him in the elegantly upholstered wingback chair. She started, "Justin, there are a few things I'm not sure if I should say." Justin immediately sat up straight. He was unsure what was coming next, but he had always admired the Andersons and their honesty. Yvette was an admirable figure in the past, and the Andersons had been able to hold their own all these years. Although they could not compare to the Hunts in terms of business, they had always been in the lead of the pharmaceutical industry. And the children had married well. Melissa was a scholar and also a well-known painter. He would often visit with Simon and Melissa when they were in California for a gallery opening or a lecture. Noting the serious tone in Melissa's voice, he humbly requested, "Please, speak." Melissa lowered her eyes. "You should know Nora's temper and character well. As you can see, she's not one of those gentlewomen who are content to stay at home. She is quite ambitious and driven. I believe that she can go even further and accomplish even more than her mother did back in the day. You agree with me on this, right?" "I know. I certainly never want her to feel trapped. I've seen my friends and business associates attempt to tie their wives down, but I simply refuse to do that. It would be a waste for everyone concerned, including myself and my children. Nora will not be just an accessory. She will be my life partner." Melissa could tell that he was quite passionate in what he was proclaiming, and that he may have misinterpreted her question. She continued carefully. "Forgive me, Justin. It's just that I suppose you know that there is a rumor going around that you have an illegitimate child." "Ah," was all he could say. Now he understood. Although Nora's behavior when they had arrived appeared to be normal, at least normal for her, Melissa had obviously picked up on something, even though she had pretended not to see it. And now she was assuming that it had something to do with him. Although not many people knew that he had an illegitimate child, there were plenty of gossiping women in this city. That was the reason why Melissa had heard the rumors. For such a large city, New York could certainly feel like a small town at times. Justin hurriedly claimed, "I haven't confirmed it yet. We're waiting for the test results." "Uh-huh." Melissa stared at him suspiciously. Justin imagined what it must be like to face a mother-in-law. He felt hot under the collar and shifted on the sofa. "We haven't confirmed if the child is my biological offspring, but rest assured, I have already dealt with the woman who claimed to be his birth mother. And you must understand that Nora and I are working this out and strategizing about how to deal with him in the future." Melissa heaved a sigh of relief. "You and I both know that because of Nora's difficult upbringing, she can be a bit distant, which is not really suitable in the raising of happy children. Oh, yes, one perhaps. And then there's Pete, but he is so adaptable and self-possessed. On the other hand, a problematic child? That's an entirely different matter altogether." Melissa paused for a confirmation, but when it wasn't forthcoming, she went on, "We all know that the Hunts are extremely busy, and well, Simon and I, how shall I put this? Our child-rearing years are far behind us. I'm just not sure." She trailed off, not quite sure how to let Justin know that the Andersons and the Smiths would not be interested in raising another child,
especially if no one knew the origin of the little one. Melissa had long guessed that if Justin had an illegitimate son, he was probably the result of some lavish scheme, which, of course, was not Justin's fault. In fact, it seems like Justin and Nora's twins were also the result of an elaborate conspiracy. She could understand if Justin had wanted to raise this outside child, there was nothing to stop him from doing so. But she wanted to make sure that this uncivilized 5-year-old boy would not disturb Nora and her work. She wanted some assurances from Justin that he wouldn't allow that to happen, so she waited. Meanwhile, upstairs, Nora had checked Mrs. Anderson's pulse, confirmed that she was fine and able to receive visitors. She said to her quietly, "Grandmother, I need to go and check something in my mother's room. I'll be right back." With that, she had exited the room and headed straight to the same bedroom she had stayed in after returning to New York, the bedroom that belonged to Yvette. She made a beeline to the study area and took down the dense medical book Yvette used to read. There were many notes on it, all handwritten by Yvette. She opened the folder and took out the piece of paper she had brought with her from the Stewarts. Carefully unfolding it, she laid it out on the desk and studied the writing on the paper. Yvette's writing was extremely flamboyant. She always made the last stroke very long. Her handwriting was unique and different from others. When she turned a corner, she usually made an extra arc. After careful comparison between the piece of paper and the medical tome, Nora came to a final conclusion. The words on the paper were indeed written by her mother, Yvette. Although the words of the triplet formula were written by Yvette, that did not necessarily mean that the person who had plotted to impregnate Nora had been her own mother. However, it clearly demonstrated the idea that the lunatic somehow knew Yvette. It could be concluded that the person who had schemed against her was almost certainly Truman. This theory also explained why Ruth had a photo of her with Justin. Furthermore, if her mother had personally had schemed against her to get her pregnant, then it would have been impossible for Truman to know the entire truth. Nora frowned. All of these thoughts spinning around in her head were making her confused. It was all still such a mystery. What did it all mean? Why was her mother's formula in the hands of an impoverished old man? And the burning question on her mind was whether or not she gave birth to twins or triplets. At this moment, her questions were like a tangled ball of thread that had yet to be unwound. Nora took a deep breath and suppressed the confusion in her heart. As if running from the complexity of it all, she hurried down the stairs, where she discovered Justin was sitting on the sofa with a serious expression on his face. Melissa sat across from him, looking quite amiable. She couldn't tell if they were having a pleasant conversation or a deep one. Melissa looked up at Nora. "Well, that was quick." Nora nodded. "Grandmother was sleeping when I went in, so I had a quick look around in Mother's room and..." Her voice trailed off. When he saw Nora's gaze, Justin knew that it was time to leave. "Let's go," was all he said. He stood up and guided her to the door with his hand on the small of her back. Melissa was relieved. The man truly cared for Nora, which was a good thing. She walked to the door and waved as the two of them drove off. She climbed the stairs, and instead of finding Mrs. Anderson asleep, she stood by the window, staring at the couple driving away. When the elderly woman turned to face Melissa, she saw a worried look on her face. In an attempt to reassure her, Melissa observed, "Mom, why are you concerned? Mr. Hunt seems to be very good to Nora. I would think that you would be relieved." Mrs. Anderson sighed. "I'm just afraid that one day Nora will suddenly disappear like Yvette. I don't think that I could take that." Melissa was taken aback. Mrs. Anderson lowered her eyes. "Back then, Ian treated Yvette like this too. So well. The two of them were childhood sweethearts and had a good relationship. but Yvette disappeared just like that. I remember that Yvette and Ian had just returned home. At that time, Yvette ran into something and her face flashed with fear and she went into a daze. And that's when she went missing. Mrs. Anderson clutched her chest. I always have a bad feeling. Melissa looked at Mrs. Anderson, not knowing how to comfort her mother. After the car had gone several miles down the road, Nora told Justin of her discovery. If Truman schemed against us, what role did my mother play in this? Playfully, she added, also, why did we have to have twins? Or was it triplets? She smiled at her joke, but when she turned to look at Justin, she could see that the expression on his face was quite serious. She asked hesitantly, "What's wrong?" "Nora, have you ever thought that perhaps your pregnancy was not due to artificial insemination?" Nora was stunned. "What do you mean? Have you remembered something?" Justin nodded. "Recently, I've been having a dream. In it, I have returned to that night. I was with..." Justin hesitated for a moment before continuing, "a slightly plump woman, and we slept together." "A slightly plump woman," Nora immediately said. "That could not have been me. I weighed almost 200 pounds, so I was more than just a little plump." Justin cleared his throat. He nodded his head. He wanted to proceed carefully and not hurt her feelings. He coughed. "That's what I meant. She was slightly plump, say around 200 pounds. She glanced at Justin. "In the medical world, a person that is around my height and weighs 200 pounds would technically be considered obese. Was the person you slept with obese?" He finally understood her. Nora was a scientist, and therefore she perceived everything in technical terms. She would not want him to say that she was slightly plump. In fact, she would probably get angry if he did, because it would not be a medically accurate description. Still, he didn't want to offend her, so he chose to remain silent. Nora stared at him, waiting for an answer. Seeing that she wasn't going to get one, she theorized on her own. "So, if your dream is actually a memory," Nora reasoned, "then whatever Truman said about the pregnancy might actually be a lie. It is possible that we might have gotten pregnant naturally. Is that what you were saying?" Relieved, but still cautious, Justin simply nodded. Nora was even more confused. She felt like there were a few more knots in this mess that needed to be untied. If that is the case, was it Truman who plotted for us to be together? Or was it my mother? Previously, she had felt that her mother had planned to get her pregnant, but in her mind, she was never able to completely accept that option. But once Nora had learned that her mother had sacrificed herself in order to save Nora, her thinking had changed drastically. Perhaps, at that time, in her mother's eyes, Nora's life was more important than anything else. Nora recalled that Truman had said that she would have died if she hadn't given birth. If this was really the reason, then she could accept that her mother had arranged for her to get pregnant. But if it was planned by her mother, when did Truman take over? And how had Xander ended up in his hands? She frowned as the car had entered the Hunt Manor. She raised her eyebrows hesitantly and heard Justin say, "Don't you want to see how Cherry and Xander Yale are doing?" His voice was always so cheerful whenever he spoke of Cherry. And Nora had also noticed that whenever he mentioned Xander, he used his first and last name. Helping to keep him distant, she supposed. Nora smiled. "I really do want to know." As they got out of the Bentley, Justin gave the keys to the chauffeur who parked the car in the garage as the two of them headed inside the house. When the two of them walked toward the living room, Nora subconsciously sped up. She was anxious to find out how the two children interacted with one another. Pete had always given in to Cherry. Cherry had also been very tolerant of Pete because she had been looking forward to meeting her brother since she was quite little. As long as Pete did not bother her during her game, the two of them could be quite loving toward one another. But Nora knew Cherry might not be so patient with others. When Justin and Nora walked down the hallway, they heard a commotion in the living room. "I'm so angry. How could you do something so stupid, Rocco? Are you fighting with a wild beast? You stayed in the jungle for so long, don't you see that the middle lane has already opened up? There's so much HP, are you blind?" Although Cherry was very fierce when she scolded people in the gaming world in her childish voice, it was funny to see her dancing on the sofa. "I think he might be a Buddhist who can't bear to kill." Xander stood behind Cherry's sofa and played the supporting role. Cherry rolled her eyes and turned around with her back to Xander. It was obvious that she did not want to talk to him. "Oh, be quiet." Xander closed his eyes and stuck out his tongue. Mockingly, he stood there at attention. Cherry continued the next group battle. "Rocco, I'm an ADC. Do you know what an ADC is? Why are you stealing from my minions? Don't you know I'm looking for more resources?" When she had finished complaining, Xander joked, "This guy probably died of poverty in the last time around, so he wants whatever money he can find in this life." Even though she was angry, Cherry could see his point. She nodded immediately. "You may be right." Then, as soon as she finished speaking, she realized who had said those words. Cherry rolled her eyes and glanced at Xander. She tilted her head and asked in a childish voice, "Can you not talk to me?" Xander slapped his arms on the back of the sofa and dropped his head. "But there's only you and me in this house. If I don't talk to you, who will I talk to?" "I don't know. The butler, I guess?" "I'm not talking to him." Xander continued to look at Cherry. "I want to talk to you." She rolled her eyes again and stood up from the sofa. She strode upstairs with Xander following behind her. "What are you going to do?" Cherry claimed, "I'll play upstairs in my room." Xander nodded. "I think it's quieter upstairs too. It's too noisy with people coming in and out of the house." The two of them went up to the second floor one after another and arrived in front of Cherry's room. Cherry walked in and Xander was about to follow when Cherry turned around and looked off into the distance. She called out, "Daddy!" Xander turned around to see who she was looking at, but discovered that no one was there. He turned back to see Cherry slam her door with a bang, the door almost hitting his nose. Xander took a step back and rubbed his nose. That gesture was exactly what Justin would do as a child whenever he felt uncomfortable. He shook his head. Why was Cherry so angry? She's not as cute as she seemed on the internet. As Xander considered this, he raised a fist to knock on the door, but paused when he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. A moment later, he turned around and saw Nora and Justin coming upstairs. Xander immediately turned away and rushed into his room. The door closed. Xander ran to his bed and jumped on it. He went into fake sleep mode. With his eyes closed, he remembered what Truman had told him before he came to the States. Apparently, the woman Justin was with could be quite annoying. At the time, Xander took Truman's word for it and chose to dislike Nora. But who would have thought that Nora would be the mother of his only friend? What was he going to do now? He had originally wanted to tease Nora, but if he did that, he was afraid that his only good friend would cut ties with him. Turning on his back, Xander opened his eyes, placed his arms behind his head, and stared at the ceiling in frustration. Out in the hallway, Justin and Nora surveyed Xander's shut door. Justin observed, "Why do I feel like Xander is avoiding you?" "Really?" Nora pointed to herself. "I'm not that scary, am I?" She reflected on what they had just witnessed. Xander had rushed into his room and slammed his door shut with a bang. She wasn't sure what had happened previously, but agreed it was quite strange. The two children didn't appear to have quarreled, and yet they had scurried away into their separate rooms. She and Justin shared a look and came to a non-verbal agreement. They each went their separate ways. Nora went to Cherry's room, and Justin went to Xander's room. Both were planning to probe their individual wards for more details. Alone in her room, Cherry had finished her game and was video calling Pete. The little girl lay on the bed, her legs swinging. "Pete, that Xander looks identical to Daddy. He keeps trying to curry favors with me. Fortunately, I listened to you and realized his goal long ago. I ignored him." Pete replied, "Good job. Keep ignoring him. Cherry, I've asked around. Everyone says that he's the illegitimate child of Dad and another woman. He must have reason to curry favor with you, so this person can't stay. Otherwise, Mum will be very sad. It's up to us, Cherry. We have to firm our resolve." As if she was doing a spy mission, Cherry nodded. "Pete, don't worry. Although he fawns on me in every way, and his words are indeed quite nice, I won't be bewitched by his sweet talk. Daddy is allowed to have other kids apart from you and me, but only if they were born from Mummy. Any other kids will be our enemy. We can't be good to Xander or act soft-hearted toward him, or else we'll be betraying Mummy." Cherry reflected on her interactions with Xander earlier that day. After her father left that day, Cherry had sneaked upstairs with the intention of messing with this little demon. After all, she had heard on the day that she was not around, the little demon had bullied several servants in the house. He even bit the hand of her favorite bodyguard. He could be such a brat. She had to teach this lousy boy a lesson. Implementing her plan, she had secretly entered Xander's room with a spider in her hand. When she pushed the door open, she observed that the little person, who looked exactly like her father, was sleeping on his bed. She smiled and approached him, wanting to scare him by placing the spider in his hand. The spider she held was big as a thumb, but it did not bite or poison. Cherry did not plan to hurt him, she only wanted to scare him. When the spider crawled on her arm, Xander seemed to have sensed it. He slowly opened his eyes and raised his arm. When he saw the spider, Xander was indeed frightened. He screamed, his face turning white. Cherry felt that it had been long enough. After all, she couldn't scare him to death. She was about to take the spider away when she saw that even though Xander seemed to be frightened, he grabbed the spider with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Cherry was shocked. She stared at him with wide eyes. Xander took 2 bites and said calmly, "It tastes good, but it's a little hard. Find a soft one next time." She was bewildered. The little princess had been making trouble and bullying others since she was young, but she was stunned by the unpredictable little demon in front of her. Cherry was dumbfounded. After a moment, she rushed towards Xander with a loud shout and reached out to poke his mouth. "Return my spider to me. She's my pet." That's right. She had raised that spider. Otherwise, she wouldn't know so much about them. But unexpectedly, Xander had eaten it. Cherry was furious. Xander smiled and looked at her. "Then should I spit it out for you?" As he said this, he planned to reach into his throat and even made a disgusting, retching gesture. Cherry hurriedly jumped back from the bed, glaring at Xander. Xander did not spit out anything. Instead, he smiled at Cherry, and she knew that she had been tricked. She cried out loud. It was not because she had been deceived, nor was she at a disadvantage. It was because her little pet was gone. She did not want to care about this stupid boy anymore. Xander could see that she was quite upset. "Hey, why are you crying?" Xander was anxious. He jumped out of bed and was about to comfort her when she suddenly opened her mouth and bit Xander on his arm. When he saw Cherry's tearless eyes, he knew that he had been tricked too. The pain in his arm made him cry out, "Hey, let go! Are you a dog?" But she did not let go at all. She was determined to take revenge for her pet spider. Xander was furious. He suddenly said, "If you don't let go, I'll crush your spider to death." Hearing this, Cherry was stunned. She looked up and saw Xander reaching out with his other hand. His chubby hand slowly opened, and her spider was lying on his palm. Cherry ignored him, turned and stomped out of his room. Xander found her quite amusing and decided to follow her downstairs. Cherry played games and scolded people in-game. Xander loved it and played along, throwing in a few words here and there. He was quite different from Pete. When it came to scolding, Pete had never been able to say mean things, which had always angered Cherry a bit. Furthermore, Cherry was beginning to feel like 2 swords were better than 1. Then she caught herself. She shook her head and slapped her forehead. "Cherry, what are you thinking?" How could she have a good impression of that bad child Xander? She had to dislike him, because liking him would mean that she was betraying her mother. Cherry tried to shut off her emotions, but now, as she spoke to her brother at the end of the day, she could not help but say, "Pete, what if Xander isn't so bad after all?" Pete cried out, "Oh no!" His sister had been corrupted. Pete was silent for a moment before saying, "I'll come back tomorrow." He could not let his sister be swayed by that bad child. Cherry nodded. She was about to say something when Nora entered. She disconnected the call quickly. When she turned to face her mother, she saw Nora looking at her tentatively. Cherry immediately blinked her large, grape-like eyes and flew into her arms. "Mummy, why are you here? Did you feel that Cherry missed you?" Her little mouth was like honey. Nora rubbed her head and was about to ask her how she was getting along with Xander when her phone rang. It was Lily calling. "Boss, old Maddie is awake. He said that he has something to say to you." Old Maddie had woken up. The timing was perfect because, coincidentally, Nora wanted to ask him about the triplets. Nora hung up the phone and looked at Cherry. "Don't bully the boy." The very picture of a well-behaved girl, Cherry nodded at once. She replied, "Don't worry, Mummy. Xander and I will get along very well." For some reason, when she saw how she was behaving, Nora wasn't entirely convinced. But if Cherry was refusing to admit it, then Nora couldn't force her to, right? So she let Cherry stay obediently in the room while she went out. When she did, she happened to bump into Justin, who was coming out of Xander's room. When the two met, Nora raised her eyebrows and asked, "How did it go?" Justin looked a little awkward. "He said that he's getting along very well with Cherry and told me not to worry." She had obviously seen the two little fellows being tense around each other, so how could they possibly be having fun? And both of them were refusing to tell the truth. "Do you believe him?" Justin thought for a moment and then replied, "Whether the children are fated to like one another or not is out of our hands. There are many siblings who have difficulty getting along. You know that, so let's not force it." He was afraid that if Nora told Cherry to treat Xander better, it might instead make the children rebellious. Nora had always taken an easygoing and stress-free approach to child raising. If Cherry liked playing games, then she would let her play. Of course, this was also because of Cherry's unique character. It definitely wouldn't do for other children to become as addicted to games as Cherry was. However, Cherry's IQ was so high. She used games and played with Barbie dolls to calm down her hyperactive brain. Since Justin had put it that way, Nora nodded and turned to leave the Hunt Manor. But as she was going down the stairs, she turned and looked back. She saw a small head quickly dart back into Xander's room. Was he afraid of being seen by her? Nora withdrew her gaze, though a faint, indescribable emotion welled up in her. She quickly suppressed the feeling. She didn't want her judgment to become impaired because of emotions. Until she could be sure of whether Xander was her son or not, it was better for her to have less contact with him, in case she developed feelings for him. If that happened, things could become quite difficult. She wasn't the only one who thought that way. As Justin walked her to the parking lot, he said calmly, "Truman sent the child back so easily, and not for the purpose of saving Ruth. That means something must be wrong. Although it is highly likely from a DNA perspective that Xander is our son, until we can confirm it, we must be careful not to become too attached." Nora knew what he meant. She nodded. After leaving Justin's villa, she started to drive out of the manor. Someone waved her down while she was on her way out. With a frown, Nora stopped the car only to find the Hunt's housekeeper had stopped her. The housekeeper was looking at her with a smile. She said, "Miss Smith, Mom invites you over to her place." Nora cast her eyes down and smiled. "Sorry, but I'm not free." As soon as she said that, the housekeeper's expression instantly changed. She looked at Nora with surprise, noticing the woman's indifference. Nora started the car again in an effort to leave. Fanny, the housekeeper, had been working for Mrs. Hunt for many years. She had been taking care of the Hunt Manor for several decades. She was highly respected in the manor, and even Justin treated her a little more politely than others. Fanny certainly hadn't expected Nora to be so rude to her. The 60-year-old Fanny frowned. As she opened her mouth to speak, she realized that Nora was preparing to drive off. She straightened up and took a step back, urgently crying out, "Miss Smith, please wait a minute. I'm doing this for your sake. I doubt you want to put Pete in a spot, right?" Nora lifted her foot off the gas pedal and tapped on the brake. The car came to a halt. Fanny came up to the side of the car and went on. "Miss Smith, it won't do for you to continue taking things so seriously with Mom like this. After all, she is your elder. If you give in, Mom definitely won't make things difficult for you either. Take Mr. Livingston's illness, for example. If you take the initiative to cure Thomas's condition and get the baby-making formula from the Stewarts, you will be doing them such a huge favor. And they will definitely return the favor should you ever need it. You will be the Livingstons' benefactor. Mom will definitely remember what you've done for them. Besides, this way, Pete won't have to be caught between his great-grandmother and his mother, right?" Nora knew it. Fanny must have been sent after her in an attempt to get Nora to treat Thomas's condition. She scoffed and looked at Fanny. "You want me to treat Thomas's condition?" "Sure." Seeing her relent so easily, Fanny smiled and said, "I knew Miss Smith was a smart person. I'm sure you won't want to make things difficult for Mr. Hunt either. You're making the right choice. When can you come treat Mr. Livingston's illness?" Nora replied casually, "Oh, I'm not sure about that. You'll have to make an appointment. You can contact my assistant and talk to her about it." After saying that, she stepped on the gas pedal right away. The car zoomed forward at once, puffing dust onto Fanny's face. As she drove off, Fanny realized she had been duped by the clever lady. If she had to go through Nora's assistant to get an appointment, God knows how long they would have to wait. Since everyone knew how good Athena's medical skills were, they all went to her for medical consultations. However, because the doctor only accepted 2 patients a month, there was a wait list that Lily had to deal with at the moment. Thomas wanted to have his condition treated right away. However, Mrs. Hunt had already gotten people to ask around to see if they were willing to help him skip the wait list. But they were told that they would have to wait to be seen for at least 10 years. Fanny stamped her foot angrily as Nora drove away. When she returned to the villa, Mrs. Hunt greeted Fanny with a smile. "I owe her big time, but never mind. If she performs well in the future, then I'll stop making things so difficult for her." But as soon as she said that, she saw a troubled-looking Fanny. Mrs. Hunt was stunned. She didn't agree to it. Fanny stood solemnly and said nothing. Mrs. Hunt smacked the sofa angrily, her expression instantly becoming awful. She clutched her chest, so angry that she couldn't actually breathe for a moment. Fanny hurriedly gave her a Zabe Corporation's calming pill. A short while after she took it, she finally felt like she could breathe again. She gasped out, "How dare she refuse? This is so maddening." Mrs. Hunt took a deep breath and seethed, "How dare she disrespect me again and again? It seems that I really have to teach her a lesson." Nora, completely unaware that she had infuriated Mrs. Hunt to such an extent, had already arrived at the hospital. She met Lily at the entrance door. The two women hurried down the hallway. Nora asked, "When did he recover?" Lily lowered her voice and said, "Actually, he was already showing signs of it 2 days ago. He had stopped kicking up a fuss, so it is my belief that he had already likely recovered at that time. He seemed to observe his surroundings and was full of hostility. It was only today that he finally requested to see you." Nora nodded as she entered the ward with Lily. Old Matty was seated on the bed. The burns on his face made him look extraordinarily scary. He was completely disfigured. His entire face was flat with 2 holes in the area where his eyes were supposed to be. There were also 2 holes at his nose, and his outer lips were gone. Previously, when he was not in his right mind, he had looked a little more pleasing to the eye. But now that he had recovered his sanity and calmed down, he actually appeared scarier. If a child stumbled into the room and saw him, they would probably burst into tears out of fright. After Nora entered the room, old Maddie stared at her hard with his beady eyes. A long while later, he sighed and said, "You two really do look alike, too much alike. Anyone ever tell you that? You look exactly like a vet." Nora didn't care about that. She immediately voiced her biggest concern at the moment. "Last time, you said that I needed to have children in order to survive, and I did. But I have to know, did I give birth to twins or triplets?" Nora had just asked old Maddie whether she had given birth to twins or triplets. She stared hard at old Maddie, searching for his reaction. She would never trust a person's words that easily, so she wanted to determine whether he was telling the truth by his reaction. What she hadn't expected was that, because of the burns on old Maddie's face, he couldn't make any facial expressions. Even his eyes were too small for her to see anything. This made him impossible to read. Old Maddie kept quiet for a while. Then he asked, "Twins? Triplets? What are you talking about? Didn't you only give birth to a daughter?" From old Maddie's point of view, the daughter of the lady he served had returned and given birth to a daughter. How could it have been twins or triplets instead? Seeing how logical his answer was, Nora frowned. "Uncle?" "I'm not worthy of having you call me that." Old Maddie interrupted her. "My name is Jake Reed. I am your mother's subordinate, and you are the young lady whom I now serve." Seeing that he had brought up her mother again, Nora asked, "Do you know what happened back then?" Old Maddie heaved a sigh. "Your mother was tricked into doing human research by a mysterious organization. When she realized what was happening, she hurriedly ran away from them. However, that mysterious organization was simply too powerful. In order to avoid implicating your father, your mother staged an elopement and made everyone think that she had betrayed your father. Then she left New York and went to a small town in California. At that time, she had only taken me with her." Old Maddie's explanation was simple, but it matched the story that Nora had previously been told. "And then?" she asked. "Your mother found someone with the last name Smith, Henry Smith. She pretended to marry him. The two of them posed as husband and wife and lived in secret in California. Do you know why she went to Henry?" Nora had a guess, but she didn't reveal it. Seeing that she wasn't going to respond, old Maddie answered his own question.
because she wanted you to have the last name Smith. Even if you couldn't grow up under your biological father's love and care, she still wanted you to keep your real last name.
That is exactly what Nora had thought. Her mother must have been deeply in love with Ian. That was why the tiny company she had founded in California was named Idelian Pharmaceuticals. Nora did not comment on the love between her parents, but continued to listen quietly. Old Maddie went on.
But later, she was discovered by the mysterious organization. Because I had never made an appearance in front of others, she told me to leave and hide somewhere. Then, once you turned 20, I was supposed to tell you that you must have a baby.
He continued,
I had no friends or relatives. I had been working for your mother the entire time. I didn't know what I should do during all those years either. Moreover, I knew that your mother was in danger, so I had only one thought in my mind, and that was to look for your father. The Smiths were strong and powerful. If there was someone who could save your mother, it was your father. But on my way to New York, I encountered people from the mysterious organization. They tortured me in an attempt to find your mother.
Old Maddie recalled the events from back then and shuddered. He said,
After that, my mind was in a state of confusion. All I knew was that I had to go to New York to look for your father, but I had forgotten why I had to do that. I also kept your mother's orders strictly in mind, which was to tell you that you must have a baby before you turned 20.
Nora had been stunned the moment old Maddie told her that she had to have a baby. Upon hearing him bringing it up again, Nora had so many questions, but she didn't want to interrupt him. However, judging from his demeanor, he seemed to have finished the story. There was nothing from him after that. She finally couldn't stop herself from asking, Can you tell me why I had to have a baby? Old Maddie heaved a huge sigh.
Because you would have died if you hadn't.
Nora became more confused. Truman had also told her the same thing, that she would have died if she hadn't had a baby. At that time, she had been dubious about his comment, but Truman had said that he was telling the truth. Later on, however, she discovered that what he had said was only a half-truth. Nora had always wanted to know why she had to have a baby before she turned 20. It seemed that, be it her mother or Truman, both of them had made that choice for her. But why? Determined to get to the truth, she asked again, Why? Nora hoped that the answer to her burning question would finally be revealed today. Nora narrowed her eyes and looked at old Maddie intently. It was quiet in the ward. Lily had left the room when the two started talking and was standing guard outside the door. The white-walled ward seemed completely silent. Apart from tranquility, there was only the smell of pungent disinfectant in the air. Nora lowered her eyes slightly. Then old Maddie said,
After you were born, your mother discovered that the mysterious organization was in pursuit of her. In order to ensure your survival, she died before the mysterious organization's eyes so that they wouldn't continue investigating. But we all knew that they would never stop. Besides, no one could say for sure whether the Greys were trustworthy or not.
Old Maddie looked at her.
It's only when you become strong enough that you will be able to resist becoming someone else's pawn. Your mother was driven into a corner because she was not strong enough.
Not strong enough? Nora was taken aback. Yvette could stir up the entire New York social scene and throw it into instability back then. The drugs she developed were even now quite powerful and relevant. She was a multi-talented powerhouse. To this day, she was still a legend in New York. And yet, someone like her was not strong enough. Moreover, Nora did not feel that the mysterious organization was so powerful. In fact, they had been completely suppressed in the United States by the Special Department. Truman had almost been arrested and had to leave this country in a pathetic state in order to seek refuge abroad. So had her mother made the wrong choice back then? Would they really have been that fearsome if she had joined hands with Ian? Besides, why didn't her mother seek asylum from the authorities? These were all mysteries that she wanted solved. She wanted to ask another question, but old Maddie had already continued.
In order to give you the ability to defend yourself, and in order to give you enough confidence to face the things you are facing today, she had no choice but to inject you with the serum.
Nora straightened up. What? Surprise flashed across her eyes, but right after, it became a look of realization. To be honest, she had already guessed that she had been injected with a gene serum. When Lily was checking her DNA some time back, she had discovered that her IQ genes had mutated slightly. This was also the reason why the DNA comparison between her and Ian had only reached 98% and not the benchmark for a father-daughter connection. Perhaps because he saw that she had become a little agitated, old Maddie hurriedly waved her off and attempted to reassure her.
It was just a little, only a little. Your father and your mother are already some of the most intelligent people in the world, so their daughter's IQ was obviously inherited. That's why your mother injected you with very little serum. Am I right in assuming that there was only a bit of difference in your DNA comparison with Ian?
Nora nodded. It was medically recognized that a father-daughter pair's genes should be 99.8% similar, but hers and Ian's were only 98% similar. This indicated that a 1% change had indeed occurred. Moreover, the change had occurred in the IQ gene. Was it because she had also been injected with the gene serum that she was so smart and was able to master so many things easily? Before she could ask, old Maddie spoke again.
However, that serum has a side effect. Has your health always been poor?
Nora fell silent. She had been frail since she was a child and easily fell sick. She visited the hospital often and had a poor immune system. The moment the weather changed, she would inevitably catch a cold. And the hormone that her stepmother had injected her with made her extremely overweight, which carried another set of health concerns. Additionally, Caleb was also in poor health. When she thought of him, all she could remember was the sight of him coughing his lungs out. As for Truman, his physical condition was currently unknown. Given how he had kept himself hidden all this time, it was easy to assume that it wasn't that great either. But what did this have to do with her having children? Could it be that... Nora didn't want to think about it. Her head whipped up abruptly, upon which she heard old Maddie say,
Adults cannot withstand the gene serum's modification at all. Even if they succeed, they will only have 2 years left to live. And should they actually survive after those 2 years, they will lose their minds. On the other hand, children's bodies have a high level of malleability. But even so, you likely wouldn't have been able to withstand even that bit of serum. Moreover, your IQ genes were close to being perfect in the first place, so the serum couldn't have that great an effect on you. That's why, before the age of 20, you needed to expel the excess dosage by giving birth.
Nora was stunned. However, her first reaction was to ask, then what about my children? Will there be residual serum in them? Old Maddie shook his head.
We don't know. Your mother didn't have the time to verify that possibility either. All she wanted to do was to protect you. I had asked her about that possibility at the time, and her answer to me was..."
He trailed off for a moment and then continued.
"It's her child. She will have to be the one to do something about it herself."
She knew that she would have to check immediately whether there was any mutation in Cherry and Pete's genes, as well as whether there was any residual gene serum in them. She stood up suddenly. As she stared at old Maddie, she asked another question. "In that case, why did the father of my children have to be Justin Hunt?" Old Maddie was taken aback.
"I wasn't the one who executed that part of the plan, so the responsibility wasn't with me. Back then, apart from myself, your mother also had 2 other subordinates."
Old Maddie had been out of his mind for so many years, so he definitely wouldn't know the details of Nora's pregnancy. In other words, if her mother was the one who had plotted her pregnancy, then it was likely the other 2 who had carried out the plan. She was about to ask him when old Maddie said,
"One of them is Charles Ramsey, while the other is Ivan Rogers. Charles is very recognizable. He has a mole on his face, and there's a strand of hair on the mole."
Nora was shocked. Wasn't that the lunatic Jessica had mentioned? She frowned and looked at old Maddie again. "How do I contact Charles?" Old Maddie sighed.
"The 3 of us didn't contact one another much. Besides, 20 years have already passed. Our contact methods may have become obsolete."
Nora, however, said firmly, "Tell me." Old Maddie kept quiet for a moment before he said,
"For more than 20 years, we never told one another our cell phone numbers. It was always one way whenever we contacted one another. No matter which one of us it was, if we wanted to contact someone, we had to publish an ad in the newspaper and state clearly the number of a payphone and the time in the ad. When the other party saw it, they would find a payphone and call you."
Nora's curiosity was triggered. Why were they contacting one another as if they were spies? And it was an old-fashioned method, even if the 3 of them were on guard with one another. What exactly was her mother doing? And why did she have 3 subordinates who behaved like undercover agents? If they didn't want the other party to know their phone number, why didn't they just encrypt it? She dug deeper. "Tell me the contact method." Old Maddie nodded. After telling her about the contact method, he said,
"All you have to do is publish it in the daily newspaper."
That would be a hard thing to do, Nora smirked. Most newspapers are published online these days. There aren't many physical copies left anymore. And even if there were, hardly anyone buys them. Old Maddie was dumbfounded.
"What should we do?"
Nora held her forehead. "I have a solution, but I want these 2 questions answered. First, I'll ask again, do you know why they chose Justin Hunt as the father of my children?" Old Maddie shrugged his shoulders at Nora's question regarding Justin. All he could say was,
"I don't know why he was chosen, but your mother instructed us at the time to choose the smartest one. That's because the serum she gave you was one that would improve a person's genes. Even if it was passed on to the child, their genes wouldn't be modified much, particularly if the child was born with a high level of intelligence. This quality would prevent the serum from being able to do what it was supposed to do. In a sense, it will become ineffective. That makes sense, doesn't it? It seems likely to be the reason why."
So Justin had been chosen because of his high IQ. Nora wasn't sure the answer was that simple, but it was as good a reason as any other. After all, Cherry's IQ was slightly higher than Pete's. Was this because half of a female's genes were inherited from the father? Nora supposed that it was true. She moved forward. "Then here's my last question. Nora stared hard at old Maddie. If I gave birth to more children, would the amount of serum distributed to each child have become smaller, thereby making it safer for them? Nora had based her question on this theory. Most likely, her mother must have given her the formula that would create triplets in order to have the 3 children share a smaller amount of the gene serum. It would also mean that Xander would be her son as well. However, old Maddie smiled and answered, "Of course not. Your mother only injected you with a very low dosage of serum in the first place. The number of children you gave birth to at one time wouldn't change anything. It can be assumed that the serum would not bring much harm to the child after passing through your body." Nora was stunned. Why was this answer so different from what she had imagined? She frowned, perplexed as to how things had turned out. Old Maddie spoke up again. "Besides, your mother once said that the Andersons have genes for having twins, so it all depended on your luck. Whether you have twins or just one child, they are still your children." Nora looked closely at old Maddie for a long while. In the end, she lowered her eyes and said, "I see." She went out of the room where Lily was standing, nodding off as she leaned against the wall. Nora asked, "How long has it been since you last slept?" Through a yawn, Lily replied, 20 hours, I guess." Nora uttered an "ah," and then said, "Get some rest." Those 3 words made Lily all excited, but unexpectedly, she then heard Nora say, "Once you're rested, try to restore Xander's DNA data as soon as possible." Lily let out a huge sigh. If Nora wanted it as soon as possible, then how was Lily supposed to get a good rest? She couldn't help but complain. "Boss, you are so impractical. Instead of saying, 'Go get rest,' it would be better that you gave me a pay raise instead." "You're short of money?" "Not really." Lily blinked and replied, "It's mainly because it costs quite a lot to support young men. Besides, that man in question is your cousin. Boss, how much do the Smiths give to Quentin each month? Can we negotiate a little and have them give him a bit less in the future? If not, I won't have enough to keep him as my mistress." Smiling, Nora patted Lily on the shoulder, then she turned and left. When she returned to the Smiths, to her surprise, she found Samuel seated in the living room. Seeing her, he immediately came forward with an ingratiating smile and said,
"Nora, can you talk to Joel and have him release your Grand Aunt Sue?"
She looked at Joel, only to see him as smiley as ever as he said, "Granduncle Samuel, what are you saying?
Nora has nothing to do with this."
As he spoke, he gave her a knowing look. Nora went upstairs at once. In the corridor, she could still hear Samuel downstairs. He argued,
"Joel, you can't do this. Sue did make a false police report, but it's already been so long. Shouldn't you let her out by now? I heard that you even talked to the police, so she's having a hard time inside. You can't treat her like this."
Joel was still smiling at him.
"Granduncle Samuel, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. Stop pretending. I know all about it,"
Samuel yelled angrily.
"Really? So, what do you know, Granduncle Samuel?"
She finally knew how Joel came to be known as a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was really good at frustrating people and making them feel as if everything they did was ineffective. And in private, not only was he merciless, but also vicious. She was sure that Joel was definitely the one behind Sue's continued imprisonment. It was like back when, after Hillary was imprisoned, she had been having a very hard time. Nora had wanted to punish her at the time, but when she looked into it, she found that both Carl and Joel had talked to the people inside. This led to Hillary's life in prison becoming a living hell. This was also why, in the end,
she had been duped the moment they give her a bit of hope. Joel might look like a pushover, but in truth he was secretly quite malicious. Moreover, after Tanya poisoned Hillary and was falsely accused of murdering her, and then her name was subsequently cleared again, someone had exhumed Hillary's grave. She was already dead, yet her corpse had been taken out of the grave and whipped. One could say that this was revenge for Mia. The woman who impersonated Jill also had a miserable end. She had attempted suicide several times in prison. It was just a pity that Joel would not allow her to die after all the wicked things she had done. She had yet to be successful in killing herself, even after trying several times. Nora went upstairs and ignored the heated exchange going on downstairs. It was just that after a while, she heard that Samuel had decided to withdraw from the company's board of directors, and that he had also voluntarily given up some of his dividends to expand the ancestral graves and repair the Smiths' ancestral home. Nora shook her head, feeling like Joel was really someone who got things done quietly and inconspicuously. However, she didn't want to become involved in these affairs of the Smith family. It was all so troublesome. After going upstairs, she posted a missing person notice in the online version of a local newspaper. Because she had spent some money on it, the missing person notice was published in that night's newspaper. She was hoping that, as long as Charles was still alive, he would take the initiative to contact her when he saw the ad. After Nora was done, she leaned on the desk, her fingers tapping lightly against the desk as she waited quietly for the call. Old Maddie's recovery had allowed her to come one step closer to the truth. She had also received a great deal of information earlier in the day. The mystery of why she would have died if she hadn't had a baby finally had been solved. But when she thought of this, she hurriedly stood up and walked over to Pete, who was writing his assignments, and immediately sensed her presence. He raised his head and looked at her. "What's the matter, Mummy?" Nora held his hand and said, "Nothing much, just a routine check of your pulse." Pete looked at her quietly, his big brown eyes filled with trust and love. This made Nora suddenly think of the split-second glance she had seen from Xander when she was at the Hunt Manor earlier in the day. It seemed like there were a pair of similar innocent eyes looking at her at that time. It had only been a few hours after the ad in the newspaper was published when her cell phone abruptly rang. Nora looked over. It was an unfamiliar number. Charles's call was here. The mystery of Xander's birth would finally be revealed. Nora finished checking Pete's pulse and withdrew her hand. Pete didn't have any major problems with his health. There were some small problems typical of children his age. From the looks of it, the gene serum didn't have any effect on him. Nora was relieved. She narrowed her eyes and then answered the call. A low and deep male voice came from the other end.
"Hello? Who are you?"
Nora identified herself at once. "I am Nora Smith. You should know who I am." Silence came from the other end of the line. Nora slowly said, "Charles, I know you were my mother's subordinate. I have some questions for you." Perhaps because she had called him by name, Charles replied,
"I have nothing to say to you."
and he hung up right away. Nora stared at her cell phone and clenched her jaw. Why wasn't Charles talking? What was he hiding? She picked up her cell phone and immediately started tracing the call to find out his location. Half an hour later, Nora paused when she saw Charles's location. She stood up, rushed out of the house, and drove straight to the hospital. Charles was in the hospital. After Nora rushed to the hospital and got out of the car, she immediately saw a group of nurses and doctors moving about in a hurry. Ambulances arrived at the entrance of the hospital one after another.
A lot of people in white lab coats were anxiously giving first aid to the victims being carried out of the ambulances. Their white clothes were stained red, and some of the victims' blood had pooled on the white sheets, forming a shocking and harrowing sight. All the non-urgent passages in the hospital had been closed, and all the doctors had rushed over to deal with the victims of the traffic accident. Nora stood at the door and looked at her busy colleagues. She heard a doctor approaching and asking, "What happened?" "A bus got into a traffic accident. All 50 or so people on the bus are injured." "How did this happen so quickly? I'll take care of the patient here if you can take care of that one over there." Although the doctors were flustered, they dealt with the victims in an orderly manner. The other patients also wisely stepped aside and waited quietly. Whenever a disaster occurred, everyone knew that life was more important than anything else. A medical instrument sounded a warning beep. Nora glanced to the side and saw that an unsupervised victim had suddenly gone into shock. Upon hearing the warning beep, a panicked nurse shouted, "Where is Dr. Wilson?" "A patient went into cardiac arrest just now. Dr. Wilson has gone over." The nurse was in a huge panic. "This patient has gone into shock. What do we do now?" Nora rushed over without thinking. She was wearing a black shirt. She took a white lab coat from the rack and put it on. Then she walked over to the nurse and said, "Let me do it." "You? Who are you?" The nurse looked up dubiously. "Are you a doctor?" Nora's one-liner made the nurse shut up. "I am Athena." Athena was definitely a respected name for people in the medical industry. Therefore, a look of joy came over the nurse's face at once. "What should we do about this patient?" Nora took a look at the patient and instructed, "Start CPR at once. I'll prepare the injection." Perhaps because Nora's voice was calm and direct, the nurse gradually calmed down. Under Nora's orders, she began to perform CPR on the patient. What came after that was a slew of first aid measures. At last, the patient's heartbeat returned to normal. Nora touched his abdomen and said, "The patient has internal bleeding. Send him for surgery at once." "Yes, doctor." Patients typically needed to go for x-rays, which required knowing part of the body required x-rays before they could even be submitted for surgery. In the process of finding the cause of their illness or the location of their injury, they ended up missing the most optimal treatment time. However, with a casual touch, Nora was able to assess the cause of the patient's condition, thereby speeding up the rescue process. This also saved them a lot of unnecessary trouble. Once the first aid had been completed, the staff outside gradually dispersed and went back to normal service. Most of the patients had also been categorized. Patients with minor or moderate injuries were currently resting in the corridor outside due to a lack of rooms and beds. As for patients with serious injuries, they had been pushed into the operating rooms. Fortunately, there were enough doctors in the hospital. Thus, after the initial panic, order had resumed. They started to provide medical treatment in a systematic and orderly manner. Nora took off her mask and gloves and then tossed the white lab coat into the room next door. When she looked around, she noticed a man standing at the door to the operating room. He was talking to a nurse excitedly. "I'm so excited. Oh my God, I'm so lucky. Really, I'm really too lucky. This is the entire bus of people we're talking about. The bus even rolled over and everyone was injured, but not me. Look at me. I didn't even get a scratch." The nurse said, "Yes, okay, sir, we understand, but I'd still suggest that you have a full body examination done. After all, it's possible that there could be internal injuries." The man patted his chest. "No way, I am fine. There's nothing wrong with me at all. Look at me. Look at how energetic I am. I am the luckiest person on earth." As the man spoke, he began to turn on the spot. Nora had initially taken notice of the man because of his behavior, but the very moment he turned around, Nora suddenly froze, because there was a mole on the side of the man's face, with a strand of hair coming out of it. When one connected this to the reason why Nora had come to the hospital, she narrowed her eyes. Then she took a step forward and patted the man on the shoulder. The man turned around. Nora stared at his mole and then at him. What a coincidence, Charles. Charles was stunned. Then he said excitedly,
You know me? Young missy, how come you know me? How did you know my name is Charles? Do you know, I was really lucky today. The bus overturned and everyone in it was injured, but I didn't even suffer a scratch. I must have saved the world in my previous life.
For the 50-year-old to say such things, Nora found it rather odd. She frowned. Do you know who I am? Charles didn't seem surprised at all.
It doesn't matter who you are. Isn't what matters is the fact that I dodged a bullet today. Do you know how dangerous it was? The bus's brakes had suddenly failed, and it was rushing straight toward a mountain in front of us. The woman in front of me was screaming with fear the entire time. I thought for sure I was a goner. But unexpectedly, even though the bus overturned, I turned out fine. Nora frowned upon hearing his description of what had happened. How is it that you are okay? Charles shrugged his shoulders and replied, I don't know. I'm just very fortunate, I guess. It was frightening turning over in the bus like that. Quite a few people died on the spot, and others were seriously injured. Don't you see? I'm sure that you didn't even have a chance to save a few of those people who were rushed in here just now. Something changed in his demeanour, and his expression turned a little nostalgic. I am actually not a good person, you know. Of course, I am not a bad person either. I just did some bad things back in the day and helped some bad people. Over the years, I have been devoting myself to God, and look, it has paid off. God must have been watching over me this time, and that's why I managed to escape. The more he talked, the more excited he became. He actually looked a little like he was going to cry bitterly. His chin quivered as he claimed, After I go back, I will be even more pious. I shall donate all my money to the church. None of the other nurses were paying attention to him. Also, because he had met Nora in the midst of the chaos, and she seemingly was someone who was willing to listen, he grew quite excited. Nora stared at him in silence. No wonder Jessica had said he was a lunatic. There was indeed something wrong with his mental health. He seemed off-kilter. She lowered her eyes and slowly asked, How much money do you have? The man suddenly lowered his voice, but it seemed like he couldn't quite control his volume. Thus, even though he had lowered his voice, he was still quite loud. He said, Don't be fooled by my ordinary clothes. That isn't who I am. I have tons of money. I used to work for a very important person. More than 20 years ago, she even paid me $15,000 a month. He smiled with the memory. $15,000 a month, you know? Do you know how much that amount was worth over 20 years ago? I can tell you that it was worth more than $150,000 today. I was basking in the limelight back then. Relishing his memories, he said confidentially. After that, I earned a whole bunch of money, but I didn't dare to spend it. I would have felt guilty if I were to spend that kind of money. He burst into tears and said, I have $5 million, but I hid the cash at home. I didn't dare to spend it, you know? But after this accident, I've sorted out my thoughts. You know how a person can have epiphanies during near-death moments? Why didn't I dare to spend that money? All that money that I was paid. Nora frowned. Even if her mother had given him $15,000 a month, that would only amount to $180,000 a year. So for him to have $5 million, he would have had to work for 30 years. Yet as far as she knew, after her mother passed away, she hadn't continued to pay these 3 people any more money.
So how could Charles possibly have $5 million in cash? Also, why was he saying that he dared not spend the money? Where did all that money come from? Was the money a benefit that her mother had given these people who had worked under her for years? But if that was the case, why hadn't old Maddie received any funds? She frowned and asked, "Who gave you the money?" Charles glanced at her and then chuckled. "I can't tell you that, young missy, I can't. I went against my conscience to earn that money, that's all I can tell you." So he went against his conscience to get paid a large amount of cash. Nora narrowed her eyes. At this moment, the family members of the victims were beginning to arrive at the hospital. Some rushed over to the operating rooms to search for family members, while others rushed over to the bodies of their loved ones and began to cry bitterly. The hospital was slipping into chaos once again. When Nora was about to ask Charles about something, a voice came over. "Charles, are you okay?" She turned to see a 50-year-old man approaching the two of them. He was standing in front of Charles and looking him up and down. "You don't have any family, so they called me instead." Charles replied, "What can happen to me? I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Let me tell you, I was really very lucky today, my man." Charles then started to recount in detail again what had happened. Charles was seriously neurotic. She rolled her eyes but remained quiet while Charles relayed his miraculous experience. Just when she was about to ask him something, Charles's friend suddenly said, Okay, I get it. I know you went through life and death today. You were so lucky. But why are you suddenly so chatty?" This comment caught Nora's attention. She studied the two men. Charles was still neurotically babbling on and on. "Because I'm agitated and excited. I thought I could only be a dock worker for the rest of my life. Did you know that? I thought I didn't deserve happiness anymore. I thought I could only be like you for the rest of my life. Only be a worker bee." His friend's expression changed. "What do you mean by that? Who are you looking down on?" Still babbling, Charles had worked himself up and even started crying, as if the emotions that he had kept suppressed for a long time were finally erupting. He said, "Teamsters, of course. Not only is the work tiring, but the pay is low. You guys may be uncultured, but do you know who I am? I graduated from Hamlin School of Medicine, you know." The Hamlin School of Medicine? Nora was intrigued. His colleague, however, had never heard of the school. "Why are you rambling on? Did you hit your head? I'm trying to figure out why you're acting so weird today. Never mind being chatty, but you're talking about a medical school. If you were a high-achieving student, why would you have been working all these years as a labourer with us?" Charles waved dismissively and said, "Yeah, I'm different from you. So you see, God still cares for me. Even when I was in a traffic accident, I didn't get hurt at all." Nora's heart suddenly sank as she listened to their conversation. She took a big step forward to ask his friend, "Excuse me, is he usually very quiet?" Charles's colleague nodded. "Yeah, Ramsay talks very little. It's rare for him to be this excited. I think he might have hit his head." As soon as he said that, Nora grabbed Charles's hand to feel his pulse. She quickly shouted to the staff around them, "Arrange a CT scan for him immediately." A doctor was stunned and looked over. "What?" He studied Charles carefully. "But he doesn't seem injured." Charles shook his head. "Yeah, I am not injured. I am not doing a CT scan. Are you a doctor or do you just want my money?" As soon as he said that, Nora looked at Charles seriously with an awful look on her face. She said, "You graduated from medical school, right? Then let me ask you this. What are the symptoms of intracerebral hemorrhage?" Charles subconsciously answered, "Excessive secretion of adrenaline causing people to become overly excited. After that, they will bleed from their 7 orifices." At this point, he stopped speaking, and he actually understood what he was saying. Nora's expression became even more serious. Yes, that's right. If there was too great a change in Charles's personality, then he most likely was suffering a hemorrhage in his brain. Internal bleeding was a very serious condition. There was a high chance that it would block blood vessels and form congestions. By the time it was discovered, it would be too late for diagnosis and treatment. Nora hadn't immediately discovered Charles's abnormal behavior because she'd thought that he was mentally unstable. After all, according to Jessica's description, Charles was a madman. But through the chat with his colleague, Nora understood that he was not usually like this. It was only with his colleague's description of him as a reserved man that she realized Charles was not himself. In addition, the description certainly fit the personality of the man who had called her only an hour before. That was how she had concluded that Charles's behavior was abnormal for him. The doctor next to them, however, frowned.
Who are you? Why should I arrange a brain CT for him? Don't you know that people who undergo CT scans are exposed to radiation? It's best that healthy people not undergo that exposure unless it is completely necessary.
After he said that, Nora immediately said, "I am Athena." Stunned, the doctor shut up at once and looked at Charles. Then he immediately picked up his cell phone and called the CT department upstairs to make arrangements for the man to move to the head of the line. Nora looked at Charles again. He was dumbfounded. He touched his head. At this point, he could faintly feel something warm trickling out of his nose. He touched it and found that it was blood. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. His eyes widened at once.
I get it now. It's them. They are here to silence me.
Nora clutched his wrist tightly. "Tell me, who is trying to silence you? The mysterious organization?" Upon hearing the words mysterious organization, at last Charles focused and looked at Nora. In his state of excitement just now, after grabbing Nora, he had immediately started chatting with her. He hadn't noticed Nora's face at all. But in this very instant, he saw her face clearly. She looked exactly like her mother all those years ago. His eyes widened as he quietly inquired, "Miss Yvette?" Nora's eyes flickered faintly with a sharp glint. "I am Nora Smith." Her name made Charles's pupils shrink. He subconsciously said,
"You look so much like Miss Yvette now that you've lost weight."
After she lost weight? Nora understood that this comment meant that Charles had definitely seen her a few years ago. Was it when she was pregnant? Or had her mother gotten him to set up her pregnancy? The thoughts came flooding into her mind. However, Nora found that Charles's pupils were starting to dilate. There was no time for her to ask all the questions she wanted to ask. She could only ask one of them. "Tell me, did I have twins or triplets back then?" Charles's eyes began to gloss over. He was losing focus and he could no longer think straight. He stared at Nora blankly.
"Twins or triplets?"
His eyes suddenly reddened and he said,
"Miss Nora, I've let you down. I betrayed you back then and also betrayed Miss Yvette. I have felt guilty about this for many years."
But that was not what Nora wanted to hear. She asked him again, "Please tell me, was I pregnant with twins or triplets?" Charles's eyes were red as he seemed to drift off.
"Yeah, the mysterious organization threatened me and bribed me. They gave me $5 million. But because I betrayed Miss Yvette, I have never spent that money all these years. I'm sorry I plotted against you. I am going to repay your kindness now. They wanted to silence me, but they didn't expect that I would meet you before my death." And what he said next made Nora's eyes widen in disbelief, but also with enlightenment. Charles clutched her sleeves tightly. The world was already spinning in his vision. Nevertheless, he tried his best to calm himself and to tell her something important. More than 20 years ago, Yvette had told him, old Maddie,
and the other man to go into hiding and to make Nora give birth to a baby before she turned 20. Because this was the only way she could stay alive. The three of them had fled in 3 different directions. Old Maddie had attracted and taken more of the mysterious organization's attacks for the two of them. Because of that, and because he hadn't received any news from him since, Charles suspected that he might already be dead. Old Maddie's name wasn't actually Old Maddie. He was known as that because his way of doing things was outrageous. Yvette also trusted him the most, perhaps because he was the one who would sacrifice his own life for Yvette's sake. After Old Maddie attracted more firepower from the mysterious organization, Charles had left with the other person. He'd thought himself successful, but he didn't expect that the mysterious organization could still catch him. But now he knew it was truly impossible to get away from them. At that time, Charles had become scared. He knew very well how fearsome the mysterious organization was. They had threatened him with hurting his family. Frightened and wanting to protect his loved ones, he gave in and told them about Yvette's plans. And because he had done that, the mysterious organization rewarded him with $5 million. And for that money, they only had one request. And that was to tamper with Nora's pregnancy so that she would give birth to as many children as possible. After he did all that, the mysterious organization knew that he was no longer of any use to them, so he had to go into hiding because they began to hunt him down. While he was in hiding, he met Jessica Stewart. In order to repay her for saving his life, he gave her the miraculous medicine that could help a woman give birth to triplets. He knew very well what the mysterious organization had in mind. So how could he possibly allow Nora to fall for their tricks? With that thought in mind, Charles grinned. He looked at Nora and said confidently, "You gave birth to twins, not triplets." As soon as he said that, his vision darkened and he fainted. In the last few moments before he passed out, he thought to himself, "Miss Nora can only and must only give birth to twins. The existence of an extra child would be a catastrophe for her." Besides, the triplets were clearly a trap that the mysterious organization had set for her. How could he possibly allow the mysterious organization to succeed? After he told her that, as though he had completed his life's mission, he closed his eyes. He whispered what he thought would be the last few words he would ever utter in this lifetime. "Miss Nora, you don't have to save me." His life would probably come to an abrupt end at this moment, right? Back then, for the sake of his family, he had betrayed Yvette. But later on, his family contracted an illness and died anyway. Their illness was incurable, but he knew that Yvette's medical skills had been the culmination of the industry at the time. Had she still been around, perhaps she could have saved his family. That was his fate, he supposed. And now he could finally repay his debt to Yvette with his life. Twins, not triplets. Nora stood there dumbfounded and in disbelief. After doing a DNA test and discovering that Xander's genes were 80% similar to hers, she could basically confirm Xander's identity, because complete strangers would never have such a high degree of similarity in their DNA. That was why she had told Justin that there was a 90% chance that he was their son. To be honest, at that time, she had more or less become convinced that she had given birth to triplets. Yet Charles was telling her that she didn't have triplets. How could that be? It was funny, though. At the same time, she also felt a sudden sense of closure. In reality, triplets were just a conjecture that she and Justin had made. This news was also the best possible result for Xander. She hadn't been sure how either of them would have handled having someone else's child in their house. And even though it had been confirmed, she was still feeling quite sad. Nora lowered her gaze and stared fixedly at the man in front of her. For some reason, she she found herself dissatisfied with his answer. She stepped back as doctors rushed up to Charles, and she saw as he started to bleed from his nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. Whenever a patient was suffering from internal bleeding, and these specific symptoms broke out in a short period of time, they were always quite difficult to save. With his medical background, Charles also knew this himself. Nora suddenly stepped forward and followed the stretcher into the operating room. All along the way, she stared hard at Charles. She couldn't let him die. She wanted the truth. She didn't believe his answer. The next day, when an exhausted Nora walked out of the operating room, she instantly spotted old Maddie, who was waiting outside the operating room, staring at the door. The moment the door opened, old Maddie stood up. The man in the hospital gown asked nervously,
"Miss Nora, I just heard that Charles was in a bus accident. How is he?"
Nora rubbed her temples and yawned sleepily. She glanced at old Maddie and replied, "He'll be fine." Old Maddie breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he looked at her nervously and asked,
"Then, have you asked him whether you gave birth to twins or triplets?"
"Yes, I have."
"Then you gave birth to how many?"
Seeing the anxiety in old Maddie's eyes, Nora kept quiet for a moment before she finally replied lazily, "He said I gave birth to twins." Old Maddie heaved a huge sigh of relief.
"That's great."
However, she noticed that his reaction was a little inappropriate. Nora wanted to ask about it, but old Maddie avoided looking at her and quickly changed the subject.
"Miss Nora, to be honest, you shouldn't have saved Charles. I only just found out that he betrayed Miss Yvette back then. What's the point of saving a man like him?"
After saying that angrily, without waiting for Nora to ask any further questions, he turned around and walked back to his ward. He said,
"I'm too old. I've only just recovered. I'm going back to rest."
Nora stared at him as he walked away. She could tell that both old Maddie and Charles were hiding something from her, and it had something to do with whether she had given birth to twins or triplets. For some reason, it seemed like old Maddie was hoping that she didn't give birth to triplets. Why would that be? She frowned as Lily walked out of the operating room. While Nora was operating on Charles, Lily had been her assistant throughout the entire operation. Lily knew all about Nora's family affairs, so she asked, "Boss, should I still continue the DNA restoration?" Nora was silent for a long while. After thinking for a while, in the end, she made her decision. "Yes, continue it." She knew that Charles, and also old Maddie, both seemed to truly care for her and want to protect her. Thus, they hadn't told her some important, crucial things. But she was no longer the young girl who needed their protection. She was grown up now, and she felt strong and powerful enough. She should be able to deal with everything herself. With that in mind, she followed old Maddie leisurely into his ward. He could only look back at her helplessly.
"Miss Nora,"
he said. Nora sat on a chair and rubbed her forehead, somewhat sleepy and extremely impatient due to not getting any rest. She slowly said, "I want the truth. Why do the two of you insist that I only had twins?" Old Maddie sighed and replied,
"Miss Nora, it's not that we're insisting on it, but rather you gave birth to twins. Isn't that what Charles told you? I mean, I can't say for sure because I was not with you at the time."
She knew that old Maddie was unaware of the situation with the children, but that didn't stop Nora from changing the topic. "What exactly are you hiding from me?" Her words made old Maddie choke on his breath. He started to muse again, which was fine with Nora because she was not in a hurry. She could sense that old Maddie didn't harbor any hostility towards her, and that he was quite very loyal to her mother. She slowly said, Please, tell me the truth. Old Maddie's jaw tensed up.
Miss Yvette left you a voice recording before she died, didn't she?
She did.
Well, you must have listened to it over and over again, right?
Nora nodded. He went on.
Miss Yvette said that until you become strong enough, there are some things that I can't tell you.
When Nora heard this, she looked him straight in the eyes with her own cat-like eyes gleaming. Full of self-confidence, she announced, I am already strong enough. Old Maddie sighed.
Miss Nora, there are so many strong and powerful people around us, and I know your medical skills are the best in the world. In fact, one could even say that you are already on par with Miss Yvette. But even so, she still wasn't the mysterious organization's match. She became too obsessed with medicine. That was her only focus. She didn't branch out. A truly powerful person needs to be impressive in all aspects. For example, martial arts. I won't compare you with your predecessors. I heard that the most powerful martial artists of today are the big brother of the Irvin School of Martial Arts and the big sister of the Quinn School of Martial Arts. Can you beat them in a fight? Another example would be the most popular and trendy skill of today, computer science. After I woke up, I found that society had undergone drastic changes over the last 2 decades. Computers were not as common back then, but there are hackers everywhere now. I heard that the most awesome hackers now are Q and XYZ. How do you think you would compare to their computer technical skills?
Seeing that Nora's expression had frozen, old Maddie thought that his words were having a huge impact. So he painstakingly continued his attempt to persuade her.
Let's not talk about such technical knowledge anymore, but just about fleeing. I recently learned that the most impressive international racer is Yancey. If you are in danger, can you drive as fast? Yancey can escape from the danger, but can you?
Old Maddie went on.
They are all experts in a single type of technical skill. There's also one more absolute thing. In this world exists the most powerful organization, the Imperial League. Have you ever heard of it? There are only a dozen or so people in the organization, and every single one of them is a big figure who can cause chaos with a flip of their hand. The global economic crisis in the 1970s was caused by this group. It's only when you are a member of the Imperial League that you will truly have the power to be able to confront the mysterious organization. But, Ms. Nora, can you do that?
Nora thought to herself, if he hadn't gone into so much detail, she would never have realized that she had so many secret identities. Old Maddie kept talking.
There will always be someone better. Miss Yvette was too arrogant, which led to her failure in the end. If you can achieve all the things I just listed, then I'll know you are strong enough. In that case, I will tell you the truth. But are you strong enough?
There was a strange silence in the room all of a sudden. Seeing that Nora hadn't said anything for a while, old Maddie thought that she had received a huge blow because of what he had just proclaimed. He thought that she might need to be comforted.
In any case, it would be impossible for one lone person to take on the mysterious organization by themselves. But don't be discouraged, Miss Nora. To be honest, you can also establish and build your own forces. If you can't become a top-class hacker like Q and XYZ, then bring them under you. As for the Imperial League, If you can get in touch with their members, even if it's just a bit of contact with one of them, you can slowly try to grow and develop a relationship with them. When that happens, and we gain the ability to fight against the mysterious organization, then I will tell you the truth. You don't have to think it is that difficult. Although it is certainly hard, we can take it slow. Even though I have already reached an old age, you are still young. 5 years, 10 years, you still have a long way ahead of you. You will definitely find your chance to take down your enemy.
Nora nodded her head. There is indeed a chance. He was taken aback for a moment. Then he heard Nora slowly say, "My hacking skills should be more or less on par with XYZ's, because I am Q." Old Maddie was dumbfounded, but right after that he heard something even more incredible. Nora continued, "And, well, it's hard to fight against the big brother of the Irvin School of Martial Arts, because he won't fight me. But I can't fight the big sister of the Quinn School of Martial Arts either, because I am big sister. Shall I strive to surpass myself every day?" He looked at Nora in shock, a feeling of disbelief filling his soul. His lips started to tremble, and then he watched the girl frown as she said, "As for the escape you mentioned, I'm afraid I won't need help with that, because I've never lost a race before." With his lips trembling, he was already asking, You are also Yancy?" "That is correct." Nora did feel that it was a little embarrassing to reveal all of her secrets. After all, it wasn't exactly classy of her to show off exactly how amazing she was. It would be best if old Maddie could have guessed the truth through what she had told him, but she knew that probably wasn't going to happen. He had to ask,
But, the Imperial League."
As though it was nothing much, Nora said, "Oh, the boss of the Imperial League is King. This part is certainly a bit difficult." Old Maddie breathed a sigh of relief, but right after he heard her slowly say, "After all, everyone in the Imperial League only interacts online. They rarely meet in person, so even I don't know who King is. If they ever hold a gathering, I can compare myself with him and see which of us is more impressive." He became even more dumbfounded. His face, which was already disfigured in the first place, was unable to make expressions, easily making him seem dull and dim-witted. The man was more dazed at the moment. In fact, he swallowed and looked at Nora incredulously as he said, You're a member of the Imperial League?" "I am." Nora stretched out her long and slender legs and said, "King invited me into the group 5 years ago." Old Maddie felt like he was really going crazy. His jaw had dropped, and he couldn't even say a single word as he stood there like a statue. Then he heard Nora slowly say, "My mother warned me that I shouldn't casually expose my identity if I'm not strong enough, because it will put me in grave danger. Therefore, I have been using secret identities and living a low-profile life all these years. Maybe you can tell me what else I am still not good enough at, and I'll go and master it." Nora frowned, pretending to feel troubled. "Now that you know the truth, perhaps you will consider me strong enough?" Why did it feel like Ms. Nora was humble-bragging to him? Utterly stunned, he swallowed and said,
"Ms. Nora, I need a bit of time to calm myself down."
Nora waved, gesturing to him to do whatever he wanted. Old Maddie walked back and forth in the room, occasionally sighing and looking at Nora in disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming. How could a person have that many secret identities? Was this because of the gene serum that Yvette had injected into Nora to improve her IQ? but he clearly remembered that she had only injected a tiny, small amount into her young daughter. Still, how could this be possible? The room was filled with a strange silence. Old Maddie, who had taken some time to calm himself down, suddenly said,
Let me go and rinse my face to clear my mind a little.
It seemed that even the amount of time he had spent calming himself down just now hadn't allowed him to come to terms with all of this new information. He entered the bathroom in a daze and turned on the faucet. Then he scooped a handful of icy cold water and splashed it onto his face. As it turned out, during these 20-odd years that he had been crazy, Ms. Nora had become this outstanding human being. If Miss Yvette had still been alive, she would have been so proud. Outside, Nora heard him turn on the faucet. Amid the sound of the flowing water and splashing, she seemed to hear old Maddie sigh. A minute later, the sound of water flowing was still continuing. Sensing that something was wrong, Nora sprung onto her feet and rushed straight into the bathroom, only to find that the window in the bathroom was wide open, and old Maddie was already long gone. Nora frowned. She had been thinking about how old Maddie and Charles seemed to be hiding something from her. But she didn't expect old Maddie to pull a disappearing act in this situation. The first thing she did was observe the room. There were no signs of tussling, but the anti-theft barrier outside the window had been broken. This definitely was not something that could be done in a minute or two. Nora frowned. At this moment, her cell phone beeped. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number. It read, "Ms. Nora, even though you have already become very strong, you are still not strong enough to contend with the mysterious organization. Do not underestimate anyone in this world. Your next task is to become friends with King. Until then, do not go up against the mysterious organization." She raised her eyebrows. Where had old Maddie gotten a phone? She sent him a reply. "Where are you? And how can you not know that King and I are friends already?" 5 years ago, in order to make some money to feed Cherry, she had set up a stock market boom. Without risking anything of her own, she had used some lawful tricks in the stock market to make $75 million. After that, King had taken the initiative to contact her and added her to the Imperial League. At the moment she entered the Imperial League, she had become friends with King. Old Maddie texted, "Do you trust him?" "Yes." "And does he trust you?" Nora thought for a while and texted back, "Probably." At the very least, when King added her into the group, he'd said in private that everyone in the group be friendly towards one another and each other out. During the past 5 years, King hadn't asked her to do anything. In the group, she was no different than an observer. After monitoring the Imperial League for the entire 5 years, she found that the members were all very low-key, and they mostly talked about world economic trends. These people were in control of global economies. No matter what they did, they discussed everything thoroughly with one another. Even if a dispute broke out, a single word from King was enough to shut them up. From her impression, the members were all very happy to help each other. Additionally, none of them had ever questioned information brought up by other members of the group. They had always given their fellow members unconditional trust. Therefore, Nora felt that she could trust King, and that King would also trust her. After all, it wasn't as if the two of them would have any financial dealings with one another. Besides, King was polite. He was the only one who knew what she was capable of, yet had never ever disturbed her sleep. Instead, just like that, he had allowed her to be a spectator of the group. But old Maddie wasn't satisfied with Nora's reply. Old Maddie texted, "Ms. Nora, do not ever trust anyone. The same also goes for King. You should know that what makes the mysterious organization so powerful is not as simple as you think it is. I'm afraid even King wouldn't want to be enemies with them. But unfortunately, if there is someone in this world who can help you beat the mysterious organization, then that person would undoubtedly be King." She had always felt that she was very ordinary and was not strong enough. That was why she had kept her secret identities well protected and prevented them from being exposed. She wanted to avoid what her mother had warned her about, the fact that she would be in danger if anyone took notice of her. Nora sent another message. "How can I get King to help me?" The mysterious organization had driven her mother to her grave, therefore she wanted to avenge her. However, old Maddie merely replied, "King will not help you unless he is the children's father. Only then will he have the same standpoint as you. Ms. Nora, listen to my advice. Don't trust King unconditionally, and don't even think about avenging Miss Yvette. Take the 2 children and Mr. Hunt with you, and live out the rest of your life in the States peacefully. Miss Yvette had never thought of having you take revenge for her. And, another thing, don't look for me. I will tell you that there are some things that I will do on your behalf. When it is time for me to appear, I will naturally show up in front of you. Also, if you are ever in trouble, you can contact me by posting a newspaper ad like I showed you." Nora hurriedly sent a message. "What are you going to do on my behalf?" Old Maddie didn't reply. When Nora called his cell phone directly, she was informed that the other party had switched off their device. She traced the location of the cell phone number, only to find that its coordinates were changing along with the flow of the sewer, indicating that old Maddie had already removed the SIM card and tossed the device down the sewer drain. Old Maddie was very professional, or at least that was certainly the case when he was hiding from people. He knew all the right things to do to stay off the grid. 5 minutes later, Lily brought the surveillance camera footage from the hospital. This private hospital was part of the Hunt Corporation, where Lily behaved almost as casually as she would at home, since she practically lived here. With a word from her, the security guards had given her the surveillance camera footage without a question. Nora sat in old Maddie's ward and checked the footage. She found that after old Maddie regained clarity of mind, the first thing he had done was check his surroundings. Every morning when he went to the toilet at a fixed time, he carried a paring knife with him. Through the footage of the cameras on the outside, it was apparent that old Maddie had been sawing through the anti-theft barrier every day when he went to the bathroom as part of his morning routine. However, he also made sure that the barrier appeared to be in place. This way, when it became necessary for him to remove it, the anti-theft barrier could be easily moved away with very little effort, thereby making it convenient for him to escape and preventing him from being trapped in the ward. Old Maddie hadn't been trying to avoid Nora when he did all of this. After all, his eyes were very gentle and void of hostility when he looked at her. So these subconscious actions of his, as well as his uneasiness, clearly indicated that he was hiding from someone or something. Who was it? There was only one answer: the mysterious organization. Yes, old Maddie was constantly on guard against sneak attacks from the mysterious organization. Nora clenched her jaw and lowered her eyes. To be honest, she had been underestimating the mysterious organization all this time. After all, when Truman was in the country, he had almost been arrested. He had been hiding from the special department the whole time, like a pest that could only survive while living in the shadows. It was only now that she suddenly realized the real reason why her mother hadn't worked with the Smiths to fight against the mysterious organization after she returned to the States. She didn't want to implicate Ian. So why had her mother fled? Because the mysterious organization was so powerful. It had never been an organization that one had the luxury to underestimate. Otherwise, how could her brilliant mother have been driven into a corner like that? Nora felt like she hadn't taken the mysterious organization seriously enough. From the very beginning, this way of thinking was wrong. Old Maddie must have also sensed that from her. That was why he had refused to reveal anything and had chosen to leave instead of answering her questions. But just how capable was the mysterious organization? While Nora was musing over this, her phone rang with a call from Justin. When she answered, his low voice came over the phone.
Old Maddie escaped.
The comings and goings in the Hunt Corporation's private hospital would no doubt be reported to him immediately. He did, Nora replied dispassionately, but her voice was full of frustration. This was the first time she had felt so powerless. Justin kept quiet for a while before he finally said,
I'll get my men to look for him.
No, it's fine. Nora stopped Justin. She said, after so many years, he has finally become sober. It's time that he ceased his own business. Besides, going by old Maddie's professional spy-like demeanor, she knew it would be really hard to find him. Justin was taken aback for a moment. He asked,
Then you're not going to find out from him what you really want to know?
When Nora heard this, she suddenly curled her lips into a smile. She raised her eyebrows and said, He may have left, but isn't there still another one here? Old Maddie must have thought that Charles was doomed. He must have thought that even if Charles came to, the cerebral hemorrhage would still make him a vegetable. But he definitely had no way of knowing that she had saved Charles's life. What was old Maddie trying to hide? Nora's hope was that Charles would confess it all. Since he was someone capable of betraying her mother, Nora could guarantee that she would be able to pry what she wanted out of him. When Justin heard this, he let out a low chuckle.
You know, I always thought my Nora was incredible, but I didn't expect you to be this amazing. Everyone thought Charles was a dead man walking, yet you managed to save him.
Nora smiled. A compliment from Justin was music to her ears. She came very close to a happy giggle, but she held back. Instead, she asked, By the way, may I ask you about someone? As the head of the #1 family in the United States, Justin would probably know who King was. It wouldn't hurt to ask, right? Old Maddie had said that Nora would only be able to fight against the mysterious organization if King was willing to help her. Nora currently didn't even know why she had to fight against the mysterious organization, let alone what exactly they were hiding. But she still wondered, if she succeeded in building a good relationship with King, then did that mean old Maddie would return? And how was she going to build a good relationship with King if she didn't even know who he was? Justin was the head of the #1 family in the country, which contributed to Nora's assumption all this time that he was actually the person with the alias Eagle in the Imperial League. After all, there was no doubt that there were Americans in the Imperial League. Through her observations over the years, even though both the Hunt Corporation and the Smith Corporation had made some bad investments, they had skillfully avoided the huge pitfalls when it mattered the most. And, although they had made great efforts to advertise how much they had lost, they had still profited overall. Their overall direction had not deviated from the right path. The small investment failures were just red herrings. Had Nora not been relatively sensitive to numerical data, she probably wouldn't have noticed either. These two families definitely had a way to get news from the Imperial League. Therefore, it could be concluded that Justin and Joel must both be in the Imperial League. While she was thinking, she heard Justin ask over the phone,
"Who is it that you are looking for?"
Nora asked, "Where are you?"
"At home."
"I'll come to you. I don't want to talk over the phone. Some things have to be discussed in person." The Imperial League was not something that could be talked about casually. Moreover, when they joined the Imperial League, they had sworn that they would never expose the existence of the Imperial League to outsiders. She suspected that Justin was Eagle, which is why she had decided to ask him about it. However, she knew that it was not safe to discuss such matters over the phone. Even Justin's voice sounded a little more cheerful than before. He said,
"Sure, come over to my place then. Pete is here."
She hesitated for a moment. Why is Pete there? A tinge of guilt suddenly formed in her. Had she neglected her son because she was too busy lately?
"Because the Hunts are having exams today. Cherry can't cope."
She thought about it for a moment and then inquired, how many people know about Pete and Cherry? The fact that they were twins had not yet been disclosed to the public. But because everyone who should know about it was already in the know, Justin and Nora were not as diligent about hiding it anymore. Justin answered,
"All the Hunts know about it by now."
Nora noticed that he had used the words Hunts and not my family. She could clearly see that Justin did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Hunts. However, it didn't bother her. The Hunts' power and authority had never been part of her consideration in being in a relationship with Justin anyway. Therefore, after uttering a she immediately said, "I'm coming over right away." At the Hunt Manor, the children were gathered in the Hunts family school. Pete put down his pen after he finished the exams. When the bell rang, indicating that class was over, he handed in his papers and walked out of class. As soon as he went out, he saw Cherry sitting in the garden outside playing games. At the sight of him, she rushed over excitedly and asked, "Are the games over, Pete? Did you get a perfect score?" Pete replied, "Most likely." "You're so awesome, Pete." Cherry's words of flattery meant that she wanted something. "Pete is the smartest big brother in the world. He's also the most awesome big brother in the world." Although Cherry did this every time she wanted something from him, he wasn't comfortable with so many compliments from her. He lowered his voice and changed the subject. "Where is that little imp?" Cherry also lowered her voice. "He's in the room. He has been surprisingly well behaved, and he hasn't left his room all this time." Well behaved. Pete wasn't buying it. Pete sneered, "He's definitely just pretending to have manners. Come on, I will go and meet him. I will definitely expose his true colors." Cherry nodded and followed behind him. When the two were about to leave the school, Freddie rushed over. "Pete, you little idiot, your position as successor to the family will be gone very soon." He pretended to cry like a baby. "Nanny, nanny, boo-boo." Freddie slapped Pete on his back. "That's so awesome." As soon as he said this, the rest of the children began to ask, what happened? Freddie replied, "Because Uncle Justin now has an illegitimate child and he brought him back home. Pete won't be Uncle Justin's only son anymore. They're saying that the illegitimate child is not to be messed with. So it sounds like you're finished, Pete." Cherry got angry and stood in front of her brother. "Pete is Daddy's one and only successor. Xander is nothing. Don't you dare talk nonsense." Freddie, however, became distracted. Ever since he realized that Cherry was Pete's younger sister, he knew that the person playing games with him was Cherry all along. It was precisely this little liar who had bullied him online. At the sight of Cherry, Freddie wanted to seek revenge even more. He shouted, "You must be Cherry, right? What gives you the right to look down on Uncle Justin's illegitimate son? He's at least a boy, but what about you? Uncle Justin has not even officially introduced you to outsiders yet. You are just an illegitimate daughter who can't inherit anything. You can't compare to either son." Her big dark eyes widened and she said, "Oh, I see. So you are also an illegitimate son, Freddie? No wonder Uncle Roger has been treating you so badly." He retorted, "I'm not an illegitimate son. What nonsense are you saying?" Cherry said, "But you said that because Daddy didn't introduce me to outsiders, that makes me an illegitimate daughter. But when has Uncle Roger ever introduced you to outsiders?" For a moment, he was actually stumped by Cherry's argument. After thinking about it, he felt like what she said must be true. Why didn't his father introduce him to outsiders and say that he was his son? Maybe there was something wrong with him. Cherry tilted her head and continued, "Or are you not Uncle Roger's son at all? I mean, you don't look anything like him. Uncle Roger is so handsome. He's as handsome as Daddy. So how can you possibly be his son? Oh, I know. Uncle Roger must have found you in a basket somewhere and brought you back home, right?" Close to tears, Freddie cried out, "I am my father's son." Cherry put her hands on her hips. "And how are you going to prove that?" Freddie was utterly stumped. Suddenly, he burst into tears, turned around, and ran out while yelling, "Daddy, am I your son or not?" With just a few words, Cherry had driven Freddie away. She blinked with her big eyes at Pete and shook her head lightly. "He can be so sensitive sometimes." Then she giggled. He took Cherry's hand and said, "All right, let's go home." He couldn't be bothered to argue with Freddie. All Pete had to do was a little something, and Freddie would have a hard time in school. But the sight of his younger sister standing up for him put him in a really good mood. As payback, he planned to go home right away and teach Xander a lesson for making his sister worry. Hand in hand, the two kids hopped and skipped as they ran over to the villa where Justin lived. They didn't even see that Justin was standing not far away. And they certainly didn't see that their mother was coming up the drive. After her conversation with old Maddie, Nora drove straight over to Justin's villa. The moment she walked through the gate, the security guard notified Justin of her arrival. By the time Nora pulled into the circular drive, Justin was waiting for her. She stopped the SUV, and he came around to open the door. When Nora got out, she saw this serious look on Justin's face. She quickly asked, "What's wrong?" After a short pause, Justin blurted out, "I'm thinking of celebrating Cherry's birthday." Nora was surprised. It was only then that she realized it would be Cherry's birthday in 5 days. Even though that day was Cherry's birthday, it was also the day she had lost Pete, so she had rarely celebrated the day in the past. Besides, when they were abroad, they had very few relatives with them. Basically, when it was Cherry's birthday, her aunt would just prepare a small gift for the little girl and buy her a cake. Nora considered. Justin was such a private person. Surely he would keep the celebration to the bare minimum, inviting only family and friends. But what actually had happened surprised her no end. Nora looked at him hesitantly, only to see Justin nodding his head and announcing his idea. "I want to hold a grand birthday party and formally introduce Cherry and Pete to the public." Nora was shocked. In the past, he had kept Pete very well protected and avoided letting outsiders know what he looked like in order to prevent him from being kidnapped. But now that Pete was 5 years old, there was less of a need to continue hiding him. At the very least, it was time to let New Yorkers familiarize themselves with Pete and Cherry. Swirling rumors had said that he kept the children hidden as if he had no intention of acknowledging them as his own. Nora searched his face, trying to figure out what had happened to change Justin's mind. Whatever it was, she knew that she would never object to something that would make Cherry so happy. She knew that Cherry loved excitement. She had always chatted away about how lovely and exciting Princess Lucy's birthdays were. Princess Lucy had so many people visiting her to give her birthday gifts, but Cherry didn't have any friends at all. Cherry wanted to wear a beautiful princess dress, open wonderful gifts, and gracefully thank everyone for attending the party. And now, her father could finally make that wish come true for her. She was going to be on cloud 9. Nora asked, "Are you going to hold it at the Hunts?" Justin nodded.
Yes, I'll let the butler handle it, so you don't need to worry about anything. I know how busy you are.
With the planning and execution of a little girl's birthday party off her plate, Nora agreed to the idea at once. As the two had talked, they were walking toward the living room. When they entered, they were just in time to see the 3 children sitting in the living room and playing with building blocks. Pete was arranging the blocks, while Cherry and Xander were directing him from either side. Cherry pointed in one direction. "Pete, it seems like that block should be placed here." Xander pointed to the opposite side. "Hey, it's obviously supposed to be placed here, isn't it?" Pete kept a gentle expression on his face and looked at Cherry. He said, "I think Xander is right." Cherry thought for a while and then said, "I think so too." Xander was immediately suspicious. Why had they agreed with him so quickly? He was confused as to what was happening and was about to ask when Nora and Justin walked in. All they saw was the 3 little tykes having fun together. This surprised both Nora and Justin. Both of them knew very well that each of these children had strong personalities, and the 2 adults in the room doubted the 3 children would ever get along. From Nora's perspective, Cherry had the personality of a CEO with the appearance of a little girl. Cherry would never tolerate someone else taking her place. She undoubtedly would be full of hostility towards Xander. From Justin's perspective, although his son was polite, he was also quite a scheming little boy. Coupled with his insecurities, he could be very territorial. Cherry and Pete accepted each other so quickly because they looked so much alike and knew that they were related. And they used this fact to devise a plot to bring their parents together by switching places with one another. But both Nora and Justin knew that their children were definitely not people who could easily accept another child into their world. Justin and Nora looked at each other. Then Justin asked, "What are you guys doing?" Cherry immediately raised her little head. "Daddy, we're playing together. Pete and I both like our little brother Xander very much." Xander frowned and stomped his foot. "I told you I'm older." Cherry rolled her eyes. "In that case, when were you born?" "I was born on September the 8th. It will be my birthday in 5 days. Oh, yeah, it will also be Pete's birthday. We are twins, so we have the same birthday. What about you? When's your birthday?" When Cherry asked the question, Nora immediately looked over at Xander. Birthday? That's right, she asked when Xander was born. If he shared the same birthday as Cherry and Pete, then wouldn't that explain whether he was their brother? But when Xander heard Cherry asking about his birthday, he was slightly taken aback. Then he lowered his head, coughed, and said, "I never had a mother, so how would I know when my birthday is?" Cherry blinked. Pete walked over and said, "Then why don't we celebrate our birthday together? I have never celebrated my birthday before either. Xander immediately looked up. Really? Yeah. Xander's eyes lit up at Pete's answer. He raised his chin and said proudly, "Okay then." Pete then looked at Justin. "Daddy, can the three of us celebrate our birthday together this year?" Seeing how the three children seemed to be getting along, Justin couldn't resist and answered, "Sure." After agreeing to the children's request, he went upstairs with Nora so that they could speak in private. It seemed that Nora had wanted to ask him about someone just now. After they disappeared from the corridor, the smiles on Pete and Cherry's faces disappeared, and they glared narrowly at Xander, who was playing on the opposite side of the room. Cherry whispered, "Pete, why are you letting him celebrate his birthday with us?" Pete replied softly, "If I don't invite him, Daddy will sympathize with him because he looks so pitiful. Once he starts to feel sorry for Xander, Daddy will become biased, and this will be unfair to Mummy." Cherry was enlightened. "No wonder you told me to be nice to him in front of Daddy. If we bully him, Daddy will also feel bad for him, right?" Pete nodded. Yeah. He was so proud of himself. This was the strategy he had devised all along. After the two spoke, they both looked at Xander. Xander was pointing at a block. "Put this one here." "Okay." But instead of doing it, Pete tossed the block in his hand onto the table and said, "You know what? This is so boring. You can play by yourself." Pete rubbed his nose and walked away. Xander thought to himself, what was that brat being so arrogant for? If it weren't for Cherry, would I even want to play such childish games with him? Meanwhile, upstairs, Justin started to explain his theory about Pete's suggestion to Nora.
Pete is very clever. Although he seemed to be defending Xander just now, he probably has a sneaky little plan in mind. So, in order not to make a scene, I could only agree to what he asked. When the time comes, I will find some excuse to get Xander out of the house so that we can celebrate Cherry and Pete's birthdays as we had planned.
He didn't want Nora to feel uncomfortable. He also didn't want her or anyone else to think that he was putting Xander on the same level as Cherry and Pete, especially since they hadn't even confirmed the boy's identity yet. To be honest, Justin still had conflicting emotions even now. He had deliberately lessened his contact with Xander at home precisely because he was afraid of developing feelings for him. If it turned out that Xander was not Nora's, he feared that, even if he decided to raise the child, he would never be able to truly accept him. And that would be so unfair to Xander. But if he treated Xander like his own and kept him by his side, the one suffering an injustice would then end up being Nora. That would be an impossible situation. It didn't feel right that he should leave the situation in Nora's hands, so he knew that he would have to make the choice himself. When Nora heard this, she was silent for a moment. Honestly, she did not feel much hostility towards the boy. Besides, even though Charles said that she had given birth to twins, she couldn't help but keep feeling like Xander was also her child. This feeling was becoming more and more intense with each encounter. If they only celebrated the twins' birthday and neglected Xander, she wouldn't feel right about it. Nora lowered her eyes. Once Justin had made his feelings clear, the first thing she did was take out her cell phone to call Lily. As usual, Lily answered quickly. "Boss, what's up?" "When can you complete Xander's DNA restoration?" Lily replied, "In a week at the latest, but that's if I work overtime and if I make sure the DNA restoration is all I'm working on, which means, boss, that you can't ask me to do anything else during the week." Nora kept quiet for a moment before she said, "All right." She was about to disconnect, but then she asked, "When will Charles wake up?" "See, boss, what did I just say? That question would be defined as another task. For now, we anticipate that he may wake up sometime within the week." Nora nodded. "Okay, here are your options. Either you finish restoring Xander's DNA within 5 days, or you get Charles to wake up within 5 days. It's your choice. She could hear Lily sigh as she disconnected. She knew it would be difficult, but she had to know. If Xander really was her son, then she was going to celebrate his birthday right along with her twins. So this meant she needed the DNA confirmation before the birthday celebration. After hanging up the phone with Lily, Nora followed Justin into the study. Justin closed the door thoughtfully and looked at her with a smile.
What do you want to ask me?
She could tell from the smile on his face that he was very happy. He felt that Nora was finally willing to come to him when she was faced with a problem. This feeling of being needed gave him an indescribable sense of satisfaction. But she just stared at him, having no idea what he was thinking. She studied him for a moment and then took the plunge. "Do you know Eagle?" Justin was taken aback for a moment. He asked hesitantly,
What?
Nora was surprised by his expression. Justin had always been very relaxed in front of her, but when she said the code name Eagle just now, Justin did not react at all. What could that mean? Wasn't he Eagle? During her hesitation, Justin inquired again.
What Eagle? Codename Eagle? What organization is he from? Not a very clever alias, it is quite common.
Although there was an Eagle in the Imperial League, the codename was simply too common. He needed to ask her to properly clarify. However, his reaction made Nora feel that she had been incorrect in her assumption. She felt quite certain that he was not Eagle, so Nora kept silent for a while. When they joined the Imperial League, they had sworn that they would not tell outsiders about its existence. They were allowed to use the information they got from within the organization to help their relatives, but they were not allowed to reveal the source. Outside, they were not permitted to even mention the Imperial League. If Justin was not Eagle, then that meant she was not allowed to talk to him about anything regarding the Imperial League, let alone ask him who King was. Nora knew that the Imperial League was not a place to break the rules. In the end, she chose not to ask him about it anymore. She said, "Never mind, I've got my answer." Justin glanced at her with a puzzled look on his face. He wanted to say something, but paused when the butler knocked on the door. Justin opened the door to let the butler in. The butler questioned,
Sir, do you need something?
Justin considered for a moment. He glanced at Nora, and then he replied,
I would like to throw a birthday party 5 days from now for Pete and Cherry. We'll be celebrating their 6th birthday. Make the necessary preparations.
The butler was bewildered. For wealthy families like the Hunts, if they wanted to throw a birthday party even for their children, they would have to make reservations and other arrangements months in advance. 5 days was simply not enough time. It was much too late for anything to be customized now. But whatever Mr. Hunt wanted, it was up to him to make it happen in time. After clearing his throat, the butler simply questioned,
Will it be a grand party or a small one? Send an invite to just family and friends.
The butler breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently, it wasn't going to be necessary to invite his business associates. Justin was planning to introduce Cherry to everyone within the family circle, so there was no need to invite business associates as well. However, the butler knew he had better get to it. Even if it was only family and friends, it would still be a medium-sized party, perhaps around 1,000 guests. And the thing about the Hunts was this: if they received an invitation, they had to attend. Although the butler was anxious, he nevertheless simply nodded his head and said,
Yes, sir. May I be excused?
Then he added,
Unless there is anything else, sir.
There isn't.
Very well then, I will begin making preparations right away.
He went about to prepare the party invitations, the menu, as well as all the servants' assignments. Moreover, as there would be a lot of guests on that day, he would also have to prepare sufficient parking spaces and arrange for extra security personnel. The Hunts Manor would be abuzz with activity shortly. With a simple request of the children's birthday party, Justin had added a ton of work for the butler and the entire staff. Before leaving the room, the butler confirmed with Justin,
"The birthday party is for both Mr. Pete and Ms. Cherry, I presume."
"It is indeed," replied Justin with a nod. With that, the butler clicked his heels, bowed, and went out. Nora yawned and explained that she couldn't stay any longer. After all, she had ended up wasting some time giving Charles medical treatment, and it was time for her to go home to sleep. The strange thing, though, was that Pete, who usually followed Nora around everywhere, had actually taken the initiative to say that he wanted to stay at the Hunts. He gave her the excuse that if he went with her to the Smiths, he might disturb her rest. He had asked so nicely that all Nora could do was to agree with his request. But after thinking about it, she turned back to Pete and offered earnestly, "Pete, don't bully the boy, okay?" Pete fell silent for a moment when he heard her. Then he tilted his head and asked, "But what if he bullies you, Mummy?" Nora smiled and ruffled his hair. Her voice was very low but reassuring as she said, "I know you're a sweet boy who wants to look out for me, but there is no one capable of bullying Mummy. Do you understand?" Pete looked up at her. Nora was very tall. At this age, Pete was only as tall as her waist. In his eyes, his mummy was gentle and strong. In front of his mother, he abandoned all his sneaky thoughts and conspiracies, wanting only to be the most well-behaved child for her. He relaxed and nodded. "Okay, Mummy." After she left, the twins watched her drive away. Still standing at the window, Cherry asked, "Pete, are we planning to keep our distance from Xander?" Pete kept quiet for a long while before he finally replied, "Let's put all our plans on hold for the moment. We'll take action only if Xander bullies Mummy, or if Mummy suffers injustice because of him. If that happens, we absolutely won't tolerate his existence in this family." "Okie dokie," Cherry clapped. But then, she thought for a moment and wondered why she was so happy that they weren't pushing Xander away anymore. How could that be? It must be that she found Xander really pitiful because he didn't have a mum. She could never admit that she did like Xander even a teeny-weeny little bit. After the two children spoke to each other, they went up the stairs hand in hand to play. Neither of them saw Xander walking down the hallway. He stared angrily in the direction where the twins had gone. He was even holding his favorite book about human anatomy, as well as a doll detailing a human's body structure. Initially, for Cherry's sake, he had wanted to make friends with Pete. But after Pete said that it was very boring playing building blocks with him, he went back upstairs to fetch his favorite learning toy. But he hadn't expected to hear such conversation. They wanted to drive him away. They were too cruel. Weren't they all Daddy's children, and wasn't this Daddy's house? Why should he be driven away just because he didn't share the same birthday as them? The thought of this made Xander angry. The little boy clenched his fists. Suddenly, he turned and went back upstairs. After entering his bedroom, the angry Xander threw his doll onto the floor, causing it to break into pieces. A look of hostility flashed across his face. Before he could continue his tantrum, his cell phone rang. Xander hastily picked up the call without looking at the number. Truman's evil and slightly shrill voice came over from the other side. "My dearest Xander, how have you been?" "Fine," Xander replied curtly. "Since I have you, Dad, when is my birthday?" When Truman heard this, he paused. Then he chuckled and replied, "September 8th.
Why do you want to know?
September 8th. So his birthday was the same as Cherry and Pete's. Xander was stunned. He wasn't expecting September 8th to be his birthday too. But he chose not to tell Truman the truth about why he asked. He instead replied, "Oh, okay. I was just wondering." Then he asked, "Daddy, do you think I really won't be able to get along with my new father?" Truman sneered. "Do you have to even ask? I mean, does Justin Hunt treat you well?" Xander thought for a moment and answered, "Not too well, but not that bad either."
"And what about Nora Smith?"
Xander tilted his head. "She treats me well enough, too. She didn't drive me away, nor did she quarrel with Justin to get him to send me away. Instead, she is very calm, as if she doesn't care about my existence."
"Oh, really?"
Truman sounded a little unhappy.
"That woman sure is big-hearted. Or perhaps it is the opposite. Perhaps she doesn't love Justin Hunt at all. If she did, how would it be possible for her to forgive her man for having a child with another woman?"
Xander touched his nose in the same manner as Pete. "Is there a chance that she thinks I'm cute so she can't bear to do anything to me?"
Truman laughed out loud. "Do you really think a woman would find her husband's illegitimate child cute?"
Xander felt very uncomfortable being called an illegitimate child. But he didn't get angry because he understood that Truman was right. He didn't have a mother, but was instead Justin's child from some unknown woman. So that would make him an illegitimate child.
Truman went on, "Don't be fooled by their superficial actions. Adults' affairs are much more complicated than you might think. They don't care about you at the moment, only because you haven't grown up, so you're not a threat to Peter Hunt's position yet. But if you become outstanding enough to become the next heir to the Hunts, how do you think they will treat you then?"
Xander pushed his feelings deep down and didn't speak.
Truman scoffed. "Have you forgotten about Prince Charlie? He is also an illegitimate child. His stepmother deliberately raised him to be a good-for-nothing. That is why you must find a way to drive Pete out of the Hunt household. This is the only way you can become Justin Hunt's one and only son. Do you understand the significance of that, Xander?"
Xander narrowed his eyes. "Yes, Daddy." Although he felt that Truman was wrong, he did not refute him. Ever since he was a baby, he had known that there would be severe punishment waiting for him if he ever disagreed with his father's words. Xander heaved a small sigh. After the phone call ended, the young boy pondered for a few minutes, weighing the potential consequences. Then he stood up and walked out. He was going to find Cherry and Pete so he could tell them that his birthday was also on September 8th. And that meant that they could all share the birthday party together. Xander had completely forgotten Truman's instructions. The excited boy went to look for Pete and Cherry. But when he walked up to the door of the room where the twins were, he was instead stopped by a few children. These children were all from Pete's uncles and aunts' families. They were about 10 years old. From a young age, their parents had told them to curry favors with Pete and had also forbidden the children from bullying him. When they heard that Pete was back, they came over to specifically play with him. However, they didn't expect Pete to refuse visitations again. They didn't like to be snubbed, and they were bored. Just as they were about to leave, they ran into Xander. The little pack of brats had a lot of pent-up anger, and they were ready to direct it at any child of Justin's, other than Pete. One of the older kids said loudly, "Is that Uncle Justin's illegitimate son?" Someone replied, "He does look a little like Uncle Justin, But what a pity that he is a little bastard without a mother. There's no way he can inherit the Hunt's fortune, isn't that so? Yeah, I even heard that he grew up with monsters in the wild. Can you speak human language? Come on, make a sound so we can hear it. A few of them ganged up on Xander. They pushed him back and forth between them. You're Xander, right? Who's your mother? He doesn't have a mother. Shoot, he doesn't even know when his birthday is. So how did he get here? Did he crawl out from under a rock? Are you here to play with Pete? What makes you think you can play with him? How can you be worthy of playing with him? He is the rightful son of the leader of the Hunt household, and what about you? You're an illegitimate child. You can't even compare to Pete's little finger. Why are you so quiet? Are you stupid? Pete is the smartest of us all, you know. I bet your IQ is not even a fraction of his. Also, did anyone tell you that a birthday party will be held in a few days? Uncle Justin is holding it so that he can announce to everyone that Cherry is his daughter. I wonder if anyone will even remember to invite you. The children were just repeating what they had secretly heard from the adults. As soon as the boy named Xander had arrived, everyone was talking about him. When someone asked if Pete's status would be threatened by Xander, everyone immediately refuted him. Not only had Pete exhibited a high IQ since he was a baby, but his mother came from the Smith family. With a status like hers, she would certainly be able to protect Pete from any illegitimate child that weaseled their way into the Hunt home. Therefore, everyone looked down on Xander. The children's badgering made Xander clench his fists. He stared at the kids in front of him. Although he very much wanted to charge forward and scratch their faces, he couldn't do that. Every one of them was much bigger and stronger than he was. He focused his attention on the lead bully. The kid mocked him. He said, I heard you grew up with cats and dogs. Did you sleep in a kennel with them? Can you talk like a dog? Xander narrowed his eyes and touched his nose. Then he slowly grinned. Of course. Not only can I talk like a dog, but I can even. He whispered something so quietly that the kids had to lean forward in order to hear what he said. He stood back with his arms crossed as the children around him let out a unified, "Ah!" The leader of the children immediately took a step forward. He asked curiously, What else do you know? Xander grinned. Come over here. I can only tell you about it. We don't want the others to know now, do we? The idiot leaned into Xander's face, craning his neck and turning his head to better hear the secret. Okay. Xander had reeled him in and seized the opportunity to get his reward. With his sharp little teeth, he clamped down on the bully's ear. Ow! An ear-piercing scream rattled the windows. The kid shoved Xander away, but that made the pain worse because Xander wouldn't let go. The rest of the children rushed forward to beat and kick Xander, but he held on, and, like a pit bull, he refused to release his bite. It wasn't until his teeth had pierced all the way through the child's ear that he finally let go. As the little idiot was rolling on the floor in pain, Xander grinned and said, In addition to knowing how to bark like a dog, I also know how to bite like one. He stretched out his hand and looked at the others cowering in the doorway. Anyone else want to accuse me of barking like a dog? After saying that, his malevolent eyes glared at the other children. Xander had blood at the corner of his lips, making him look even more menacing. When the children saw their leader bleeding profusely, they became so frightened that they dispersed at once. Run! Also scared, the lead bully clasped a hand to his bloody bitten ear. He wasn't about to be left alone with this monster. He rushed out, following the other children. Watching them leave, Xander wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand. He shrugged his shoulders, rolled his eyes, and walked toward Justin's study. He was going to tell his father that his birthday was also on September 8th, so that meant he was not an illegitimate child. He would get his father to announce to everyone on his birthday that he, Xander Yale, was also his son. Behind the study door, Justin leaned far back in his desk chair. He speculated when Xander's birthday was. If it was also September 8th, wouldn't that pretty much confirm that Nora was his mother too? Xander hid outside the door and secretly observed Justin. He saw the man frowning, seemingly troubled. The man looked like he was contemplating, and while he did, he kept touching his nose. Xander, whose hand was also touching his nose, paused. He blinked, studied his hand for a moment, and then put it down by his side. Before arriving outside Justin's study, he had wanted to tell the tyrant about his birthday. He also wanted to get him to publicly announce that he was also Justin's son on that day at the birthday party. But after he arrived, he was a little afraid to go in. What if Daddy Tyrant refused to celebrate his birthday for him, even after he told him about it? He stood frozen, contemplating, until he heard a commotion coming from a distance away. Xander turned to see that the group of misbehaving kids had returned and were coming up the hallway. And, to make matters worse, this time they had brought their parents with them. Jack Hunt, the leader of the group and the bully whose ear Xander had bitten, was crying. His eyes were completely red. He held his mother's hand as he walked over. His ear hadn't been bandaged yet. Although he wasn't bleeding anymore, the wound still looked shocking. As soon as he walked over, Jack pointed at Xander and complained, "That's him, Mummy. He's the one who bit my ear." Jack was a child from the Hunt's side family. His family had attached themselves to the main family line, which meant that they were dependent upon the Hunt Corporation for their livelihood. Jack's mother was also considered to be from a wealthy and prestigious family. She looked straight at Xander, her finger nearly jabbing his face as she demanded, "What's the matter with you, punk? What makes you think you can bully my son? Can't you talk it out properly with them? Did you have to bite him, or are you a dog?" Her voice was so loud that Justin could hear it from the other side of the thick wooden door, which he slowly opened. When Jack's mother saw Justin, she immediately started crying. She said, "Justin, look, that little monster nearly bit off Jack's ear. He is too much." She cried and said, "My little Jack has always been such a sensitive boy. I've always told him that even though he is a few years older, that he should always give in to Pete and keep him happy. After all, Pete is still quite young and such an angel. It is difficult to believe that he is related to this naughty devil. How can this child be so quick to bite other people? It's outrageous." Justin frowned as he glared down at the little boy, which shot daggers through Xander's heart. The man had relatively little contact with Xander during this period, so he didn't actually know what the boy was like. However, he knew that a child who had been brought up by Truman would undoubtedly be a little unorthodox. What stood out in particular was the time when the boy had first arrived at the Hunt Manor. When the bodyguard tried to take a sample of his DNA, the boy had bitten the bodyguard's finger and almost broken it. That incident certainly proved that his personality and way of handling stress were quite unpredictable. But when Justin interrogated Ruth, he realized that Ruth had abused the boy when he was still quite young. That must be how Xander had developed such a vicious and cruel personality despite his young age. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xander. Justin asked, "Did you bite him?" Xander's eyes widened. He stuck out his chin defiantly as he glared at Jack's mother and then looked back at Justin. The other boy's mother had defended her son right away when something went wrong, but what about his daddy tyrant? Would he do the same? Xander had his doubts and suddenly became furious. He couldn't stand being belittled. He clenched his jaw, lifted his chin, and nodded stubbornly. "Yeah, I did." Therefore, after he spoke, he even grinned at Jack and said, "Ha! You are already 10 years old while I am only 5, yet you can't beat me in a fight. That must be so embarrassing for you. And you even ran to your mummy because you couldn't beat me. How tough are you now?" After being ridiculed, Jack felt even more aggrieved. He hugged his mother at once and burst into tears. His other cousins had never disobeyed him before, and he felt ashamed. Jack's mother's eyes reddened. "You saw that, right, Justin? That boy is simply too arrogant, and his upbringing has been horrible. He shows no sign of remorse. Justin, you must do something about this. Please stand up for Jack. They are all children of the Hunts. Even if this little monster is your son, and you are head of this family, he can't just bully other people and expect to get away with it." Justin narrowed his eyes and looked at Xander. He asked, "What exactly is going on?" He wasn't sure what had happened, and he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Even if he didn't like the little boy very much, he didn't want to assume, based on his uneasy feelings about Xander, that the boy was in the wrong. That would not be fair. But he was leery of asking this little boy whom he didn't really know. If it was the son he raised, Pete, he would have more confidence about the child's answers. He knew that son would explain everything clearly and truthfully. But he wasn't asking Pete. The child being accused was Xander. He knew the boy was sensitive with a huge chip on his shoulder. Without the love and care of a mother, he had grown up relying on himself. When he was met with trouble, all he knew was to shoulder the burden head-on and fend for himself. Justin's question broke Xander's already shattered heart. He was deeply saddened to think that he didn't trust him. But then he brushed it off. "Ha! What's the use of having a father if he doesn't believe in me?" His gaze turned to ice. The little fellow scoffed and ignored Justin. Instead, he looked straight at Jack. "Yeah, I bullied you. So? Weren't you asking for it? It's your ear this time, but next time, who knows?" He shrugged his shoulders. Jack was so scared that he took a step back. Xander became even more smug after he saw Jack's reaction. However, the mother stepped in front of her son. She pointed at Xander, almost poking his chest. She shouted, "You're really a wild child from God knows where. You have no manners whatsoever." Xander folded his little arms in front of his chest. "When would I have learned manners? After all, I don't have a mother. Even though I have a father, he's pretty much non-existent too." He glanced at Justin before continuing. "Without anyone to teach me, where am I supposed to get manners from? If you find me a troublemaker, then why don't you hit me? Do you dare to? I'm Justin's son, you know. If you have the guts, then just slap me across the cheek instead of prattling on and on over there." The child's attitude made Justin's expression darken. Xander's behavior was completely arrogant and domineering. There was no trace of Pete's temperament in him at all. But he could tell that the little boy was overcompensating for some reason. Justin's expression became stern when he said, "Xander, I'm going to give you one more chance. Tell me what exactly happened." "What happened? Nothing much. It's just what you saw. I, your son, bullied someone. So what? Do you also want to hit me?" Xander said stubbornly. "What gives you the right to lecture me? I've only been in the house for a few days. What have you ever done to raise me?" Justin clenched his jaw. He lowered his voice and inquired, "Aren't you living in the Hunt Manor right now?" This notion made Xander pull back slightly, and he became a bit more sensitive, but he still stared at Justin angrily. What Jack and the other children had said just now was still ringing in Xander's ears. Uncle Justin is holding the birthday party so that he can introduce Cherry to everyone. Who do you think you are? You are just an illegitimate son. Uncle Justin has never thought of acknowledging you as his son at all. As if that didn't make Xander feel bad enough, he considered, based on Justin's current attitude, that it must be true. Justin must be trying to drive him away. Xander clenched his fists and sneered. The only reason that I'm living in the Hunt Manor is because you begged my real father to send me here. Isn't that right? You didn't really want me here, did you? Xander rubbed his nose for emphasis and then crossed his arms in front of him again. Seeing how stubborn the child was behaving and how he simply refused to tell him anything, the domineering Justin slowly squatted down and met him eye to eye. He softened his voice and said as sincerely as he could,
Xander, I hope you can talk to me if you ever face trouble. Don't learn from Truman.
But before he could finish, Xander slapped him. Then he took a step back. Everyone in the room was shocked as Xander began to shout, You're telling me not to learn from him? My real father was the one who brought me up, so of course I will be like him. I was born a bad person. You really wish you could get rid of a son like me, right? Well, I don't want a father like you either. I never wanted to come back here at all. The only reason I am here is because you used Aunt Ruth to force me to come here. If you find me so annoying, why do you keep me around? Why don't you send me back? In my heart, the only father I will ever have is Truman Yale. After saying those extreme things, Xander stood in front of Justin defiantly. Justin fell silent. He just wanted to know how to communicate with Xander when he was behaving badly like he was now. He decided that he would take a different approach. He stood up and looked at Jack's mother. Jack's mother exclaimed, We all saw that, Justin. Having a child like him in this home is really what has made me so scared. If he can bite my son today, who knows what he may do tomorrow? Bite someone else or worse? We are not part of the main family, so I can tolerate it. We'll deal with it. But what if he bites Pete? Justin frowned. Then the woman added with dramatic emphasis, And, oh my goodness, what if he bites Cherry? This idea turned Justin's gaze icy cold. Fights among little boys were one thing. They are to be expected. But his daughter, that was a much larger concern. No one was going to hurt his sweet Cherry. He stared deep into Xander's eye. No matter the reason, you are not allowed to bite anyone in the future. Xander looked at him angrily. How can a dog's son not bite? Justin snapped. Xander Yale. Xander stood there stubbornly, the expression on his little face all strained. Jack's mother sighed. Don't ask him about it anymore, Justin. I've already found out what happened. Jack came over to visit Pete and play with him, but Xander saw him. He rushed over immediately and said that he is also your son, so he also has the right to order them around. He wanted Jack to play with him, but Jack refused. And that's the reason why this little monster bit him. Justin narrowed his eyes. He stared at Xander and asked once more, Is that what happened? He wanted to know the truth. The child was still young, so hopefully some habits could be corrected. He hoped that even though Truman had led the boy astray, Xander could be eased back onto the right path. But the little boy refused to answer. Jack's mother suddenly turned to look somewhere down the hall. At the sight of someone, she immediately said, Justin, even if you don't believe us, won't you believe Pete? Pete, quick, come here and tell your father what happened just now. Xander bullied Jack, right? Hearing this, Justin looked into the distance to see that Pete and Cherry had also heard the commotion and walked over. After they approached, Justin looked straight at Pete and asked, Is that what happened? He trusted Pete because he had brought him up. Jack's mother was relieved. Pete was very clever, and everyone understood the power of schemes and conspiracies very well. Besides, Jack had said that Pete wanted to drive Xander away. Wasn't this a great opportunity for him to do just that? Therefore, as long as Pete was not stupid, he would know what to say. By virtue of the incident, Jack would also be able to cling to Pete. When they were grown up, his life with the Hunts in his corner would definitely improve. Jack's mother had calculated a beautiful future in her mind and looked at Pete expectantly. Jack's mother had not taken her child to the hospital to have his wound dressed right away in order to please Pete. For so many years, their family had been trying their best to turn Jack into Pete's right-hand man. Unfortunately, both Pete and Justin were indifferent to others flattering them. This was certainly true since Pete had mild autism, which meant that he didn't like to have anyone close to him, especially at the Hunt Manor. He didn't trust anyone. That was why Jack's mother saw this incident as an opportunity, despite her son's injury. She encouraged Pete to speak. "Yes, Pete, tell your father what happened. Quick, you can explain to him how annoying that boy is. He often loses his temper and bullies others out of the blue for no reason. He's so domineering. He can be very savage, and that's to say nothing of his lack of manners. You can convince your father to kick him out of the house. Or if your father doesn't want to do that, he should take Xander somewhere to get educated before he comes back here. Otherwise, when there are so many children in the house, who knows which child will be bitten next?" Her hints were so obvious that Pete should have clearly understood, and yet Pete didn't speak. Jack's mother was stunned. Suddenly, she realized that perhaps Pete didn't want to be involved in this dispute. If word got around that it was Pete who had driven Xander away, his reputation could be badly affected. She narrowed her eyes at once, feeling that she had underestimated Pete. His skill at infighting within the household was quite developed, and he was making the choice to simply watch from the sidelines. But she wanted to express her loyalty to him and to his father, so Jack's mother spoke presumptuously once again. "Oh my, I just remembered something. Pete had been busy when Jack came to visit him. Pete, did you even see them fighting?" Once she asked a question that he could answer with certainty, Pete replied, "I did." Jack's mother was taken aback when he spoke, but then she instantly became overjoyed, clapping her hands together. "Well then, please hurry up and tell your father what happened." She couldn't believe that Pete was getting involved. This was exactly what she had been hoping for, and, therefore, she was ecstatic. From across the way, Xander sadly looked at Pete as he listened in on the exchange between Pete and Jack's mother. Pete stood there in a quandary. It was true he wanted nothing more than to drive this irritating little boy out of the house. Just like everyone had already said, no one in this family welcomed him. He was an extra. And this vocal woman and her children were undoubtedly filled with hostility towards Xander. Ha, Xander thought to himself. Did they think that he wanted to be here? Xander lifted his chin and turned his head stubbornly to the side. Then he heard Pete state, "It was indeed Xander who bit Jack's ear." Xander clenched his little fists and became even more disdainful. He snorted coldly. "Yeah, I bit him. What about it? If you think you know so much, then why don't you?" Before he could finish, Pete continued, "But it was Jack who initially picked a fight. He called Xander an illegitimate child who didn't have a mother. He even said that Daddy doesn't want him and would throw him out. The group of them tried to beat Xander up. Xander only bit him in self-defense." As soon as Pete said that, everyone stood in silence, completely shocked. They stared incredulously at Pete. After giving a clear account of what had happened, Pete didn't speak anymore. Instead, he took a step back and exchanged a look with Cherry. Cherry had a big smile on her face, and she gave her brother a big thumbs up, which made Pete raise his eyebrows. The boy who used to be frosty and closed off in the past was now happy to exchange vivid and enthused looks with others, especially his twin sister. Jack's mother was dumbfounded. She stood where she was in a daze and looked at Pete in disbelief. She swallowed. "Pete, do you know what you just said?" "Yes, I do," Pete said confidently. Although he did want to drive Xander away, it wasn't going to be through such despicable means. A tinge of anger flashed across Pete's eyes. Xander was Daddy's son. He only wanted to drive him away because he was worried that his existence would affect Mummy and her emotions. But this did not mean that outsiders could bully him. If Xander was up to no good, or if he made Mummy uncomfortable, then Pete would definitely not have been so soft-hearted. However, he wasn't about to lie in this instance. It was about doing what's right. Justin looked at his son with satisfaction. No matter the situation, Pete had never disappointed him. He would play little tricks on Xander every once in a while, but Pete was never ambiguous about his personal morals. The young boy always made the correct choice. Justin gently ruffled his son's hair. Then he looked at Jack's mother. With a sharp look in his eyes, he said, "It seems like Gordon has been a little too busy lately. That must be why he hasn't been educating Jack properly. In that case, I'll let him come back and spend some quality time with his son." Although he wasn't a prized member of the company or family, Justin would still assign Gordon Hunt the occasional project so he could earn a bit of extra money. But now that these people were arrogant enough to call Xander his illegitimate child, he reconsidered this kindness. Instead, he decided that he didn't need to continue providing those jobs to this line of the Hunt family anymore. Justin could choose dislike and ignore his son. And in fact, he could even correct him. But other people were not allowed to do so. Who did they think they were? As soon as Justin mentioned bringing Gordon back, the blood drained from his wife's face. She stuttered, "Justin, let me explain." Justin interrupted her. "There's no need to explain. At this point, I only believe what Pete had to say." Then Justin glanced around and saw the butler. "Since Jack misbehaves so much, he needs to learn obedience and consequences. For now, he is banned from attending classes at the Hunt's private school for a while." "Yes, sir," the butler answered. Then, with a wave from Justin, security officers rushed in. They grabbed Jack and his mother immediately and took the two of them out. She was dumbfounded. All the children of the Hunts studied in the Hunts' private school in order to build their relationships with one another. After all, the powerful family became more powerful when they worked together. But if the people in the far branches' families moved too far away, who would remember them in the future? And now Justin had uttered a single phrase that would completely bar Jack from attending classes with his family members. This demonstrated to everyone that Justin's branch of the Hunts intended to cut off that part of the family until further notice. Jack's mother howled and cried. She wanted to apologize and she wanted to speak, but Justin wouldn't give her the opportunity. The guards carried them out straight away. Xander stared blankly at everything happening in front of him. He was stunned. He hadn't expected Pete to speak up for him, nor had he expected the tyrant to deal with those problematic people so quickly. He remembered that once when he had argued with a kid in the past, Daddy Truman had told him that he had to find a way to deal with it himself. He suggested that if Xander beat them up and made them bleed, then they probably wouldn't dare to bully him anymore. It was only then that Xander had started attacking others as a line of self-defense. In the beginning, he only used his tiny little fists. But when he found that hitting didn't make the other party hurt or bleed enough, he started to bite. Biting made a true impact and stopped the bullying right away. Every time he bit someone and made them bleed, Truman would applaud and say, "Good job, Xander. You keep that up. But now Justin was actually protecting Xander. Justin dealt with the kid who had bullied him, so Xander wouldn't have to be afraid any longer. Now it occurred to Xander that being in a family might not be such a bad thing after all. Just as his imagination began to run wild, Justin squatted down again and looked straight into his big dark eyes. He softly asked,
Xander, were you here looking for me?
Xander stared at the handsome man in front of him. He looked a little dazed, and his big dark eyes were filled with confusion and perplexity. He felt a tug at his heart. When this man squatted down to speak with Xander, he looked straight into his eyes. In the past, every time Daddy Truman spoke to him, he always looked at him from above, making Xander feel as if he were being ordered about. Xander had just discovered that the tyrant Justin was not like that. This man's behavior made him feel respected. Xander swallowed. He glanced at Pete again. Feeling a lump in his throat, he quietly stated, "I came to tell you about my birthday." When Justin heard this, he nodded his head and asked,
When is it?
Xander was about to answer when his cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting him. Xander took out his cell phone, upon which he saw the word Daddy on the screen. It was Truman. He was a little surprised. When he answered the phone, Truman said, "I heard someone bullied you at the hunts." Xander turned and glanced at Justin. He grinned and said, "I'll bit his ear off."
Good job.
Truman let out a deep chuckle and said,
Just as I expected, and just the way I brought you up.
His father's praise gave Xander a sense of accomplishment. As soon as he lifted his little chin, he heard Truman ask,
How did Justin deal with the situation after you bit him?
Xander looked at Justin. Then his big dark eyes swiveled around. As though he was avoiding the question, he briefly answered, "What could he do?" Then Xander shrugged his shoulders and added, "Daddy, the food here is pretty nice." When Truman heard this, he fell silent for a moment. Then he smiled and said,
If it tastes good, then you can stay there a few more days.
Xander nodded. Okay. He had made an agreement with Truman before he came. They had agreed that for the sake of his rabbits, cats, and dogs, he would only stay in the United States for a maximum of 10 days. When he first arrived, he had felt very unhappy staying with the Hunts. But now, just a moment ago, he suddenly felt that it would be nice to stay here longer. As soon as he thought that, he heard Truman say,
Oh, pass the phone to your father. I want to tell him something to make sure he takes good care of you.
Although Xander felt that it wasn't appropriate to do that, he had never gone against Truman's orders. So he looked at Justin and said, "Here." Justin had been watching him on the phone with Truman the entire time. In the basement encounter, Justin remembered hearing about the ways Ruth had mistreated the boy. This made him question how Truman treated the child as well. Judging from the way Xander spoke on the phone, it seemed that his relationship with Truman was pretty good. Xander was smart. That was why he was able to bully Ruth. Justin's impression was that the boy and Truman got along, and, at the very least, it appeared that Truman most likely did not abuse him. That discovery made Justin feel a little more comfortable. He answered the phone, but because he didn't want the children to hear their conversation, he walked to the side and answered softly.
Hello? Mr. Hunt, my sister is dead.
There was some faint amusement in Truman's voice when he said that, as though he had never once cared whether Ruth lived or died. Justin lowered his eyes.
Oh, she left the country after I released her. Whatever happened next had nothing to do with me.
Needless to say, Ruth had been killed by someone he sent. Justin believed child abusers like her shouldn't be allowed to stay alive in the world. She also caused far too much trouble for Justin as well as Nora. Justin knew himself. He was not a kind soul. Growing up in the vicious Hunt family and running a huge conglomerate had taught him to be merciless. Truman chuckled and said, "I am not going to hold you accountable. Rather, I wanted to tell you that she had never treated Xander well. I've wanted to deal with her for a very long time. It's just a pity that the Yale's family beliefs don't allow us to do anything to our family members." Early on in their communication, Justin had gathered that Truman didn't much care for Ruth. Even so, Justin didn't expect Truman to find his own sister so disposable. From what Truman had just communicated, it appeared as if he had been simply using Justin to deal with Ruth. Whatever his scheme had been, it didn't matter now. Justin had no regrets regarding his actions toward Ruth. Had he known earlier that this was Truman's plan all along, he might have resented the thought of Truman taking advantage of him. But now, even though Justin was keeping himself from getting too close to Xander until the DNA test results came in, he knew the things Ruth did to Xander were unforgivable. In his mind, his violent choices were justified. Justin lowered his eyes. "Why are you calling me?" Truman laughed. "I heard that you're hosting a birthday party for Cherry and Pete. If that's the case, why wouldn't you celebrate their birthdays with Xander's?" Justin narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Truman laughed again. "It means that Xander asked me about his birthday just now, and I told him it's September 8th. If you don't include him in the birthday celebrations on that day, how do you think that he would feel?" Justin instead asked, "When exactly is his birthday?" "Make a guess?" Justin clenched his fists. Truman laughed again. "I really look forward to it. If you had to choose between Peter Hunt and Xander, who would you choose?" Justin suddenly asked, "Is Xander's mother Nora or not?" Truman smacked his lips. Rather than give a clear answer, Truman's words perplexed Justin even more. "You might say that she is, but you also might say she's not. But why would you believe anything I say? If I say that she is, then my motive may be to get you and Nora to treat him well. But I might actually be lying in order to have him beat out Pete and become the heir to the Hunt's assets. If I say she's not his mother and she is, maybe he actually is her son, and my objective is nothing more than to make you treat one child better than the other. Maybe I want to make the brothers turn against each other. Mr. Hunt, I heard that you are your father's only son, and that you were selected as the heir to the family when you were just a child. Perhaps you'll have to choose a successor soon. Xander and Pete both have high IQs. Between the two, who would you choose?" Truman chuckled after he said that. "I have nothing more to say. Whether you want to include Xander to their birthday party or not, is up to you." With that, Truman hung up. Justin stared at the phone with a frown. Truman's call had totally disrupted his plans. He looked at Xander, only to see that the boy, who had been very distant up until now, was looking up at him. The colors of his eyes were clearly defined, and he looked very cute and innocent. He raised his head proudly and said, "To answer your question, I was indeed looking for you. I am here to tell you that my birthday is also on September 8th. After Nora left the Hunts, she did not go home. She was on a mission of her own. She went straight to the hospital and performed acupuncture on Charles, determined to bring him back. And half an hour later, a groggy Charles finally woke up. When Charles opened his eyes, He was overcome with confusion. After all, before he fainted, his last memory was that he was going to die. Was this heaven? The white light dazzled him for a long moment. Then he realized he was in a hospital ward. His senses slowly returned, and his body trembled. He turned his head little by little until he saw Nora sitting on the sofa beside him, looking at him lazily. The girl's almond-shaped eyes were slightly lowered, and she gave off the feeling that she was invincible. It was strange. Some gave off a strong presence even without doing anything. Nora's current appearance filled him with anxiety. Charles swallowed. He realized that his throat was very dry, but he did not even dare to ask Nora to pour him a cup of water. His lips moved. After a moment, he said in a tiny, weak voice that seemed like it was about to break, "Did you save me?" Nora finally looked at him and nodded. She pressed the button on the bed again. A nurse walked in. She first dabbed a cotton ball on his lips and fed him some water after his lips were moist. After about half an hour of watching the man take small sips of water, Nora grew impatient. She was tired of waiting. Only then did the nurse stop what she was doing and leave the ward silently. Looking at her departing figure, Nora felt that this nurse must know how to read minds. She was indeed the hunt's top nurse. Nora stood up and stretched her arms lazily. Then she focused on Charles. "Did I give birth to twins or triplets?" Charles looked at her and was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "Twins." Nora rolled her eyes. "I'll ask you one last time." She repeated herself again. "Did I give birth to twins or triplets?" Charles was about to speak when Nora interrupted him. "You betrayed my mother once and you betrayed me once. Are you going to betray me again? If you lie to me this time, I won't let you off so easily." Charles was stunned. He suddenly swallowed. "Even if you kill me, the answer is still twins." As soon as he said this, Nora approached him and asked, "The doctor who delivered my babies has been captured." Hearing this, Charles's jaw dropped. He stammered, "How is that possible? He's already dead." The entire ward suddenly fell silent. Charles realized that he had said something wrong. He pursed his lips and turned his head away, not saying anything else. He looked like he was ready to die. He said with a hoarse voice, "Miss Nora, back then, I betrayed Miss Yvette because the mysterious organization used my family to threaten me. But later, my family still died of an illness. Now I don't have a family anymore. Living with such unrelenting guilt has caused me deep pain. So if you don't believe me, you can kill me. I am ready for you to take my life." Charles was not afraid of death. His relatives were all gone, and he was the only one left. His past betrayal made him feel like he was trash. He believed the reason he was still alive was because he was awaiting his punishment. Death was a form of relief to him. He closed his eyes. After a while, a low sigh suddenly came from the room. Nora's voice was lazy, low, and rough. It had a unique charm. Her voice gave people a feeling of calmness. She asked, "Back then, the mysterious organization used your son to threaten you, right?" Charles nodded slightly. Nora continued, "That's why you betrayed my mother. I heard that she deliberately came out of hiding in order to protect me and was killed by the mysterious organization." "No," Charles said. "Miss Yvette deliberately exposed her tracks and committed suicide. When she died, the secret she had stolen from the mysterious organization died with her. Only then did you have a chance to escape the mysterious organization's gaze." Nora looked away. Yes, parents' love for their children is limitless. Parents protect their children above all else. Since you know this, why are you hiding my mother's secret from me? Charles froze. He suddenly turned back and looked at Nora, amazed at the strong woman standing before him. She went on, I don't know what kind of person my mother was. I only want to make my own decisions in my life. I hate those kinds of plots where things are hidden from me for my own good. I hope that this is the kind of thing that won't happen to me again. Charles clenched his fists. Nora. She yawned again. She looked at Charles fixedly. So, are you going to say something or not? Charles was silent for a moment before saying,
Let me think about it.
He needed more time in order to make a decision. Nora stood up and walked out. Seeing how straightforward she was, Charles was stunned. He shouted,
Miss Nora?
She stopped in her tracks and turned back. Her tone was calm as she said confidently, Your reaction has already told me the answer. I just want to know why you're hiding it from me. At the Hunt Manor, Justin did not give Xander an answer about whether he would throw a birthday party for all 3 children at once. He wanted to discuss the situation with Nora. Justin changed the topic and got Xander, Pete, and Cherry to leave. The 3 children acted friendly with each other while they were in front of him. However, after leaving Justin's line of sight, Pete's face instantly darkened as he took Cherry to the side. Xander called out to him, Hey, thank you for today. Pete ignored him. When she separated from Xander, Cherry could not help but say, Pete, Xander isn't that bad, right? This time, Pete did not argue with her. When the others had mocked Xander for not having a mother, he had been furious and felt sorry for him. Pete had no mother when he was young, and he had also been secretly called an illegitimate child. Even though he had a mother now, Pete remembered exactly how bad those accusations made him feel. When he heard those same cruel words being hurled at Xander, he had wanted to rush over to his side and save Xander from the gang of children. But Xander did not give him the chance. He had resolved the bullying all by himself. So, was Xander so bad after all? Pete sighed, feeling terribly conflicted. But his existence is difficult for Mom. Cherry's shoulders slumped. If only he was born to Mummy. But the children thought this was probably impossible. Pete and Cherry leaned their heads together. Xander, who had been following them, lowered his head silently when he heard them talking. So, his existence was a mistake, and he was causing these nice people pain just by staying in their house. Would his departure actually be the best thing for this family?
After the thought of leaving this family surfaced in Xander's mind, his heart felt heavy again. He slowly returned to the room. He closed the door and decided that he wanted to know what the siblings were up to. He sat on the bed, logged into his alias Facebook page, checked to make sure his cameras were off, and called Cherry. The other party picked up quickly. Are you going to apologize to my mummy? Xander conceded. Yes, I apologize. What are you doing? He blinked his clear eyes and looked at the screen curiously. Then he heard Cherry say, We're discussing how to deal with a little demon. Xander was stunned. Little demon? That's right, he's my father's child with another woman. Because of his presence, my mother must be very sad. We can't let her be sad. Mummy's health isn't good. If she's in a bad mood, she won't be able to sleep well. Xander pursed his lips. But it's not his fault, is it? The other party fell silent when Xander said this. Xander looked ahead in a daze. His eyes, which were identical to Justin's, flickered with confusion. He said, "Perhaps he doesn't want to be so hated. He never thought of snatching Pete's identity. He just wants to have a home." Xander's voice suddenly became very low when he said the last 4 words. Indeed, he had wanted a home with parents since he was young. In the basement, looking through the window, he had seen a mother kiss her child. He had also seen the father put his son on his shoulder and let the child ride him like a horse. He longed for such experiences, but all he had were his rabbits, kittens, and puppies. Xander lowered his head. Then he heard Pete say, "Maybe that's true, so that's why we've decided to wait." Cherry said cheerfully, "Actually, he's Daddy's son, which means he's my brother. Besides, I don't hate him that much. We're in such a dilemma now. How good would it have been if he had never appeared? That way Daddy and Mummy wouldn't have to worry about him." Never appeared. It seemed like no one in the house wanted him. Xander softly replied, "I understand." Cherry asked curiously, "What do you understand?" He understood that they disliked him. Xander smiled. "It's nothing. Oh, don't worry, that troublesome kid will probably leave soon, so the 2 of you two can return to your old lives." Cherry was curious, so she asked, "How do you know?" Xander stared at his screen. He was longing to ask, "If I was Xander, would you still want me to leave?" But he decided against it. Instead, he simply said, "Cherry, can we be friends?" "Of course," Cherry replied quickly. "Aren't we friends already? Although you always curse, it'll be better if you can change this bad habit. My mummy doesn't let me play with bad kids." Xander was stunned, but when he heard her answer to his question, he couldn't help but smile. Actually, Cherry was the first friend in his life. At that time, he was so bored in the basement. He downloaded Facebook and searched for people nearby. He did not have much hope of finding anyone while he searched, and then he found Cherry's profile. The 2 of them added each other as friends, and he finally had his first friend. Every time he was bored, he would tease Cherry. She was very smart and quick-witted. The 2 of them had fun arguing and chatting. He was very talkative and he treated Cherry as his sister. But now his sister wanted him to leave and disappear. How could he not leave? Even if it was just to return his sister to her peaceful life, he should leave. As he thought of this, he lowered his head and slowly asked, "Cherry, can we chat often in the future? As long as I'm not playing games, anything is fine." Xander laughed at her answer. This lifted his heart. So even if he did leave, he would not lose her as a friend. He found comfort in that thought. Xander hung up. Then he jumped out of bed and sized up the room he had lived in for the last few days. It was originally a guest room, but he had received a lot of gifts while he was here. Justin was someone who was straightforward and couldn't be bothered with too much nonsense. Though he hadn't interacted very much with Xander, he had always taken care of him. There was a Lego model that he liked sitting on the table. There were also stuffed animals that he liked. Xander squeezed them one by one and told them goodbye. He looked at his Lego model of an airport hangar and sighed. "After I leave, Cherry will probably transform you into a doll's house." He thought about his rabbits, kittens, and puppies back home. "I wonder how puppy number 5 is doing. When I came here, his leg was broken. He probably has missed me and needs me very much." He nodded as he reasoned with himself. "So it's best if I go back. My bunnies miss me too. I've never been apart from them so long." Once he had convinced himself, Xander smiled, picked up his small bag, and walked out eagerly. He opened the door and looked at the people downstairs who were busy preparing for the birthday party. He tiptoed past the entrance and hurried down the hallway. He was very smart and avoided the gaze of butlers and nannies. He quietly left the villa without being seen and ran to the entrance. When he reached the door, he turned back and whispered,
Goodbye, Cherry. Goodbye, Pete. He felt a tug in his heart. He scrambled to pick up his small bag and ran out before he changed his mind. Everything was going to be fine. Even if he left this place, he could still live an exciting life. Xander encouraged himself silently as he walked. When he reached the Hunt's garden, he turned back to look at Justin's villa. A faint rush of reluctance swept through his heart. His footsteps became slower and slower. He paused. Would the tyrant and Cherry be sad to see him go? Amazingly, his confidence in his choice began to slip away. Was leaving the right thing to do? And he answered his own question. Yes. When Xander came to this realization, he lowered his head. His little body instantly wilted. He turned away, and with stooped shoulders, he was about to leave again, when he saw a familiar figure appear in front of him. Xander had gone out the back entrance of the Hunt's property. After all, it was too noticeable for him to sneak through the front door. It would be far too easy for others to see him. What he didn't realize, however, was that the back entrance was often used for food deliveries to the Hunt's kitchen. For the birthday banquet, the butler had already begun to receive ingredients randomly. At the very moment Xander was coming through, a few people were pushing a cart of fresh king crabs through the back entrance. The kitchen manager led the way. Xander had seen these two familiar faces before. They were tall, and they looked very strong. These two people were not delivery men at all. They were Truman's men. He had seen them on occasion in the basement overseas. From what he could remember, they were highly trained killers. He remembered seeing these same two killers with his dog Butterscotch. They had needed to drag Butterscotch away for some reason, and it fiercely protected its puppy, Biscuit. Butterscotch was taller than the average male and was as agile as a wolf. These two men could not inject anesthesia into Butterscotch because the blood would affect the experimental data. So Truman ordered these two men to grab the dog with their bare hands and squelch it. From that day forward, Xander imagined Butterscotch was the guardian angel of all the cats and dogs. It was also his guardian angel. He had been forced to watch helplessly as the dog's bones were broken. Then, his lifeless body was dragged away by the two people standing before him now. Xander's little heart thumped in his chest as he recalled the memory. In his mind, these two people were extremely terrifying demons. If Truman said that these two people could beat everyone in the Hunt's regiment, Xander would have believed him. Xander was stunned when he saw them here and now. Why were these two here? Was his father, Truman, here to pick him up? Xander hesitated, and the two of them finally noticed him. One of them immediately said, "Is that Xander?" With that, the kitchen steward turned his head. Xander was hiding behind the glass door. No one would have noticed him unless they were actually searching for him. However, when the two of them spoke, the head butler saw him and immediately became curious. "Xander, why are you here?" All of the butlers at the Hunt Manor knew Xander. On his first day at this house, the head butler had gotten Xander to pay attention to the rules of the home, afraid that this little demon king would do something to upset his routine. And, because Xander was so naughty, none of the staff liked him. He tormented them knowing they were not permitted to talk back. For example, in the kitchen, when he said he wanted to eat bean sprout crabs, he laughed at the kitchen staff for an entire day. To prepare bean sprout crab, as the name suggested, one had to tear off the crab meat and stuff it into the smallest of bean sprouts. The kitchen staff had tried to satisfy Xander. After all, although Justin was indifferent to the boy, their boss had instructed the staff to take good care of him. For that reason, no one dared to disregard Xander's requests. Therefore, the kitchen steward selected 3 clever people. They studied and examined the very thin bean sprouts and came up with an amazing way to stuff crab meat into the tiny opening. They spent an entire day successfully stuffing 100 pieces of sprout. When the dish was finally served, Xander casually took a bite and turned to feed the rest of the immaculate meal to the stray cats outside. The kitchen staff was furious, but there was nothing they could do. Pete never used such methods to irritate people. Other than needing each meal to be cooked exactly according to the recipe, Pete was quite easy to serve and was always extremely appreciative of the staff. For this reason, when the kitchen manager saw Xander, he was exasperated. He knew that he was going to have to suffer due to this little brat. Xander was frustrated as well. Once he had been discovered, he knew that his escape plan had been squashed for the time being. He grabbed his book bag and slowly turned around to walk back to the manor. He offered a boring excuse. "Oh, I was so full from the heavy lunch, I was just taking a walk to feel better." The kitchen manager was speechless. As the person in charge, he wouldn't dare let the boy walk back to Justin's villa alone. The grounds were quite large, and children had been lost around here before. Besides, he didn't know if Xander would get into some dreadful, dangerous scheme if he was left all alone. The kitchen manager followed behind the boy and made sure that he went into Justin's villa with his own eyes before he returned to his many tasks in the main kitchen. Alone again, Xander blinked his large eyes. Before he returned to his homeland overseas, his real father had said that if he wanted to see if his biological father truly cared about him, he should make all kinds of demands. If his new father really loved him, then he would do what he could to fulfill them. And that was the reason Xander had made so many requests. He was testing his father's love to see if he really wanted him around. And as he watched everyone in the Hunt family circle around him, for the first time in his life, he learned what it felt like to be cared for. Was this how Pete and Cherry had lived all these years? They could get whatever they wanted. Even those unrealistic bean sprout crabs were possible. In the basement overseas, Xander had to give something of the same value in exchange for something he wanted. Truman Dad said that was called self-sufficiency. Although he could see the merits of such a Spartan lifestyle, he was beginning to prefer Pete's way of life. Xander shook his head. He sensed that he was becoming weak, and he certainly didn't want that. He had to get out of here before it was too late, and he would never want to leave. He knew he had better get away soon and return to his old life. His friends were waiting. He hunched his back and quickly snuck back out of the house onto the grounds. This time he continued walking. When he arrived at the park, the 2 people he had seen earlier suddenly crept out of the woods and rushed over to Xander. He was stunned. The fear in his eyes was evident. He called out, "What are you doing here? Are you here to take me back?" One of them chuckled. "Xander, we are here to deliver a message. Mr. Yale asked that you not to go back. Only by staying here can you snatch the heir's position. Besides, isn't this place lovely?" Xander frowned. "I'm supposed to snatch the heir's position? I should become the heir of the Hunt's fortune." "That's right. Did you forget the mission Mr. Yale gave you when you returned to the States?" Xander pursed his little lips, looking exactly like Justin. When he came to the Hunt Manor, he recalled that the mission Truman Daddy had assigned him was to destroy the relationship between Justin and the woman he was in love with. That was the only way Xander could snatch Justin's love. However, Xander had tried to convince Truman that this wasn't going to be possible. He recalled telling him, "Dad, you know that the tyrant won't be easy to fool. He already likes Cherry and Pete a lot. I am nothing like them, so I know he won't like me." Each time Justin looked at Pete and Cherry, although his expression did not change, his eyes were filled with gentleness. Just like when they were arguing earlier, he had looked straight at Pete. His eyes clearly said that he would believe anything Pete said. Justin would never offer Xander such trust, and the little boy knew it. Just as Xander thought of this, he heard the killer say, "Mr. Yale has asked us to help you. Don't you want to obtain Justin's fatherly love?" Xander would like nothing more, but he wasn't about to admit it. Of course he wanted the great man's love, but that didn't mean he was going to get it. Was it even possible? Xander quietly asked, "How can you help me?" The evil man grinned.
Have you forgotten? Didn't we agree that you would find a chance to lure the twins out of the house? After we kidnap and kill them, Justin will only have you as his son. That should do the trick.
Xander's heart shrank when he heard this. Not too far away, Pete and Cherry were hiding. When they saw Xander sneaking around, the two of them were worried that Xander was up to something bad, so they followed him out to the woods. However, they did not expect to see this scene. Cherry's eyes widened as she looked at Pete. "Xander is awful." Pete frowned. He had never expected Xander to be so devious. Earlier, when he had seen Xander being scolded, he had actually felt sorry for him. But he regretted that now. Pete suppressed his anger and glanced at Cherry. "They haven't seen us yet, so let's run for it." Pete was determined to show his father what Xander was truly like. But just as the two of them began to retreat, they heard a voice behind them. Freddy's voice suddenly came from behind. "Pete, Cherry, what are you doing here?" This voice instantly alerted Xander and the two henchmen as well. The two muscle men immediately turned around. One of them was agile and ran over quickly, blocking Pete and Cherry's way. As for Freddy, he cried out, "Xander, you really set Pete and Cherry up," before the second man hit him on the shoulder, knocking him to the ground. When he hit his head hard on the grass surface, he blacked out. But when Pete and Cherry heard their cousin's exclamation, they became even more furious at Xander's betrayal. Especially Cherry, who glared at Xander with her dark eyes. "Creep! Liar! Pete and I were going to let you come to the birthday party. We both decided we were going to like you. How could you do this to us?" She tried to cry out, but the bodyguard covered her mouth with a cloth that had some knockout powder on it. Cherry inhaled the powder and passed out. Pete shut his mouth when he saw his sister go limp. When the second bodyguard saw the child's careful expression, he decided not to knock Pete unconscious immediately. Instead, he smirked.
"So, you're the obedient one."
Pete did not speak, but his eyes bore a hole through Xander. Stunned, Xander glanced all around, searching for help. He wanted to explain to them that it was not like that. This was not what he had planned at all. He had not lured them into danger on purpose. But then he thought to himself that maybe it was for the best. After all, his real father had indeed told Xander that to drive a wedge between Justin and Nora. Thinking back on it, Xander shook his head at his own naivete. At that time, he had stupidly asked Truman, "What if I don't succeed?" Truman had rubbed the boy's head and replied, "Don't you worry about that. Once you appear, there will definitely be a rift between those two. After all, what woman can ignore the fact that her lover has a child with another woman?" He chuckled and added, "Besides, I'm going to help you become the Hunt's heir." At that time, Xander did not understand what this all meant. He understood now, but he never expected this. Full of fear, he stared at the two bodyguards and wanted to yell at them to let go of the two children. But he knew how powerful these two muscle men were and what they could do. He shuddered when he remembered his dog, Butterscotch. Plus, in his world, Xander had never been given the right to speak, let alone the right to give orders. He was not like Pete, who was the son of the leader of the hunts. With just one look, Pete could make everyone in the hunts do what he said. Even if Xander did cry out, he knew that this is what his real father wanted. Therefore, the two muscle men would never let go of Pete and Cherry on Xander's lone command. And these two men were quite powerful. This area of the garden was somewhat remote, and the entire staff was busy in the main house preparing for the birthday party. No one would hear their struggle. Xander was silently kicking himself. When he chose to leave, he had purposefully chosen a path that no one else in the house would take. He had never seen anyone come this way. With all these considerations, he knew that it would be useless to shout. No one would hear him. And even if they did hear him call, because of his past behavior, no one would want to help. He looked at Pete and Cherry and frantically considered what to do. He blurted out to the guards, "I don't want to stay here anymore. I'll miss my dad. Can you two guys take me to him?" It wasn't true. He knew that he wanted to stay with Cherry and guarantee that the two assassins would not kill Pete and Cherry. The two muscle men frowned with this dilemma. After all, they had received an order to kidnap the two children. Truman didn't say anything about bringing Xander back. Not wanting to give them too much time to think, Xander threatened them. "If you don't take me with you, I'll tell my daddy tyrant that you kidnapped Cherry." This concerned the two men. If Justin knew who did it, he would have the means to find them quickly, and who knows what he would do to them. The lead bodyguard pressed his hand to his earpiece and inquired, "What do you want us to do?" Xander recognized Truman's low laughter coming through the man's earpiece as he shouted, "Bring Xander back." Truman had been talking to them from the beginning to the end. He had told the two men to drug Cherry, but not Pete. This was his intention all along. He chuckled softly. "All we have to do is tell people that it was Xander who did this, right? That should do the trick." The two bodyguards were a little worried. "But the king crab cage is only big enough for two children." The men dragged the large cage full of king crab. It was clear now that the cage was to be used as the container to smuggle the two children out. And when Xander had decided to leave at the last minute, this meant that the muscle men would only be able to kidnap one of the twins, since they were not obligated to return Xander to their boss. When Pete heard this, in an attempt to save his sister, he said calmly, "Don't you think you should take me instead? After all, I'm the future heir of the Hunts. It will mean more than if you take Cherry away from the estate." Replicating his father's steely glare, Pete turned towards Xander. "If I'm your opponent and you want the heir's position, it would only make sense that you get rid of me, not Cherry." Xander pleaded with his eyes, hoping Pete would understand he did not think that way at all. And, even if he might have thought that way before he arrived, once he got to the States, he immediately gave up with the idea altogether. But seeing the icy look in Pete's dark eyes, Xander could not say a word and turned his face away. When the two muscle men heard this, they nodded their heads in agreement. This notion made much more sense. However, Truman's voice barked through the earpiece. "Kidnap the daughter. She's the one that Justin loves the most." The two thugs were speechless. The lead man wanted clarification. "If the daughter cannot be the heir to the Hunts, doesn't it make sense, Mr. Yale, to—" "Do as I say," Truman growled in disgust. After all, he did not just want the heir's position, but also to destroy Justin's relationship with Nora. The lead man stood at attention and almost saluted. "Yes, sir." He looked at Pete and then at Cherry before saying, "Both of you have long hair. Which one of you is the girl?" Turning to Pete, he said, "Take off your pants. We're going to take the girl away and leave the boy behind." With these words, Pete's heart sank. Logically speaking, they should have kidnapped him to help Xander, But why would they want to kidnap Cherry? However, this thought only lasted for a moment before he pointed at the unconscious Cherry and pretended to be adorable, using the voice he had mastered by imitating Cherry in the past. "He is a girl. I'm not a little girl. I'm a little boy." When he said this, the bodyguard laughed.
He is a girl? You're contradicting yourself.
Pete immediately covered his mouth as if he had said something wrong. "No, I'm not Daddy's daughter. Pete is." He stomped his foot impatiently and put his hands on his hips for emphasis, as he had seen Cherry do many times when she wanted something from their father. The lead thug had already rushed to him and grabbed him.
Just take off your pants.
As the second man spoke, he had already moved up behind him to take off Pete's pants. Regardless of whether Pete was humiliated or not, if he was discovered to be a boy, these creeps would definitely take his sister away. He struggled and kicked when he suddenly heard a childish voice say, "Cherry, stop pretending. I've lived with you for so long, how could I not recognize you?" Pete was shocked. For a split second, he had forgotten all about Xander, the brat who was in cahoots with these villains. He turned his head. Was the boy trying to spoil his plans? While he considered this possibility, Xander stepped forward, and Pete would never have expected what the boy did next. Pete thought all along that this was Xander's scheme. Just as he was kicking himself for not dealing with him more harshly, he realized that Xander's words were actually directed at him. He frowned slightly, but Xander had already rushed over to him. "All right, hurry up. I saw someone walking over when I was leaving earlier. If we don't go now, they'll see us." When the two thugs heard this, they hurriedly took the cage containing the king crab. Without a word, they drugged Pete and let Xander enter. Xander could not disobey them and clenched the cage tightly. He happened to brush his foot against Pete. As soon as he touched him, he felt Pete yank his leg back. Xander was stunned and suddenly looked at Pete. He had not passed out after all. Of course, Pete didn't allow himself to be drugged. After seeing the henchman knock out Cherry, Pete learned that he must hold his breath when the cloth was held over his mouth. Pete held his breath, didn't inhale the powder, and remained conscious. When Pete moved his leg, it was mainly because those creeps had laid him down in an uncomfortable position, where his leg was twisted up underneath his body. He had to reposition himself. However, he also wanted to test Xander. What were Xander's intentions for helping him? If Xander yelled for help right now and revealed that Pete wasn't unconscious after all, Pete would know for certain that Xander was in cahoots with these villains. He wondered if Xander had convinced the muscle men to take Pete instead of Cherry, because Pete really was the heir, and Xander really did want him gone. If this wasn't the case, and Xander was actually helping him, then Pete needed to know what was really going on. Pete held his breath and waited for Xander's reaction to his movement. Although he didn't know what to expect, he was actually looking forward to the boy's response. He would have his answer once and for all, and would know whether Xander could be trusted. Pete certainly did not expect what came next. He felt Xander kneel quietly beside him and squeeze his shoulder. Although the two of them had not interacted very much while Xander lived in the villa, Pete understood immediately what Xander's gesture meant at this moment. Xander was telling Pete not to be impulsive. Xander was waiting for an opportunity for both of them to escape. They just needed to wait for fewer people to be around. Pete did not move again. In his silence, he could feel his heart filling with a little bit of happiness. It was a nice feeling. Pete's mind raced as he planned how to get the two of them rescued. There were many people at the Hunt compound. Within the next half hour, the butler would definitely notice that they had disappeared. His father's bodyguards would definitely be alerted then, and they would figure out how to save them. As Pete was thinking, a dark cloth covered the top of the cage. One of the thugs took out a knife and aimed it at the basket where Pete was located. Then he stabbed the knife forward. Through the slats, he punctured Pete's skin. Pete grimaced and endured the sharp pain, but he managed not to cry out or move. The other man gasped.
What are you doing?
The first thug snarled.
This little brat tried to save herself by tricking us into kidnapping her brother. She is quite clever, and I wanted to make sure that the drug was working. I don't want her waking up in the middle of our escape and alerting the security staff by yelling her pretty little head off. Our mission is to get rid of her anyway. If we're discovered as we're leaving, we'll simply kill her and complete that part of the mission.
The lead thug nodded his head.
Understood.
Eyes wide, the two children looked at each other with understanding deep in their eyes. There was no room for mistakes. If either of them dared to make a scene, it would be all over then. Pete would die before anyone could save him. Xander thought that perhaps he could escape and run back to the Hunt Manor. He had to figure out a way. As for Pete, Xander figured that due to his injury, he now could not struggle. Pete would have to wait patiently for the tyrant and Mummy to save him. Xander hoped that Pete would not be mocked by the tyrant after he was rescued. Everyone would wonder how it could be that Pete, the dignified heir of the Hunts, had actually been kidnapped. This would be the greatest humiliation of Justin's life. He had spent the last 5 years trying to prevent such a thing from happening and would have failed. The two boys hid in the cage and waited helplessly as the two muscle men carried them toward the van. And even though the house and grounds were full of people, everyone was focused on preparing for the birthday party, so they were all too busy to notice. None of the staff would have even considered that there was a possibility of anyone coming into the house to harm them. The main house's security measures were impenetrable, or so they believed. However, no one expected the 3 children to be clever enough to sneak out of the actual house and onto the less supervised grounds of the compound. The children had all avoided the security measures in place, snuck past the security guards, and ran out of the manor. The 2 muscle men set the cage against the far side of a white van. Hidden from view, they lifted the 2 boys out of the crate and threw them onto the back seat of the van. One of the thugs started the van. They were so preoccupied with their task that they didn't notice a black Jeep had arrived at the Hunt Manor security gate. The lead thug slowly backed the van out and went the opposite way out of the parking lot. When Nora stopped her Jeep in the circular drive, she waited for the butler to open her door. He greeted her respectfully.
Ms. Smith?
Nora nodded. She happened to look over as the white van creeped out of the parking lot. She asked, "What's in the van?" The butler said,
"An order of the king crabs."
Nora was surprised that they would be having something so extravagant for a children's birthday party. But that sounded like something the Hunts would indulge in, so she shrugged her shoulders. She was about to get out of the Jeep, but something felt off. She got back into her Jeep and rushed straight to Justin's villa. She sensed that there was something wrong with Xander. She couldn't say what it was or why she thought so, but she felt it deep in her heart. When Justin heard she was in the villa, he was quite surprised. He walked out of his study and was greeted with Nora's anxious expression. She cried out, "Where is Xander?" When Justin saw her like this, he felt a faint tug in his heart. He quickly answered,
"He's in his room."
Nora did not wait for him to say anything else and rushed to the little boy's room. Justin had never seen her so anxious. Nora hadn't known that she had another son aside from Pete. Guilt tugged her heart as she remembered how frequently she had pushed the little boy away and kept her distance. She had not wanted to become too attached in case things turned out differently, but she should have known from the beginning. She understood that over the past few days, while his identity was unknown, Xander had suffered countless grievances.
Nora burst through his bedroom door and found Xander's room was empty. She noticed that his little backpack was gone and gasped in despair. Down the hall, she overheard the butler rushing over to Justin, who had followed her up the stairs. The butler said, "Sir, something has happened." The Hunt's squad moved quickly. There were cameras in almost every corner of the villa. Although there was no one in the back garden at the time of the kidnapping, there were a slew of security cameras throughout the grounds, and every 10 minutes, the tapes were reviewed by the staff in the security room. When the security team saw Fred and Cherry lying on the ground, not moving, they instantly knew that something was wrong. It had only taken 10 minutes for them to realize that the other 2 children were missing. Nora watched one of the security guards carry the unconscious Cherry back inside the villa. Nora quickly took 2 steps forward and checked her pulse to see if there was anything wrong with the child. She quickly pressed on a specific acupuncture point a few times when Cherry opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw Nora and Justin, she immediately shouted, "Mummy, Daddy, go save Pete quickly. Xander wants to kill him because he wants to become the heir to the Hunts." When she heard this, Nora's body trembled. The brothers are fighting each other. Was this Truman's intention? She stood there and suddenly thought of the white van she had seen earlier. Her eyes darkened and she rushed out without a word. Though it seemed impossible, she needed to catch up to that white van. Justin saw Nora racing to her jeep, and he immediately followed her. Nora reached her jeep within seconds. She didn't bother opening the door. She jumped through the open window. Her series of movements were as elegant as flowing water. Before Justin could run to the front passenger seat, she had already started the engine. Seeing that he could not catch up, Justin leapt forward onto the jeep's running rails and yanked open the front passenger seat door. He had thought about attempting Nora's acrobatic movements, but he knew that he was too tall and broad and would not be able to make it through the open window in one swift move, if at all. His only access to the inside of the Jeep was going to be by opening the passenger side door. Nora put the car in drive, and the Jeep was in motion before he landed in his seat. Yanking the door closed, he squared himself into position and buckled himself up in an attempt to get ready for the wild ride to come. He grabbed the handle overhead and held on tight. He looked at Nora and asked, "Do you know who it is?" "Unfortunately, I do." Nora's almond-shaped eyes were laser-focused. Her lips slowly moved as if she were silently expressing her thoughts. She explained to Justin, "When I arrived at the security gate, I saw a white van crawling through the back parking lot. Your head butler explained that they had just delivered king crabs for the party. That was when I hurried over to your villa to see if Xander was still here." "How do you know they are inside?" It was urgent that Nora be right. This was the best time to rescue the children. If they lost track of the white van, it could be impossible to find again. It was not that Justin didn't believe her, but he wanted to make sure that they were doing the right thing. Logically speaking, a delivery van should have a logo of some kind for the seafood company or the delivery company. Plus, it would have commercial plates. Also, the windows of the van I saw were heavily tinted, and the van was extremely clean for a delivery vehicle. There was no dirt on the axle at all. The butler said that they were delivering fresh king crabs sent directly from the sea. Is that even possible, especially this time of year? She felt in her heart that something was very wrong, but she was anxious to see Xander, so she pushed the thought to the back of her mind. As long as she caught up with the van, everything would be fine. But the feeling of dread just would not go away. Nora kept thinking about the king crabs. Justin accepted her reasoning and took action of his own. He whipped out his phone and called the bodyguard at home, ordering them to block the way out of the Hunt compound. Then,
he reached out to Brenda from the special department. When Brenda heard that Pete had been kidnapped, she was livid. "Who frickin' took my nephew?" "Don't worry, brother. I'm calling the forces from the special department. We are going to rescue my nephew, and I'll let you deal with the people responsible. Please tell Nora as well. I don't want her to worry. I'm going to take care of this. I'm afraid she might try something impulsive. We've got to deal with this in a methodical and thorough manner. I am determined to use everything in my power to get Pete back to both of you." Justin silently glanced at Nora, who was driving like a race car driver. He squeezed the handle at the top of the Jeep and replied, "I'll tell her." He hung up and took a deep breath. "Xander, is he?" "He is. I gave birth to triplets back then," Nora said straightforwardly. Charles confessed. Hearing this, Justin's eyes lit up. To be honest, after interacting with Xander for this period of time, he began to have feelings for the boy. Now that they had confirmation that Xander was Nora's son as well, Justin was ecstatic. Then he suddenly remembered what Cherry had said and his eyes darkened. It's Xander who kidnapped Pete." Nora clenched her jaw and seethed. "I don't believe it." She focused on the road ahead as she whipped around a corner in hot pursuit of the white van, more determined than ever to catch them. She reasoned, "And even if he is a part of this plan, it doesn't matter to me. The child has been with Truman since he was young. It is no surprise that he has learned bad things and behaves the way he does. Now he is our responsibility. Hopefully he is going to have a long life. Once he is under our care, we'll teach him how to be good." Justin fell silent. That was not what he meant. He worried that if the brothers hurt each other, it would leave Pete with psychological trauma. He had raised Pete since he was a baby, so he knew his character very well. The young boy was strong and vengeful. No matter who it was, if they did not treat him well, he would not give them a chance to change. Pete had been diagnosed with mild autism when he was young, and Justin knew for a fact that few people could enter his heart. And if Xander had actually hurt him, then Pete would probably never trust him again. Then, if her two sons were distant, Nora would have a difficult road ahead. Justin also realized that when Truman sent Xander back to the Hunt Manor, he must have known that the truth would come out. But he sent the child back anyway. So this was his goal all along: to make Pete and Xander hate each other, and therefore tear the family apart. She fell silent and didn't want to consider the disturbing answer to that question. She pushed the thought to the back of her mind regarding Xander's intentions towards Pete. Right now, the priority was to save both children. Nora sped as if she was in a race. She accelerated to almost 150 miles an hour. Within 5 minutes, she was able to catch up to the white van. Nora narrowed her eyes as she pressed on the accelerator again. Just as she was about to overtake the white van, she noticed a second, identical white van. She glanced between the two cars, driving back to back. Which car held her sons? There was a T intersection ahead. The white vans split up at the junction and sped off in opposite directions. Nora slammed on the brakes at the intersection. She studied both roads, watching the two vans slip away into the distance. She whirled around and saw that Justin was unbuckling his seatbelt. She raised her eyebrows. "Your guy on his way?" "Yep." "You go to the left, I'll go to the right." Justin did not waste his breath and jumped out of the car decisively. "Okay." As soon as he had cleared the car and slammed the door, Nora peeled down the road, chasing after the van on the right. A minute later, a red Ferrari from the Hunt's car collection pulled up beside Justin. He ran to the driver's side and yanked the driver out. "AJ, you are way too slow." The driver was speechless, but he raced over to the passenger side so as not to be left behind. But he wasn't fast enough. Justin raced off before AJ could get in the car. It was obvious that the King Crab minivan had been modified because it moved much faster than ordinary retail cars. After separating from the fake van at the junction, the thugs groaned. They thought they could successfully confuse the car chasing them, but they were still being followed as they raced off toward the countryside. The lead man called out,
"What going on back there?"
His partner explained,
"Justin got out of the car, but the woman is still chasing after us. I don't know how she's driving a Jeep like that. Do you think it has been modified too? It's so fast. She's about to catch up to us."
The lead man frowned.
"She's right on our tail."
The second guy leaned forward to look in the huge rearview mirror.
"Whoa, her Jeep gained on us. There's nothing else we can do. Let's stop the car and kidnap her too. We'll let Truman know that's our only option. We'll throw her in the back with those kids. Done. Let's do it."
The driver checked the road up ahead and then behind. He could see that there was no one else on the road. His partner braced himself on the passenger side, and the driver slammed on the brakes. Once the van stood screeched to a halt, the two thugs leapt out of the car. The two boys in the back of the van heard the van door slam shut. Xander shoved Pete's arm, making the observation, "Your mummy is quite pretty, but she sure doesn't have much of a brain. Why would she rush over so recklessly?" Pete rolled his eyes at him. "Xander, I've told you this once before, and yet here you are doing it again. You are not allowed to talk about my mother like that. You don't know her. My mother is very powerful, and she is here to save us." Even though Pete was dressing down Xander, he had subconsciously used the word us, which warmed Xander's heart to no end. Not wanting to sit quietly and accept the opinion of an equal, Xander stuck his chin out and snorted. "I don't think she's here to save you. She's here to make trouble, because, after all, she's by herself. And I can tell you right now that you have no idea how strong those two meanies are." The vision of what those muscle men did to subdue Butterscotch flashed through Xander's mind, and he could not help but shudder. Even Justin might not be able to defeat them, and he was big. Nora was slender and delicate. It seemed to Xander that maybe Nora had a death wish. Xander stretched his neck nervously and looked behind the glass window. His small body leaned against the seat, his eyes filled with nervousness and fear. These two henchmen had left too much fear in his young heart. Truman probably knew this too, which was why he had specifically sent those two people. If it was anyone else, Xander would definitely not be as obedient. Xander had a reputation for being unreasonable and domineering. At home, he would bully everyone except for these two thugs. When Xander remembered what they were capable of doing, he simply stated, "Pete, your mother is finished this time." But Pete refused to accept that outcome. He rolled his eyes and countered, "Talk about your own mummy. My mummy is super powerful." Xander shrugged his shoulders. "My mother died long ago. My father said that my mother died after giving birth to me." When Pete heard this, he was stunned. He had not expected Xander to say such a thing. He couldn't imagine how awful that must be. So he suddenly came out and patted Xander on his shoulder to comfort him. "I'm sorry, Xander. I didn't mean to be so insensitive. I didn't know." Xander waved his hand casually. "You didn't know that my mother is dead because I never told you, so I don't blame you. But I am afraid your mother may be near her end as well." Xander crawled to the front of the car so that he could watch through the rear-view mirror on the passenger side. He reported the situation outside to Pete. Because of the position he had been in and the drug that he had been forced to inhale, Pete's legs had fallen asleep, so he was unable to sit up. He tried to wiggle them awake. He heard Xander say nervously, "Your mother's out of the Jeep, and she's walking toward the two men. She looked over here. Even though the windows are tinted, I think she might have seen me. Don't you think so? She must know that you're in here." "Oh my goodness, Pete, your mother is chatting with the two of them. What do you think she is saying? Do you think she is begging for mercy?" Pete collapsed into his seat and was still struggling to get up. He knew his mother's character, so he replied, "If you're asking my opinion, I'd say that she was begging them to let her sleep rather than begging for mercy. It wouldn't be her style to walk away from a good fight. She'd rather beat those two men until they begged for mercy, while they looked for their teeth on the ground. After all, his mummy was the big sister of the Quinn School of Martial Arts. Pete had learned martial arts because of Mr. Quinn's respect for his mother. When he remembered this training, Pete, who was lying on the back seat, placed his hands on the back of the seat in front of him and attempted to stand up. But he still couldn't move. He realized that Xander was pressing down on him, which stopped him from rising up. He pushed Xander's hand away and requested, "Help me get up so I can help Mummy." Xander glanced at him. "Forget it. Look at the state of you. How can you help?" Pete tried to get up, but suddenly the room was spinning and he felt quite dizzy. Although he was a very smart child and knew to hold his breath when the thug had covered his mouth with the sleeping drug, he wasn't able to control his breath long enough. He had inhaled a little bit of the drug. His entire body felt limp like a rag doll. This was the reason why, despite his struggling, he was still unable to stand up. Xander teased Pete. "You think your mother might be discussing the price she is willing to accept if they try to buy you?" Pete scoffed at the idea. "My mummy would die for me. She would never sell me." "Oh, please, how could that be? Why would a person die for someone else?" Xander rolled his eyes and shook his head. He had been cold to others since he was young, and he did not have any feelings for anyone else. He did not feel any kinship toward anyone at all. He only felt a little reliance on Truman as his father. However, Truman had never hugged him or called to him lovingly. He had never said things like he loved him and that he wanted to protect him. In fact, most of the time Truman would stand there and say to him condescendingly, "Xander, you have to protect yourself. Otherwise you're not fit to call yourself my son. When you encounter danger, only you can protect yourself. You have to be selfish, understand? It is the only way to survive in this world." Xander remembered that he had even asked Truman one time, "Daddy, if I fell into the water, would you save me?" Truman had sneered. "No, although I know how to swim, there's no rationality in helping a drowning person. Many people have died in the water trying to save others. Why should I put myself in danger for you?" This was the education Xander had received since he was young, so he did not believe that Nora would die for Pete. However, Pete looked at him in surprise. Any parent in the world would give up everything for their child. Although there are bad fathers, they are still in the minority. Parents protecting their children and making sacrifices for them is human nature. Xander still did not believe him. How is that possible? Don't you believe in parents' love for their child? Love? What was love? I'd have to see it to believe it. Xander retorted. "This is too mystical. I don't understand a thing. Besides, do you think the tyrant loves me? I've been back for a few days and yet I've never felt his fatherly love, not even once." When Pete heard this, he was silent for a moment. He comforted him and reasoned, "That's because you were never in danger. Besides, it's not that Dad doesn't love you. He needed to make a choice. If he gets too close to you, that might upset Mummy. And I don't think it would make me happy either." Xander fell silent before he snorted coldly. "So, you're saying that love has conditions, is that it?" Pete was speechless. To Xander, Justin's love did have a condition. The condition was that Xander did not hurt Nora, Pete, or Cherry. If he ever hurt them, Justin would absolutely give up on him and send him away. But it seemed, if outsiders came to bully Xander, Justin might also risk his life for him. In this world, any family would have preferences. With so many children, most parents might not love them all equally. But still, parents did love their children. Pete did not defend Justin. Anyone could say this to Xander, but he could not. Just as Pete was feeling conflicted about what he should say, he heard Xander cry out in shock. "Oh, your mummy's been beaten." Pete was shocked. He twisted his body and wanted to sit up to see what was going on, but couldn't move. He asked anxiously, "What happened to my mummy?" "She was beaten. One of them attacked and she was hit. It's so sad." Xander grinned. "Pete, from today onwards, you're going to be a motherless child like me." Pete frowned. Although he knew that Xander's words could not be trusted, when he thought about how powerful those two thugs were, how they had easily tossed him into the back of the van, he was worried. Mummy had been busy these past few days. Could it be that she was really tired and needed her sleep? Was that why the two henchmen had succeeded in beating her up? No, he wanted to save Mummy. At the thought of this, Pete struggled violently again. When Xander saw him, he suddenly said, "Isn't it good to have no Mummy? No one will control you anymore." Pete glared at him and growled in response to Xander's comment. "I'd rather be with Mummy and controlled by her for the rest of my life than lose her." Xander was stunned when he heard Pete's protest. He tried to understand. He quietly asked, "Is a mother really that important to have? You lived without one for the last 5 years, didn't you? You just reunited with your mummy." Pete was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He wanted to make sure that Xander understood what it meant to have a mother's love. "I know you don't understand the feeling of having a mummy because you never had one before. When a mummy embraces you, it makes you feel all warm inside. She is soft and affectionate. Her voice is gentle and sweet. When she kisses my forehead and calls me her boy, I feel so good inside. You don't know, so move aside and let me up. I can't lose Mummy. I am going to save her." Pete's cries made Xander fall silent again. He watched as Pete propped himself up with his small arms, then fell down again because his legs were still being affected by the drug. Xander was silent for a moment, and then spoke quietly. "Your mother is fine. I was joking." Pete was taken aback. Xander's face tensed up as he glanced back and continued. "They haven't attacked yet, but it seems like they are still arguing and haven't reached an agreement. I think that things are coming to a head. You know what? Forget about it. For some reason, I'm in a good mood today and I don't want to see anyone killed. I'll save your mother." With that, he pushed Pete back down and quietly opened the car door so that he could get out. Once his little feet hit the ground, he moved forward step by step. Filling with fear, he stopped when he saw the back of the two henchmen. Butterscotch had meant everything to him at the time, and these two thugs took that away. Xander had been fearless since he was a baby, but that all changed because of these two thugs. Now he wanted to save Pete and Cherry's mother from the hands of these henchmen. Thinking about it, he felt like he had gone crazy. However, when he saw Pete struggling to save his mother and Nora driving to rescue him, Xander felt inexplicably sad. He finally realized what it meant to actually have a mummy. This understanding had given him the strength to muster his courage and walk toward them. As soon as he approached them, he heard the lead guy sneer, "Miss Smith, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being nasty." With that, the two of them commenced their attack on Nora. None of them had seen that Xander had silently slipped out of the van. He had raced over to the side of the road and hid behind a tree. When Xander heard what the thug had said, he became very anxious. He took the plunge. He shouted and rushed to the two bodyguards with his eyes closed, throwing his arms around the leader's thigh. He clung on tightly while he shouted, "You're not allowed to hurt Cherry's mother." The two henchmen were surprised. As the leader tried to pry Xander off his leg, he snarled down at the boy.
What do you think you're doing, Xander? Don't be ridiculous. This is what Mr. Yale wants. We've been given our orders. If you continue to misbehave, you can't blame us for being merciless."
Xander trembled in fear when he heard those words. He swallowed hard and looked straight at Nora and shouted, "Pete's mummy, run quickly! I'll spare your life today!" With that, he turned back at the lead guy again. "I said, you're not allowed to hurt her!" The thug chuckled softly and reached down. He grabbed the boy under his arms and yanked him up. When his feet left the ground, he kicked his legs in the air as he glared at the lead guy, his eyes full of fear. But he felt proud of himself and thought, "I did it, Pete. I helped you save your mummy." But where was his mother? Xander didn't know. Suddenly, he heard a deep and cold voice. "You are courting death." Xander was frozen with fear. He wanted to know who had said such a thing, so he turned around. He saw that Nora's expression was unwavering, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with icy coldness. Her gaze was fixed on the thug's hand that was holding him. She paused for a split second, and then quickly took a step forward. The second henchman stepped in front of them. "Miss Smith, we're teaching the boy a lesson on behalf of Mr. Yale. But don't you worry, I'll play with you in the meantime." Xander couldn't understand why Pete's mother was being so stupid. It was clear she was still planning to fight them. The second guy was almost a head taller than she was, and probably twice as strong. Even though she was taller than average, she looked tiny when she stood next to him. Pete's mummy is so stupid. Like a puppy, Xander was being carried over the lead man's shoulders. He feared that Nora would not take the opportunity to escape while she could. Xander felt that it was all over. Now, not only had Pete been captured, but his mother was about to be captured as well. As for him, he had violated his father Truman's wishes. As a punishment, he figured he would be locked in the basement for a year. And these two henchmen would be his tutors as well. Xander shuddered when he imagined the methods they would utilize to get him to learn. And who knows what they were going to teach him. His heart sank in despair. But in the darkness, he saw a ray of light. If his mother was still alive, maybe she would come and save him. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he heard a loud bang. Xander could not help but cover his eyes. It was all over. The thug was indeed powerful. Xander knew for certain that Pete's mother must have been beaten up so badly. He did not even dare to look, and he knew when Pete saw this he would most likely cry. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, he heard the lead guy, who was still holding him, say in a deep voice, "Have you learned to wrestle?" His curiosity got the better of him, so Xander widened the gap between his fingers and looked, only to see the other henchman crumpled on the ground. A foot landed in the middle of his neck, pressing down and preventing him from breaking free. He followed the line of the leg and realized that it was Nora standing there with a light shining behind her. Her voice was steely, but the words she said were like the sound of nature. "Let go of the child, so I can play with you." Xander was placed on the ground in a daze. He saw the lead man exchange only 3 blows with the woman before she slammed him to the ground. He struggled to get up, and the woman, with a swift kick, sent the thug flying out into the road. Amazingly, the 2 henchmen who subdued Butterscotch and had never been defeated before fell to the ground covered in blood. They were incapacitated. The woman slowly turned to him and walked toward him. The setting sun behind her emitted a dazzling red light and reflected off her glorious hair, so a warm light shone all around her. Xander made a wish. Wouldn't it be wonderful if this woman was his mother? He then lowered his head and realized that his thoughts were ridiculous and hilarious. There was no way, in his world, that the impossible could be made possible.
Or could it? Deep envy for Pete and Cherry filled Xander's heart. First, Justin had planned to abandon Xander for the twins. And now he realized that they both had such a powerful, beautiful, strong mother. The two of them were so blessed. His thoughts were interrupted when the lead man, who had been kicked away by Pete's mummy, yelled at him,
Xander, we're all doing this for you, and you are going to betray us like this. Truman is not going to be happy with you.
Xander panicked and stared at the woman in front of him. He wanted to explain, but he resignedly felt that there was no need to do so. This person had originally been his enemy. Even if he said something, would she even believe him? When he was accused last time, after being bullied by those kids, he had closed his mouth tightly and refused to explain anything to Justin. Just like that situation, Xander chose to be stubborn again, and an awkward and aggrieved feeling rose in his heart. He simply stared at Nora. The woman in front of him narrowed her eyes, which were filled with hostility and killing intent. Ever since he was young, Xander had been most afraid of these two henchmen. They had left an irreparable wound in his heart by killing his beloved dog. The other person that he was deathly afraid of was Truman. Although Truman had never fought in front of him or hit him, Xander was very perceptive and had intuition. He learned that in order to live peacefully, he had to gain Truman's trust. And Justin was the third person he was afraid of. The aura he occasionally emitted was frightening. The woman in front of him was slender. Compared to those two men, she seemed delicate. However, for some reason, Xander sensed she had a strong ruthlessness and killing intent herself. Looking up at Nora, Xander was even more afraid than when he saw what the two henchmen had done to Butterscotch. Xander's small body trembled. His Truman father had told him that this woman was going to cause him a lot of trouble. She would do whatever she could to get rid of him. Was she going to take the opportunity to do it now? She could kill him right this moment and tell everyone that she had accidentally injured him while she was saving Pete. Wouldn't that be the perfect excuse? This thought suddenly gave rise to a rebellious feeling in Xander's heart. He watched as the woman suddenly rushed toward him. She pulled back her hand, clenched it into a fist, and aimed it at his head. Frozen with fear, Xander did not move or dodge the incoming blow. Perhaps it could be said that the woman was too fast, and he knew he would not have time to protect himself. He squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the impact. But all he felt was the air whooshing past his head. Xander heard a loud bang. Then he heard someone grunt and fall to the ground with a heavy thud. The pain and head injury that Xander expected never arrived. He was completely stunned for a moment before he slowly opened one eye. He saw Nora standing in front of him, swinging her fists over his head. The lead henchman had collapsed next to Xander after being punched by Nora. Standing directly behind him was the second thug, holding a dagger in his hand. Something warm fell on his face. Xander looked up and saw that the woman's hand tightly clutched the blade of the dagger. Her fingers had been sliced by the sharp blade, and they were dripping with blood. Xander was able to piece together what had happened while his eyes were closed. The second henchman behind him had attempted to kill him with a dagger, and it was this woman who saved him. Xander was not expecting that to happen at all. Confused, he looked at Nora in a daze. Before he could open his mouth to speak, the woman reached out with her free hand. She punched the henchman in the shoulder to stun him. "How dare you hurt the boy? If it's death you want, I'll give it to you." With these cold words, Nora stepped forward and thrust her arm forcefully. The blade in her hand plunged deep into the henchman's chest. It was a direct hit. The man had been stabbed through the heart and died on the spot. The killing intent around her was strong, and her eyes shone with a fierce light. She stared at the lead henchman, who she had kicked away a few minutes before. She checked to make sure he had bitten the poison capsule in his mouth and died. Xander couldn't believe it. Both henchmen were dead, killed by this petite woman. Xander stared at the corpses in disbelief. He felt numb. "Don't look." The woman covered his eyes with her uninjured hand protectively. She took him into her arms. Xander's body stiffened as she picked him up. The woman's embrace was warm and soft, just like Pete had described. The sensation was completely different from touching Truman's body, and she smelled fragrant, with an aroma like sweet medicine. Was this what Pete's mother always smelled like? Xander's nose suddenly felt sour. He rubbed at it with his hand, which made Nora smile as she recognized the gesture as Justin's. Xander really wanted such a cool mother. She could drive fast, kick hard, and stare down the enemy. And she was absolutely fearless. But Xander was baffled. Why did Pete's mother want to protect him? Why would she risk getting injured for his sake? Everyone knew they were on opposite sides, right? Xander looked at Nora's left hand. Her fingers had a huge wound created by the blade, and he could see that they were still bleeding. But when he looked at Nora, she didn't seem to care about the bleeding. She gently turned Xander's head and held her hand on the side of his face so that he would not be able to see the two dead bodies. She held him close to her body and asked in a very low voice, "Where's Pete?" "Oh." Those 3 words instantly jolted Xander back to reality. Of course, Pete's safety was more important than reuniting with Xander. He looked into the distance and pointed at the car. "In the van. He was sort of drugged." The moment he finished speaking, Nora hurriedly took him to the white van. When she arrived at the side of the van, she glanced around and confirmed that there were no other henchmen around. Nora flung open the back door of the van and saw Pete sitting up with his legs straight in front of him. It was evident that the drug's lingering effects made him feel weak all over. When he heard the door open, Pete slowly raised his head. The minute he saw Nora, his eyes lit up. He cried out, "Mummy!" "Yes." Nora reached out to Pete and checked his pulse. After confirming that he only had a faint amount of the knockout drug in his system, she knew that he was fine. She could finally relax. Nora had really been worried about Pete. They had only known each other a few months, and she wanted to make sure he was okay. She set Xander down in the van and looked deeply into Pete's eyes, checking one eye and then the other. "Mummy, I'm fine." Pete attempted to comfort Nora. Xander looked at the two of them from the side. His eyes were already red. He turned his head silently and looked to the side. He felt out of place, like he was a third wheel. It was true what everyone was saying. He was completely redundant, totally unnecessary. Before he returned, his Truman father had said that Xander's mission was to destroy the Hunt family. But now, when he looked at Nora and Pete, he thought of Justin and Cherry. Xander lowered his eyes and slowly slipped out of the van. He knew that he was not going to be able to complete his mission, and believed his departure would be the best thing for everyone. However, after taking 2 steps, he felt a hand on his shoulder pulling him back. Xander was stunned. He slowly turned around and saw Nora standing there, asking him curiously, "Where are you going?" Where was he going? He didn't know. Xander suddenly felt extremely aggrieved by this question. He also wanted to know where he was going. If he left the Hunt family after betraying his Truman father, where could he go? After all that had happened, he didn't care anymore. He would rather wander around all alone than harm this family of 4 again. Xander sniffled, but said, arrogantly, "I can go wherever I want. Who are you to control me?" Nora stared at the little boy and finally admitted softly, "Xander, I am your mummy."
There was no one on this road and no cars in sight. The trees rustled in the quiet breeze. Nora's voice seemed to have merged with the wind, making Xander feel like he had heard something wrong. He looked at Nora in confusion. He hesitated and asked, "What did you say?" Nora studied the little boy. Xander had been raised by Truman since he was a baby, which could be the reason that he had a strange and stubborn personality. His entire body was shifting, as if he was bristling from all the warmth from the outside world. She checked on Pete, who finally felt safe and had fallen asleep in peace. Nora stroked Pete's hair with one hand and reached out to Xander with her other, wounded hand that was still covered with blood. "Let's get to know each other, Xander. I'm your mother." Xander stared at the gash on her palm. He was still not certain that he had heard correctly, so he asked again, "My mother? Stepmother?" He thought that because he had tried to save both Pete and this woman, maybe she was touched and had decided to adopt him. The thought made him happy at first. However, his happiness immediately sank. He, Xander, wanted a mother, but he would definitely not fight with others for one. He took a step back and commented defiantly, "I don't need anyone else's pity. Scram, I'm telling you, you don't have to pretend in front of me. Justin isn't even here. Why are you teasing me like this? You're so mean." When Nora heard this, she was moved. This child was so wounded and so extremely cautious. She was about to explain to the little boy when she saw a car coming in the distance and heard someone shouting out the window, "Nora, don't worry, I'm here to save you." The car screeched to a halt as Brenda shouted her slogan and jumped out of the car. Running up to the white van, she took in the scene. What? What is going on? When she saw the situation in front of her, she was stunned. "Where is he?" Nora calmly asked, "Who?" "The person who saved you. Nora, don't tell me you killed these 2 people." "Okay, I won't." Nora was a good citizen. How could she kill anyone? She explained, "I think you'll find that they committed suicide." Brenda checked on the 2 dead bodies and confirmed that they had both committed suicide by poisoning. The person who was stabbed in the heart by Nora had a capsule hanging out of his mouth. Apparently, he had also swallowed a poison pill, like the other man. It was unclear if he was killed by that wound or the poison. Brenda considered and accepted Nora's statement about the suicides. But when she saw Pete, she immediately grew concerned. She glared at Xander. "You little monster! What did you do to Pete? You're so small, but every inch of you is full of evil." Xander laughed coldly when he heard this. He crossed his arms over his chest and stuck his chin out defiantly at Brenda without saying a word, which made her even angrier. "Tell me, who is your mother? Did she raise you to be like this? She needs to be dressed down. Where can I find her?" Xander lowered his eyes. He was about to say that his mother was already dead when he heard Nora say again, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Brenda went on, "I want an explanation how this child can be so vicious at such a young age. He caused his half-brother to be taken." Nora lowered her eyes. It's not his fault. Before Nora had fought with the 2 henchmen, she saw with her own eyes that Xander was attempting to save her. When Brenda heard this, she leaned close to Nora's ear. "Nora, don't worry. In my heart, I recognize you as my sister-in-law. However, I have to investigate who gave birth to Xander. Besides, I definitely won't let Pete suffer from this. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll help you teach Xander a lesson. That won't be necessary. I'll do it myself. Brenda was stunned. Don't you think my brother will want to have a say in all of this? Just as Brenda said this, she heard Nora say, "It's the mother's fault that this child was not educated properly. And since I am his mother, this really doesn't have anything to do with you." Brenda was shocked. She took a step back and stared at Xander. Shaking her head, she asked in disbelief, "Nora, you... Are you saying that Xander is your son?" "I am." Nora did not want to touch Xander with her bloody hand, so she stood next to him. Xander screwed up his face. "Will you please stop it, you silly woman? I told you, I don't need sympathy, and I don't need you to be my stepmother either." Nora crouched down and looked deep into his eyes. She spoke slowly and gently, word by word. "I'm not your stepmother. I'm your biological mother." He stared at Nora in disbelief. It felt like the world was a dream. It was as if someone had heard his inner thoughts and granted his wishes. Was he hallucinating? Xander swallowed and proudly countered her claim. "So you say, but my mother died a long time ago. My real father said so. Do you have any evidence to prove that what you are saying is true?"